What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 561. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, congratulations, man. You top-aided another premier level event on the weekend. You're unstoppable.
Well, I did get stopped in the top 8, but yes. I was quite happy with how the Mythic Invitational went, of course. I got to play the deck I wanted to play. It was actually pretty sweet because me and Nassif were the only people on our team who decided to go with the Jun Sack deck. And both of us made top 8. So it was like, yep, we nailed it.
Very good.
And this also qualified both of us to the grand finals in a couple of weeks, which is really sweet. Getting qualified for small field tournaments is just one of the best things you can do in kind of pro Magic. It's just the most fun events are the ones with, this is 32 people or 16 people. These are the tournaments that really feel special because it's hard to plan them. So yep. I'm thrilled to get a chance to.
Yeah, and it's always great to see you doing what you do, top 8 Magic tournaments. The old paper boomer still got a little life left in him, it turns out. And I was proud of you. So great job on that. Set review time, Luis. We are doing the Zendikar Rising Commons and Uncommon set review today. That's right. We are going over every single common and uncommon in the set. And this is to get you familiar with it, to get you, to point out any pitfalls, cards you might want to avoid, or cards that are sleepers and better than they might look at first blush. And of course, what's going on big picture in the format as well. We're going to cover all of them. First, got to talk about our sponsor. That's right. ChannelFireball.com. So first things first, you can pre-order Zendikar Rising now. You can go to channelfireball.com and pre-order Zendikar Rising, whatever you want. If you need singles to fill out a deck, maybe for your commander deck or for, a constructed deck that you're working on, if you want to get a box so that you can do some virtual drafting like we talked about with BDM last week on the show, any of these things, you can go to channelfireball.com and pre-order them now. And if you're listening to this before the weekend, there is another CFB Pro Showdown coming up as well. And of course, that brings up Channel Fireball Pro, which is awesome, really top tier, excellent content that you can get for $5 a month. Or if you want to do $10 a month, they will give you $10 in store credit back. So it ends up equaling out if you were going to spend the money there anyway. And you really do get in-depth, awesome stuff if you're signed up for CFP Pro. If you do end up buying anything over at Channel Fireball, including CFP Pro, including your pre-order for Zendikar Rising, if you would use the affiliate code LR, it helps us out a lot. That lets Channel Fireball know that you heard about Channel Fireball or the deal or whatever through us, and that helps out the show. So we do appreciate it if you would do that for us as well. Also, the show is, of course, brought to you by you via the Patreon. Patreon is the place where you can go to support the creators that help brighten your day, that help you get better at the things that you like Magic, that give you things that make your life just a little bit better. And in order to support the people who put the effort in to make these creations, you can give back to them directly via a website like Patreon, which is what we use. And if you do sign up for it, you also get some cool perks. You get to have access to the feed, which is where we ask questions for guests or question of the week, or our Q&A shows that we do. You get access to the live recording of the show. We've got a bunch of people watching right now as we record this live, and you can come hang out with us. We'll usually chit chat before and after the show as well with our listeners, answer any questions or just say hi. And also, you do get to be the first one to listen to the show as it comes out.
Get to watch me and Marshall talk about our upcoming lunch and or eat our lunch on camera. Yeah,
that happens sometimes too. Big emergencies like I run out of an Arnold Palmer or Luis's burrito. It wasn't as good as he thought it would be. It could be anything goes on the stream. And that's just something that you get for being a patron, no matter what level you're at, even just the lowest level at $1, you get that. You also get a thank you card in the mail. That I send out, that's a custom one that we had made from our friend Inkwell Looter years back. And it's a fun little card, and you get that at any level as well. So that's patreon.com/limited resources. So, Luis, before we get into the cards, real quick, for people that are just tuning in or just as a refresher, we do use a grading scale on these, A, B, C, D, F sideboard, and build around are what we use. And, Luis, why don't you break down why and how we do that?
So the first thing to note is that the comments we give about cards are way more important than their overall letter grade, but they're actually both relevant. The comments will say like what we like or dislike about the card, how we would use it, how to play against it, anything we think is relevant information. And then the grade kind of punctuates it. The grade lets you know, well, you guys talked a lot about this card, but how good is it on a scale of from A to F? And we'll give you that grade. What these grades mean? Well, A's are bombs, game winners, cards that are good in many situations, and especially when behind, and just the best cards in the set. Cards like Baneslayer Angel, Ugin the Spirit Dragon, Terror of the Peaks. B's are cards that actively pull you towards their colors, headliners for a set, go-to cards, and reasons to be in a color, clan, guild. In this case, it's usually a 2-color combination, but it could also mean, anything that really that any kind of synergy deck, whether it's like black, white, life gain, what have you. So B's are cards like Waker of Waves, Face Fetters, Grasp of Darkness, your best commons and good to best uncommons and solid rares. C's are playable. These are the cards that are the pawns of limited. They're fairly interchangeable, and you're going to end up with a good amount of them in your deck. These are cards like Mistral Singer, Gnarled Sage, Chandra's Magmut. D's, these are cards that are sometimes playable, but you're unhappy if you have to run them. If your deck has more than a couple of these, then you probably weren't in the right colors. These are cards, they're mediocre, they're junky, they're expensive or situational. These are cards like Walking Corpse, Warded Battlements, Spined Megalodon, Staunch Shieldmate. F's are cards that are unplayable. They're cards that you basically should never put in a deck, cards that cost 10 mana, cards that have super narrow kind of outputs. These are cards like Life Goes On, Necromentia. A lot of rares fall into this category. Mm-hmm. And then we've got two kind of subcategories that we find useful to use. These are the sideboard category, so cards that you wouldn't really main deck them, but in a best of 3 match, you'd be interested in putting them into your deck post sideboard. These are cards like Tormod's Crypt, Run Afoul, Disenchant, Plummet. These are like traditional sideboard cards, and we'll give them a sideboard grade. There have been some really effective sideboard cards in the past. And then lastly, Build Around. These are cards that on their own don't necessarily do much or sometimes anything, but can be very powerful if you build your deck around them. These are cards like Garrick's Uprising, Rise Again, Griffin Airy, where when you do the work, you get a good reward.
That's right. And pay special attention to those type of the special grades, because they do put them in a vastly different category. If you hear us say that it's a B, but don't hear us say that it's a build around B, you're going to be in a world of hurt if you try to put it in your deck and expect it to perform like a regular B would. Okay, Luis, we're going to start things off as we do whenever we're presented with this, which are the Signpost uncommons. There's a cycle of 10 gold uncommons in the set. And these very often these days will set the tone for what that color pair is trying to do in normal sets like Zendikar Rising, which are basically based around 10 2-color pairs in limited. So the first one up is called Brushfire Elemental. This is the red-green gold uncommon, and it actually just costs a red and a green. It's a 1/1 with haste. It's an elemental, and it says it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So that's kind of nice. That helps out with the fact that it's so small. And then it has landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, and I'm going to just skip that anytime landfall comes up. Generally speaking, I'll just say landfall, Brushfire Elemental gets +2/+2 until end of turn. But landfall means whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control. So anyway, it can become a 3/3. So 2 mana 1/1 haste, get in there. And really, there's not going to be much that can block it, that early in the game. And then later on, you just play a land attack with it, That's a heck of a lot of damage. It adds up pretty quick.
Yeah, this is one of the better kind of signpost uncommons in terms of it shows you what the deck's trying to do and is very good in that deck. Mm-hmm. The cool thing is this isn't really even a build around. You should play this in every red-green deck. Yeah. One thing that you'll notice about the landfall creatures in general is they tend to do pretty poorly as defenders because you're just not triggering landfall on your opponent's turn very often. But when you do end up with an aggressive deck, I mean, this card's a 2 mana 3/3 haste, and they can't double block it with 2/2s and or block chump it with tokens or anything like that. Like that's very good. So you really do want to put this card in your deck, and you just want to kind of slant aggressive in order to do so. This doesn't make other cards in your deck better. It's not like some of the other gold cards that we're going to see here.
That's right. One of the things to keep in mind with it, right? First turn you play it, if it is on turn 2, it's going to be very difficult for it to get the +2/+2 that turn. So probably just hitting for 1. You mentioned the fact that it's not as good on defense, generally speaking, as it is on offense. So you want to keep that in mind. And then the last thing to keep in mind is that this is not a good card to splash, generally speaking. You do want this thing to come down on turn 2, and then you're likely to hit your next 2 to 3 land drops in most games. And that will ensure that you get in for big chunks of damage for the following turns. If you try to splash this card and you end up drawing it late or playing it late, it loses a lot of its luster.
Yeah, I would give Brushfire Elemental a B. This is
Same.
just a good, strong uncommon.
Yep. Next is Cleric of Life's Bond. This is black-white for a 2/2 vampire cleric. Whenever another cleric enters a battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. Okay, so not off of itself, but another cleric. Whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Cleric of Life's Bond. So cleric tribal.
Yeah, it's not only cleric tribal, it's also just a life gain payoff. So you could play this in a deck with few other clerics and still make use of the second part of it.
Right.
If you had other sources of life gain. Well, one thing to note is that it's really not hard to end up with a bunch of clerics. It's actually difficult not to have a bunch of clerics if you're in black-white. So the way party works is there's the wizard, warrior, cleric, rogue in all colors, but black and white have more clerics, red and white have more warriors, blue and black have more rogues, et cetera, et cetera. So this card's a really good payoff from basically any black-white deck. I don't think you'd ever cut this in black-white. You'd have to have a very weird-looking black-white deck, and it's especially good in life gain or in clerics or, in the most common case, a deck that's kind of a combination of both. So I'm pretty high on Cleric of Life's Bond. I would give this a B+. It's really strong. Like, you play this, and it often is going to attack as a 3/3 or a 4/4 pretty quickly, and it'll also trigger all your other life gain cards.
Yeah, a quick search reveals that there are 22 other clerics in the set, or I should say 22 total, so 21 other clerics in the set. The vast majority of them are black or white, though there are a few in blue and green as well. So I don't think triggering this is going to be difficult, life gain aside. And then, of course, if you do have incidental life gain as well, I'm with you. B, maybe even a B+. Certainly in the right deck, it could be a B+. That's got to be one of the better 2-drops you could play. So Cleric of Lifeblood gets B+. Next is Kargan War Leader. This is 1 red-white for a 3/3 human warrior at uncommon. So it's a 3/3 for 3, which is okay. Other warriors you control get +1/+1. Nice.
Now, this is great. 3 mana 3/3 that's going to pump a lot of the creatures in your deck +1/+1. Like I'm in for this. I think Kargan War Leader is probably a B+. It has something going for it that a lot of lords don't, which is this can brawl by itself. If you draw this and no other warriors, the floor is a 3 mana 3/3, which red-white decks will generally tend to play because green is the one that gets the 3 mana 3/3s. Red and white don't tend to get those. And most red-white decks are just going to have a ton of other warriors even without doing much work. So I'm very high on Kargan War Leader as well.
Yeah, and another quick search here, we're talking 25 plus warriors in the set. It's not going to be difficult to find that. So I like your grade there for Kargan War Leader as well, B+. Next is Lulmage's Familiar. This is 1 green-blue for a 2/4 beast. So similar stats to the War Leader. It's instead of a 3/3, it's a 2/4, so more defensively stanced, but still you're getting 6 power and 6 toughness over it. It taps for green or blue, and whenever you cast a kicked spell, you gain 2 life. Now that doesn't mean a spell with kicker, but when you do pay the kicker, you actually just get spotted 2 life. Really interesting card just in the sense that it's all kind of pointing in the same direction. It's a defensive body that gives you more mana to pay for your expensive kicker costs and then gives you a bonus for doing so. It's kind of all like late game, rampy, stay alive longer and get value type card.
What I like about Lulmage's Familiar is that you don't need to have a single card with kicker in your deck to make this a solid playable.
Yeah.
This is just a good card. And it obviously does give you a little bit of a bonus if you have kicker spells, but a 3 mana 2/4 that taps for mana, it's a good defender, ramps you up, has good stats. It only costs 3. So I would give Lowell Mage's Familiar a B, and you will naturally have some kicker cards, but this isn't such a huge payoff that you should go out of your way to include kicker cards in your deck.
Agreed. Yeah. The thing is, it's interesting because that's like a minor bonus on the Lowell Mage's Familiar, where if you look at the Cleric of Lifespawn, you're thinking to yourself, well, I want as many little incidental life gains as I can get. Of course, these two cards don't play well together, being blue, green, and black, white. But yeah, B for Lowell Mage's Familiar, really solid with a nice bonus. Next is Moss Pit Skeleton. This is green black for a 2/2 plant skeleton at uncommon, of course. It has a kicker of 3. So it says if it was kicked, it enters a battlefield with 3 +1/+1 counters on it, and the kicker is 3 mana. So 5 mana for a 5/5 or 2 mana for a 2/2. And it says whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put onto a creature you control, if Moss Pit Skeleton is in your graveyard, you may put Moss Pit Skeleton on top of your library. So let's just start off at the base level here. So without that extra clause there, this is just a flexible stat beast, right? It's a 2/2 for 2 or it's a 5/5 for 5. Like there's nothing special going on with it. Beyond that, it's just a bunch of power and toughness that is at a good rate, right? 2/2 for 2 is okay. And the ability to get a 5/5 for 5 if you draw late is like pretty okay too. So flexible, it's neither particularly impressive, but flexibility makes it like, sure, I'm into that.
Without the last part, if this was just the 2 mana 2/2, 5 mana 5/5, it would probably get a B-. That's just a good flexibility to have, where when you draw it early, it fills out your 2-drop slot, and when you draw it late, it's a monster.
Now, what about that last part? Because I was pretty excited about it until we got to that very last little clause about putting it on top of your library rather than on the battlefield in your hand somewhere else, you know?
Well, it's certainly strict upside because you don't have to do it. So it's not like you're locked into doing it in any way. Mm-hmm. And if you are black green, you're going to end up with a couple of things that end up with +1/+1 counters, unless you're trying very difficult. Unless you're trying not to. Basically, it's not easy to end up without that. So I like it because it just gives you a little bit of extra flood protection where you're playing. You trade this off regardless of how you played it, whether it was as a 2/2 or a 5/5. Then later in the game, you draw your 2 mana 1/1 that puts a +1/+1 counter, and you're like, well, is a 5 mana 5/5 better than an average draw for my deck? Most of the time, yeah, it will be. Mm-hmm. So I'm in for Moss Pit Skeleton. It's a B-. It's not like I think it actually. I don't think the last ability changes the grade a whole lot. And after thinking about it more, I think B- is probably where I would put this.
That's where I would too.
So
there's
that's
not
where I would
one,
take it.
Yeah, not one of these lines of text is particularly exciting, but when you add all three up together, it's like, yeah, I'm never not putting that in my deck.
Yeah.
Okay, next is Marasa Root Grazer. This is green-white for a 2/3 beast. It's got vigilance, and it has 2 different tap abilities. You can tap it to put a basic land card from your hand onto the battlefield, or you can tap it to return basic land you control to its owner's hand. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Oh, I love the Root Grazer. It's a 2-drop that on turn 2 probably accelerates you because unless you're mana screwed, in which case it's actually kind of a mockery. But yeah. It actually can end up. Let's say you play this on turn 2 and you don't have a third land. On turn 3, you can tap both your lands, bounce one of them with this, and replay it. Mm-hmm. So it does net you +1 mana if you ever are going to miss your land drop.
That's right.
And then if you have a ton of lands, it obviously can put a land into play on turn 3, and then you can play a 4-drop on turn 3. Plus, late in the game, this just guarantees you a landfall trigger every turn. Mm-hmm. So we've got a 2-drop that's good early. It's good late. It enables a lot of other cards, and by itself, it still functions. That's exactly what I'm looking for out of my cards. I would give this a B. It doesn't quite get to B+ level, but it is quite good.
I think I would B+ it. Like, this is good early, good late, and the stats are great. It's a 2/3 with vigilance for 2 mana. It's going to outclass anything.
Okay, I'm in for B+.
Yeah, it does mean the timing gets a little weird on when you play stuff, because remember, you want to, generally speaking, attack with it and then use the tap ability so that way you can get the damage in and use the tap ability. So if you did need to play something in your first main, that would prevent that, like if you were trying to go from 3 to 4, but whatever. That's a small price to pay for the Marasa Root Grazer. So I like B+ on it. That's a premium 2-drop. Next is Ravager's Mace. This is 1 black-red. It's actually an artifact equipment this time, not a creature. And it says when it enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. So, what does the creature get? Creature gets +1/+0 for each creature in your party And it also has Menace. And as a reminder, your party consists of up to one of Cleric, Rogue, Warrior, and Wizard. And then, of course, people that have been playing for a while want to know, well, what is the equip cost? Because that's really where it comes down to, although this one has that twist of being free the first time. The equip cost is significant. It's 2 black, red.
So one thing to note is every equipment in the set has that enters the battlefield ability.
Mm-hmm.
They're, I think, trying out what do equipment play like if they all auto equip on the first time, which I kind of like. I suspect they're going to play enough better than traditional equipment that we're likely to see that moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
And Ravager's Mace is pretty good if you're a deck that can reliably throw a party. You only need this to be giving +2/+0 reliably to be very good. At +1/+0, it's actually okay because Menace is a strong ability, especially if you're a good aggressive deck. Imagine you have a 4/4 out and they have like a 3/3 and a 2/2. You play Ravager's Mace and equip that. They're either forced to make a double block and you trade 2 for 1, or if they only have 1 blocker, they're just forced to take a bunch of damage. So I like what it's doing. You just have to make sure that you have a pretty high creature density and that your creatures tend to be distributed among the different party members. It's fine if your deck is mostly like warriors and rogues with maybe like 1 wizard and 2 clerics or something. Because it's not that you need +3/+0 or +4/+0 to make this card worth it.
No.
It's just you basically always need +1/+0 and most of the time +2/+0 before this card becomes really worth a slot.
That's right. Because it is kind of a bummer if you don't have any of the things going. Right, and it's just Menace. Like that's bad. If you end up like that, then you're going to be pretty unhappy with the result. So make sure that you build your deck accordingly for Ravager's Mace. Like Luis said, you don't necessarily need to max out, though. If you can, but you just want to make sure you avoid the situations where it's not giving any power whatsoever. C+, B-. Where do you like the Mace?
I would probably give the Mace a B-. I think that this card is gonna perform well.
Mm-hmm. These are the things that you want. You want evasion and you want boost to power. So it does give you that at least. So B- for Ravager's Mace. Next is Soaring Thought Thief. This is blue-black for a 1/3 flash flying human rogue. And as long as an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, rogues you control get +1/+0. Whenever 1 or more rogues you control attack, each opponent mills 2 cards.
So this counts itself for both abilities. Mm-hmm. It'll pump itself when they're at 8 cards, and when this attacks, it'll trigger the mill ability. Note that the mill ability triggers once per combat. You can attack with 1 rogue or 10 rogues. It's just still mills 2.
Right.
This card's good. It's going to be a 2-mana 1/3 flyer, but very quickly turn into a 2/3 flyer because by itself, it's milling 2 a turn. And as a flyer, you're going to be getting in there pretty easily. Even though it has flash, sometimes you're going to just play it pre-combat because you're about to attack with a different rogue. And once they have 8 cards, I mean, this by itself is a 2/3 flyer, and you're going to be pumping a decent amount of your other rogues or other creatures as well. So I like the Thought Thief. This is kind of what the blue-black deck's trying to do. You're going to notice a lot of blue and black cards that have additional, text or abilities or stats as long as the opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. And this is a really good way to get them to 8 or more cards without costing yourself much. You're not playing like a mill card with no other text.
Do you view this, because in limited, sometimes these things can be at odds, right? I'm attacking you for 1 and then 2 in the air at some point. Maybe I have some other evasive rogue. So ostensibly I'm trying to get your life total to 0, but also these mills do add up if you get to keep turning it sideways. If this is the only way that you're milling your opponent, you're still pretty unlikely to actually get the job done, right?
Yeah, I would not generally view the blue-black deck as a mill deck that's trying to win the game by decking the opponent. It's a deck that's trying to get them to 8 cards so all your cards start doing a little more, but it usually will actually kill them with damage.
Okay. Grade for Soaring Thought Thief?
I would give it a B.
Yeah.
I think it justifies itself even without a whole lot else going on. And just the way decks are going to be constructed, this is just going to make a lot of your other cards better. You don't have to commit a lot to that in order for it to do so, but it's going to happen.
That's right. Next is Spoils of Adventure. This is 4 blue-white for an instant. It says, this spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party. Again, Cleric, Rogue, Warrior, and Wizard. You gain 3 life and draw 3 cards.
Oh, yeah. It's the Sphinx's Revelation for 3. And, it's going to cost 5 or 4 mana a lot of the time, at which point it's a great deal. If you ever get this down to 3 or 2, you're obviously just crushing. The way I evaluate most of these kind of party cards is getting to 1 type is not hard. Getting to 2 types is doable, and you rarely will get to 3 or more. So you're going to see a lot of cards. There's, 5 or 6 cards that cost 1 less to cast if for each member of your party. And I kind of look at them as costing 1 to 2 less than they are listed.
Yeah.
And I would always play this card at 5 mana and love it at 4 mana. So that gets a B from me. Yeah,
that's a B for me as well for Spoils of Adventure. If you told me the stats, what the card did, and asked me how much it costs, in addition to blue white, I would say 3. So if you're getting that deal, you're already like good enough. Last card, gold card is Umara Mystic. This is 1 blue red for a 1/3 Merfolk wizard with flying. And whenever you cast an instant, sorcery, or wizard spell, Umara Mystic gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Man, that hits hard.
Oh, yeah. This thing is just going to hit for 3 to 5 damage a turn. When you're playing blue and red, how many cards in your deck aren't instant sorceries or wizards?
Right.
Like, adding wizards really goes a long way, because it used to be that the blue-red decks are like, yeah, we played spells decks in a million formats, right? Where you're like, okay, I'm going to try to get 14 spells, 13 spells into my deck, and I'll call it a day.
Yeah.
Umara Mystic, you could easily be playing a deck that has 18 cards that trigger this.
Right.
It's nuts.
Yeah. So, and that game will end very quickly if that card is on the battlefield at all. It reminds me of Wee Dragonauts, but it even has more ways to trigger it.
Yeah. It is great. I would give Umara Mystic a B+. I think this card reads very close to a 3 mana 3/3 flyer, and often will be better than that. So that's a pretty good floor to be at.
Yeah. Just did a quick search here. 18 cards with the word wizard on the text, and it looks like almost all of them are actually wizards. Yeah, all but 1 or 2. So that might be searching some cards that are, not officially in the set, but still, we're talking about the vast majority of the blue and red. Blue-red creatures are going to fit that. So B+ for Umara Mystic. Wow. That is an impressive card. I'm already scared of that card. I'll tell you that. Kill it if you see it. Let's move on to white now. We'll just go through, in the normal order from here. So that means our first white card is Allied Assault, which is 2 and a white for an instant and uncommon. Up to 2 target creatures each get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures in your party.
Well, at +1 and +1, I'm not very interested, and at +2/+2, this card is great.
Yeah,
that's pretty much how it's going to end up being. So if you're an aggressive white deck that has largely like warriors and clerics with a couple rogues and a couple wizards, then this card's going to be pretty good. If you're a deck that has mostly 1 type with a little bit of a 2nd type and no 3rd or 4th type, or maybe 1 3rd and 0 4th, this card's probably not going to be good enough. So I would give Allied Assault probably a C+, but you can get this card to B level easily. It would be a B- if it gave +2/+2, because 3 mana to kind of win 2 combats is really good. And if it gives +3/+3, this card is just through the roof.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that this does have a build around asterisk on it. A lot of the party cards don't, because they're creatures and like they can stand on their own, be better with a party. But this type of card, I mean, obviously, if you didn't have any creatures with these types, you couldn't run it at all. And it does get significantly better the more that you build towards it, or the more that your deck is suited for it. So I would give it a build around C+, something like that for Allied Assault. Next is Angel Heart Protector. This is 2 and a white for a 3/2 human cleric. This one's common. When Angel Heart Protector enters the battlefield, target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn.
You're mostly going to play this because you just want a cleric. And I don't want to like repeat ourselves every time. Basically, the creatures that are among the party types, it's like a slight additional bit of value. And sometimes decks will actually justify it as, hey, if I have 0 or 1 cleric in my deck, adding another one is going to be a really big uptick in how often my party gets to 3. Once you have 5 clerics in your deck, the 6 doesn't really help all that much.
Right.
So just keep that in mind when you look at the creature types. Also, the ones that tend to be more valuable are the off-color ones, in that white clerics aren't that valuable. Neither are white warriors. White rogues or wizards, on the other hand, are a lot more interesting, because you end up being a lot happier. In fact, I don't think white even has any rogues. It does have a couple wizards. Mm-hmm. So you're really looking for the ones that stand out, like the white wizard here. You've got a Farsight Adept. That one is worth more because white just doesn't get very many wizards, and that'll help diversify your creature types.
Right.
That said, Angel Heart Protector is just kind of like a mediocre attacker. Like you put this in a beatdown deck, makes it so one of your creatures gets a good free attack in, but you're never going to be thrilled about it.
Right. And, the other thing to consider with the party stuff is if you have your low end cards like Angel Heart Protector here, be a type that's relevant rather than a type that's not to the party thing, then that can help the cards like we talked about with the Lance or whatever it was called, the equipment, and then like this Allied Assault that we just talked about, where you will have fewer instances of it being 0, which makes it, really not where you want to be. So there's a backup plan there too. Angel Heart Protector, though, to me looks like a C-, like just a kind of a filler card, not really particularly great.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to have a trouble picking this up if you want one.
Yeah. So next is Attended Healer. This is 3 and a white for a 2/3 core cleric. This one's uncommon. Whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, create a 1/1 white cat creature token, and it has an activated ability 2 and a white. Another target cleric gains lifelink until end of turn. Interesting card. Another life gain payoff that gives you a real thing. You're getting 1/1 cat creature tokens. That's legit. Two things that are kind of a knock on it, perhaps, are stats. It's only a 2/3, so that's a little bit rough. It also can't target itself. And yeah, the activated ability is a little much. It's 2 and a white. That's the kind of thing that you're probably only going to be able to activate once per turn and won't be able to cast anything else that turn to get that cat token and gain the life. And that also requires that you're entering into combat or in some level with another cleric. So there's kind of a lot going on there to set it up, but it still seems like a good card to me.
I like this card. This is actually a little similar to the black-white uncommon life gain card, where this card will naturally fit pretty well, I think, in a lot of white decks, and will be especially good if you're taking the effort to build around it. I don't even know how much this is a literal build around, in the sense that you're going to end up with some other clerics in your deck and other life gain cards most of the time. I think I would just give it a B-. I think it's a good payoff, and then it'll be a solid B to B+ in a dedicated life gain deck. If you can play a Core Celebrant on turn 3, which is the one for that gains you a life whenever you play a creature, and then just play this on turn 4 and immediately get a cat, and then get another life, which doesn't actually re-trigger it. They thought of that. That's why it's the first time each turn. But if you can do that, I mean, that's just a great combo. It means every turn you're getting a cat and getting a life for free. So
yeah,
it's not hard to assemble that. I would give Attended Healer a B-, and of course look to maximize it, but not worry too much about doing so.
Yeah, I like your grade, because the thing to consider is that Attended Healer's static ability is still just a static ability. It's not like you have to use the Attended Healer to get the life. You can do it any other way. Next is Canyon Jerboa. This is 2 and a white for a 1/2 creature mouse. It's uncommon, and it has landfall. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn.
This is the first mouse, I believe, and that's not on like a token.
Oh wow!
Yeah, this card's fantastic. It'll attack as a 2/3, but more importantly, it'll let your whole other squad attack with a bonus. And this is one of the ones that the play pattern is going to be very often. Play this, immediately play a land attack with other creatures. You don't really want to play. You don't care too much about attacking with this. So you're going to want to wait until you can actually trigger landfall before playing it. So,
even then, if you do it later, it affects itself, right? So you're still getting that 2/3 and like another attack.
Yeah, no, the card is fantastic.
Very powerful.
Obviously slanted towards aggressive decks, but it will perform very well in those. So I would give Canyon Jerboa a B. I think this is just going to be kind of like a headliner aggressive card.
Agreed. B for Canyon Jerboa. Welcome to the fold, mouse. Cliffhaven Sellsword is 1 and a white for a 3/1. It's a core warrior, which is one of the party types, and it's a common. It doesn't have any rules text.
This is a C. You're going to play it. If you need a 2-drop, if you need a warrior, you're not really gonna expect big things, but it'll consistently deliver what it is you're looking for.
That's it. This one, next card is Dauntless Unity, which is 1 and a white for an instant at common, and it's got kicker. We're going to see a lot of kicker here. Kicker, of course, is an additional cost you can pay in addition to the original mana cost when you cast it to get a bonus. The kicker cost for this is 1 and a white. So for 1 and a white, it says creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. If you kick it, those creatures get +2/+1 until end of turn instead. So you can pay 4 mana, 2 and 2 white to give +2/+1 at instant speed, or 1 and a white to give +1/+1 at instant speed.
Yeah, so it's basically a strictly better inspired charge where you can just cast it as inspired charge, but if the situation demands it or you don't have enough mana or whatever, you can just pay 2 to give a +1/+1. This card's solid. I don't think go wide is the most well supported in this format. There are decks that are going to want this, but in general, I think this is a little bit specialized. I would give Dauntless Unity, I would give it a C-, I think.
Yeah, C- for Dauntless Unity. You're definitely going to lose to it, though. Next is Disenchant. This is a reprint from Alpha. It's 1 and a white for an instant. It says destroy target artifact or enchantment, and it is common, and it's going to be a sideboard card, I'm assuming, in this format.
Yeah, straight up sideboard card.
Yep. Next is Emeria Captain. That is 3 and a white for a 1/1 Angel Warrior at uncommon with flying and vigilance. So at this point, if you've been playing Magic for a while, listening to our reviews, you're going, what is going on here with a 1/1 for 4? So it says when it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature in your party. So it is a warrior, so it's going to count itself. So you're going to get at least 1 +1/+1 counter, and then you can add up to 3 more depending on what your party looks like.
Yeah, and this, so the baseline for this is a 4 mana for a 2/2 flying vigilance, but the fact is it's going to be really easy to get that second counter. You can't do it with warriors, which is one of the more supported cards in white, but just having one of the other 3 types in play is not going to be that high of a bar to clear. And a 4 mana 3/3 flying vigilance is a fantastic card. Yeah. Plus, this has upside. This could be a 4/4 or even a 5/5, depending on what you got going on. You know, if you play enough of the Stonework Pack Beast, that's the 2 mana 2/1 artifact that counts as all 4 types. Like you can just get that third party member even in a 2-color deck. So I would give Emeria Captain a B. I think it's got solid, it's a solid card with some really good upside.
Yeah, I was going to say B-, just because flying and vigilance are good, but not like it's not lifelink or something like that. But yeah, same range there for Emeria Captain. Next is Expedition Healer. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 core cleric at common with vigilance, and Expedition Healer has lifelink as long as you control another cleric. So this clearly looks like an important one for that black-white cleric / life gain deck that we have referenced a couple of times so far with the Attended Healer and the uncommon.
Yeah, I'm into Expedition Healer. It does both things. It makes your parties better, and it's good in the black-white life gain decks or the white X life gain decks. So this is, I believe it's actually a C+. I think it does enough little things that they add up to something that you want it slightly more than some of the other 2-drops in the set.
I agree.
It's not going to be one of your best cards ever, but it checks enough boxes.
I agree. A vigilance life-linking relevant creature type for 2 mana. Yeah, that's a C+. Next is Farsight Adept. It's 2 and a white for a 3/3 core wizard. And as you pointed out a minute ago, Luis, this is very important because you don't get many of these wizards in this color. This is a common as well, so they are around. And it's 2 and a white for a 3/3, which is already good. And when it enters the battlefield, you and target opponent each draw a card.
So on balance, that is slightly better for your opponent. The reason is they get to use the card first in most games. Like when you both have 10 mana in play, it's actually better for you because you can probably play whatever it is you draw before they can.
Yeah.
But imagine you play this on turn 3. You're not going to use that extra card until your next turn. Your opponent's going to have drawn it immediately, and maybe it'll help them, fill out their curve or hit their land drop. But it's a 3/3 for 3. You don't get that in white very often, and it's a wizard. It's going to be like your first wizard in your red-white deck some of the times, and you'll be happy about that. So I would give Farsight Adept a C. It's not above average, but it is something that there are reasons to play this in decks that you might not otherwise want it in.
Right. And it's worth noting that while it is slightly worse for you that your opponent gets to access to the card first, it's not like a disaster, right? I mean, you're not giving them a card while you don't get one or something silly like that.
No.
So C for Farsight Adept. Next is Fearless Fledgling. Which is, it looks fearless, all right. 1 and a white for a 1/1 Griffin at uncommon. It has landfall. Put a +1/+1 counter on Fearless Fledgling. It gains flying until end of turn.
Oh, this card's fantastic. It's first of all, it's going to attack as a 2/2 or a 3/3 flyer pretty easily, and then second, it just grows every time you play a land.
That's crazy.
Like getting a +1/+1 counter. Like when you play this card on turn 2, your opponent's it's going to be one of those cards where your opponent just goes into immediately, oh crap mode. Do I have a way to kill that? And if they don't, you just feel like they've lost. You're not going to beat this card unless you're you get mana screwed and never play a land or whatever.
Right.
So. And it even holds up late game. Like, yeah, you don't want to play this on turn 7 very often. Like, that's not the card you'd optimally draw. But if you draw a land, now you got a 2/2 flyer or then a 3/3 flyer, and it just keeps going from there.
Yeah, I really like Fearless Fledgling. This card is going to strike fear into the opponents, no doubt. B, at least. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a B+.
Yeah, my inclination is to give it a B, but I agree with you that it's very close to being a B+.
Yeah, because this just looks like a must kill. Like if your opponent plays it, you're just like, you look down at your hand for an answer, and if not, you're like, well, my life total is going to go down a lot in the meantime. So B trending towards B+ for Fearless Fledgling. Next is Journey to Oblivion. This is 4 and a white for an enchantment. It's uncommon. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party. When Journey to Oblivion enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Journey to Oblivion leaves the battlefield.
So this is 3 to 4 mana, Oblivion Ring effect essentially. Yeah, that's good. I mean, this is unconditional removal. It'll be cheaper some of the time, and that'll be great. And even if you have to pay 5 mana for it, like 5 mana being the absolute worst it ever is still good. Yep. And the fact that it's going to cost 4 or 3 a decent amount of the time makes this just premium removal. I would give this a B. There's a couple. There's actually a black common that's basically the same thing, and that is also going to get a B. Like these cards are just good.
Yeah, I'd give it a B+. I mean, the fact that it can take out anything on the other side too, not just creatures, really matters, and they're exiled. Yes, you do have to deal with the fact that if they ever deal with the Journey, then they get it back, which is a downside as well. But I like flexibility in this stuff because sometimes they do have a stupid artifact or enchantment that's wrecking you, and you're really happy that your removal happened to be a Journey to Oblivion and not something that only killed creatures.
Yeah, that's fair. I can buy Journey to Oblivion at B+.
Next is Kabira Outrider. Great artwork. 3 and a white for a 3/3 human warrior at common. When it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature in your party. Sure.
Yep. And the floor tends to be 1/1. Technically, with all these cards, they could kill this in response to the trigger, in which case it would give +0/+0 potentially. But we can really treat it as +1/+1 at minimum. That's just going to be the most likely case. Mm-hmm. And if you need warriors and have some diverse creature types, and this is giving +1/+1, +2/+2, and that it's going to be a fine card in an aggressive deck. I wouldn't really want it in a control deck.
Okay. So like a C. C?
I would give Kabir Outrider a C. Okay. I think that it's just basically dead average.
All right. Now, what about this next card, Kabira Takedown? Tell me how these work.
Okay. So before we get into these, or this card specifically, I want to talk about the double-faced cards, because this is on the front side, it's Kabira Takedown, which is 1 and a white instant at uncommon. It deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker. But it's also Kabira Plateau. That's the backside, which is a land that enters the battlefield tapped and taps for a white. So there's a ton of these in the set. There's a ton at uncommon, there's some at rare, and then there's a cycle at mythic. And the way they all work is they're a spell on one side, or a spell or creature, whatever. And on the other side, they're just a land. Mm-hmm. All of them enter the battlefield tapped. The mythic ones actually have the option of paying 3 life to not make them enter the battlefield tapped, but we can basically ignore that. For the most part, they just all enter the battlefield tapped, and on the other side are spells. These cards are really good. They're better than you think they are right now. I can say that with confidence that that most people are going to underrate these. One of the, I guess, perks of the fact that we're recording this a little later in the week than we normally do is that I got a chance to play in the early access streamer event, and I got a chance to play with these and watch people play with them. They're really, really good. So here's kind of the way I evaluate them. They are at their best when the spells they're on are, intrinsically powerful / situational / expensive, because there are some cheap cards that have this kind of double-faced mode going, and they're okay. But cheap cards actually don't combine quite as well with the land ability, because what I'm looking at is when I draw this card on turn 7, I don't really want to land most of the time, but I also don't really want like a kind of cheap early play card. What I want is, like these are 6 or 7 mana creatures on these, where on the one side, you've got this huge 6-drop, which you're happy to play. And on the other side, you got a land, which is great in the early game when 6-drops tend to be bad. So I also kind of count them as about half to 2/3 of a land. And what that means is, let's say you had 4 of these spell lands, 4 of these double-faced cards. I would be inclined to play something like 14 to 15 basic lands and 4 of those, leaving you with an 18 or 19 land count. And the reason that's so strong is it's actually exactly like the cycling lands that we talked about a couple shows ago.
Right.
You have extra lands, which means in the early game, you're just not very likely to miss your 4th land drop with 19 lands. But you don't get punished by drawing land number 7 or 8 as often, because if you have 4 of these, like a 5th of your lands are also spells.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's
that's
very,
like
very good.
Broken a little bit, right? Like, I don't mean that like the game's going to fold under it, but like it is breaking the rules of kind of, what we're used to here. Like, kind of
when you have a good draft where you end up with 5 double-faced land and you play 20 lands, never get mana screwed, but also rarely get flooded because you just draw a bunch of spells in the middle of the game, like you're going to feel like you have a significant advantage against your opponent. And something we've talked about before too is part of the reason that lands are so strong, lands that have special abilities, is they break the paradigm of 23 spells, 17 lands.
Yeah.
If you have 5 of these and 15 other lands, so 20 lands, you're playing 20 lands, but you're also playing 25 spells. It's like you have an access to an additional 5 cards above your opponent, right?
That's incredible.
So it's really, really strong. And in general, I'm very high on these lands. And Kabira Takedown is actually one of the better ones because it's a cheap card, but the effect scales very nicely in the late game.
Right.
You're going to use this as a 2-mana removal spell a lot of the time. It'll do 2 damage early, but sometimes like 4 or 5 damage late. And that's fantastic. So I would give Kabira Takedown a B+. And I think a good way to evaluate these is they're probably about a half to a full grade higher than maybe your initial impression would be if you kind of just looked at the spell on the card. Yeah. Like if Kabira Takedown didn't have the ability to be played as a land, we would still like it. We would probably call it a C+. It's just a pretty good removal spell in a creature heavy deck. The fact that you can play it as a land when you need another land, whether it's for landfall or just to hit your land drops, gives it like almost a full letter grade above. So I would give Kabira Takedown a B+. And I hope not to have to repeat all that for all the other lands, but they are all very, very good.
Yeah, these look incredible, and I don't know if worried is the right word, but I'm like, whoa, they really pushed it with these. This is a much different thing.
The good thing is this is not going to feel like Ikoria with the cycling cards, where it's like you're going to play the Ikoria cycling decks felt literally degenerate.
Yes.
You were playing 14 lands and you're cycling 10 cards and casting Zenith Flares for 10. The effect these will have on the game, fewer people will get mana screwed and fewer people will get mana flooded, and not to such an extreme amount that the games don't feel like Magic, but you're going to have more good games of Magic. So I think that it's going to have a good effect overall.
Okay. B+ for Kabira Takedown, and we'll see more of those and talk about them as we go. Next is Kitesail Cleric, which is white for a 1/1 core cleric. This is an uncommon. It's got flying, and when it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, its kicker cost is 2 and a white. You tap up to 2 target creatures. So you can play it as a 1/1 flyer on turn 1 off of a plains. It gets you a cleric. It lets you curve out specifically into the party cards that make your stuff cheaper. That's really nice. But then later on, if you draw it later, you can use it as kind of like a spell, right? And pay 4 mana to, get the 1/1 flyer, but also tap 2 target creatures.
Yeah,
seems fine.
It's very good for an aggressive deck, because aggressive decks actually, it's funny, we always railed against the 1-mana 1/1s, but a 1-mana 1/1 flyer on turn 1 will consistently deal 3 to 5 damage to your opponent.
Yes.
More if you have equipment, and there's a decent amount of good equipment in the set. And then later in the game, this can push through a pretty good attack. Plus, it's a 1-mana cleric. So sometimes you'll be able to curve this into a reduced cost party card very early, or play this in the same turn as you play a card that gives a bonus for each party member. So it enables all that nicely too. So I'm pretty high on Kitesail Cleric. I mean, I don't think it's a bomb or anything, but I think it's a C+. I think your aggro decks will actively want this and take it over most commons.
Definitely. I like that. I like cards that scale with the game because the knock on the 1/1 flyer that we just talked about is when you don't have it on turn one, it really underperforms, but this gives it something to do.
I mean, this is, again, to go wider than just this one card. Cheap creatures that do something when you top deck them on turn 8 are very valuable. And this passes that test.
That's right. Core Blade Master is next. This is 1 and a white for a 1/1 core warrior at uncommon. It's double striker. So it's a 1/1 double strike for 2, and equipped warriors you control have double strike. So Core Blade Master, clearly a nod towards an equipment sub-theme here, where Core Blade Master herself wants to wear equipment and does so very nicely with double strike, and really doesn't do enough if you don't have equipment or some other way to augment the Blade Master. And then, of course, you're going to find yourself with a decent amount of other warriors in this type of deck. And if this thing's just sitting on the battlefield and you have an equipped warrior that's slamming them with double strike, it makes your opponent kind of go, okay, well, do I want to kill the Blade Master and then try to trade off for the equipped creature, or do I need to just kill the equipped creature to stay alive? And it can present some problems for your opponent for sure.
Also, the fact that this has double strike itself naturally goes a long way, because this is effectively a 2-mana 2/1, even if you have nothing to combo with it, which, aggro decks are not going to be, that unhappy about that. And the upside here is pretty high.
Yeah.
So I'm into Core Blade Master. Like, clearly you want to do a little work here. You don't want to just throw this in a deck with 0 equipment and think like, wow, this card's fantastic. But there are good equipment in the set. There's a lot of warriors in the set. This plays nicely with pump spells. So I would give Core Blade Master, I would give it a C+. I think the upside is high enough and the floor is high enough that it's gonna do a decent job for you.
I like C+ for Core Blade Master. A little bit of a build around thrown in there too, just to get some equipment going to really turbo it out, and warriors. Next is Core Celebrant. This is 2 and a white for a 1/4 core cleric at common. Whenever Core Celebrant or another creature enters a battlefield under your control, you gain a life.
This is a core piece of the black-white life gain deck. It's
key common for it. Yeah.
It's a 3-mana 1/4. It immediately gains a life when you play it. So it's already starting work from day one. And the important part here is it's a way that costs 0 mana to reliably gain life.
Yep.
So with this in play, if my opponent has this in play, I'm just so scared of all their life gain payoffs because they're just constantly going to be triggering. And it's a 3-mana 1/4. Like, you could play this with 0 life gain payoffs and still be pretty happy with it as a defensive measure. So I would give Core Celebrant a C+, but honestly, it's a B- if your deck is good at taking advantage of the life gain aspect.
Yeah, I like that grade. C+ for Core Celebrant, and keep an eye out for the life gain. That's your best enabler at common. Next is McKindy Ox. This is 4 and a white for a 4/4 Ox at common. It has landfall, tap target creature an opponent controls. All right. So another decent common for the aggressive deck. 4/4 for 5 is not super exciting, but landfall's pretty easy to do. It doesn't cost you mana and can get creatures out of the way so that you can clear the way for attacks.
The thing about 5-mana cards is that your deck does not have a great need for 5-mana cards in general, especially if you're an aggressive deck. Like, this isn't like your 2-drop slot where you're like, oh man, I really need to fill out my 2-drop slot and make sure I've got enough cards to play on turn 2. It's, oh, I got a good 5-drop, I'll play it. Oh, I didn't? Okay, that's fine. So right. Don't look at this card and think, oh, it's going to fill the 5-drop slot, because that's not really how that tends to work. That being said, this is a good aggressive 5-drop. If you play this and it doesn't die, next turn you're going to have a pretty good attack probably. You're going to get to tap down something and you're going to get to smash them for a decent amount of damage. It's just not a high priority because control decks don't want it and aggro decks don't need to take it early. So I would give it a C-, but it's going to play fine.
Yeah.
If you end up with it in your deck.
That's what I was thinking too. C- for McKindy Ox. Next is McKindy Stampede. Here's another one of these double-faced cards. So this is 3 white for a sorcery at uncommon. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. And again, it is a sorcery, so you have to main phase this and then try to slam in with your team if they're going to be big enough or you can apply enough pressure. But it is a double-faced card, and that means that it's also a land that enters a battlefield tap and taps for white, as Luis described before. Boy, these ones really stand out to me. Both, the types that are the type of card that if you're mana screwed, things aren't going well for you. You never want McKindy Stampede ever, because it's terrible when you're behind literally does nothing. It's a sorcerer. You can't even block and pump with this type of card. So you would often much rather trade it in for a land drop if you felt like you weren't going to be hitting your curve. And this, of course, allows you to do that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact kind of card that has a pretty narrow effect. You would just never put 5 mana sorcery +2/+2 in your deck. Right. But because it's on a land, yeah, this card's going to do the thing you want it to do, and it's going to do it well. So yeah, I'm into McKindy Stampede. It gets a B from me. I think that's on par with where you should take it. It's crazy, right?
Too. It's crazy, but it's totally a B. Like, you're just getting free rolled. I mean, the tapped land is such a small price to pay. And this is the type of card that conditionally is excellent. I mean, it can win you the game, you know?
So another thing to note with cards like McKindy Stampede is there are a bunch of ways at common. Red, green, and white all have a common way to pick up a land. And those are a really strong way to make the best use of this, where you open up a hand that's like a 3-lander with McKindy Stampede. So you play it tap turn 1. And then later in the game, you end up, playing your 2/2 flyer that returns a land and just picking up the McKindy Stampede and having access to it.
Yeah, that's a big thing. It goes back to the green-white uncommon that we talked about too. So combos there too. Next is Mesa Lynx. This is 1 and a white for a 2/1 cat at common. As long as it's not your turn, it gets +0/+2.
Yeah, this card's a little weird. It's a good defensive 2-drop, but it's not a particularly good attacker. It's just a 2-mana 2/1. So I'm not really sure which decks are that happy about it. I guess, I mean, if you're a defensive white deck, which there aren't very many of, it's fine.
Right. It also has no relevant creature types. Like if you would have told me, Luis, hey, common Lynx from the new Zendikar set, it's white, you know, how much damage does it hit for? You know, going back to Step Lynx, one of the, really great aggressive 1-drops that we've had in the game. From original Zendikar, this is a big disappointment. I tell you, those Lynx have really let it go over the years.
Yeah, it's fine, but it's just not exciting.
Yeah, I just imagine Paul Rietzel reading this and being like, "Really, this is what I get now."
Yeah, this is where we're at.
I would say that this card's like a D+. Like, I just can't imagine the deck that's super excited for it either way.
I think it's a C- because if you're playing a deck that needs defenders and it's a fine 2-mana 2/3, and then it can attack as a 2/1 and trade off for things. It's not good, but yeah, I guess you also aren't going to have that much room for non-party creatures. You want most of your creatures to have a relevant type.
It's not a
Yeah, I guess I'm in for D+ on Mesa Lynx. You're just not going to play this card all that often.
Bad cat. Next is Nahiri's Binding. This is a card you will play that often. It's 1 white
yep.
for an enchantment aura. This is common. It enchants a creature or occasionally at least a planeswalker in limited, but a creature, enchanted permanent, can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. This is a riff off of, pacifism going back in the day, but this is an arrest is what we would call this, is it also doesn't let them activate their abilities, meaning that it's, really a hard removal spell for as long as it's on the battlefield. It's going to be premium for white for sure.
Yeah, this is a B. It's just a good, efficient removal spell.
Good removal spell. B for
one thing that actually does make it a little bit worse is that it leaves the creature in play, so it counts towards their party. So
true.
That's something that it's going to be kind of annoying that is going to be how the case, but that is how it's going to end up playing out.
That's a good point. Yeah. In addition to the normal downsides to things like this, like if Binding gets destroyed, the creature's back, or if they bounce their creature, that kind of thing. But still B for Nahiri's Binding. Next is Paired Tactician. This is 2 and a white for a 3/2 human warrior at uncommon. Whenever Paired Tactician and at least one other warrior attack, put a +1/+1 counter on Paired Tactician. That's strong.
Yeah, this card really pays you off for having 2-mana warriors in your deck, because that's the curve. Mm-hmm. And Paired Tactician overall, if you can attack with it as a 4/3, it's just going to be great. So yes. I would give this card a B-. I think that enough warriors end up in white decks that this card will work a lot of the time. By itself, it's pretty dorky, but the upside is there. It's also the kind of card that really pays you off for having combat tricks, because must-block cards like this, your opponent's going to try to kill them. So when they do, having the combat trick kind of blow them out.
Yeah, boy. 2-drop warrior, 3-drop Paired Tactician. turn 4, play a land, just attack with both is like really tough for your opponent because you could have any number of things to interact with that combat. I like Paratactician a lot. It reminds me of what is it called? Battlements? Not battlements.
Makeshift battalion or whatever.
Yeah, the battalion, where that card's harder to set up, but when it gets going, it's like, hey, that's a problem, and this one's a lot easier to get set up. So yeah, I like Paratactician at B-. Where do you think it goes?
Yeah, I like it at B-. That's what I said because I thought that's where it deserved to go.
I didn't hear you say that. My bad. Well, at least we're on the same page.
See, we're a real paratacticians here.
Yeah, we are a couple of warriors. Practice tactics. Something we could also use is white for an instant at common. Choose target attacking or blocking creature. Practice tactics. Really nice, by the way. Thanks a lot, Wizards, for that one. That's easy to say on coverage. Deals damage to that creature equal to twice the number of creatures in your party. So only hits attacking or blocking creatures, and it doubles up. So if you have one, say, warrior on the battlefield, practice tactics does 2 damage.
Yep.
And then it scales really quickly. That's kind of like, to me, there's 3 inflection points here, right? There's 0, 1, and 2. Like
yes.
Those are the things to consider. And if you're doing 4 damage to an attacking or blocking creature at instant speed here, for 1 mana, I mean, that's very powerful. You do 2, you'd probably put that card in your deck, but not be excited. And 0, of course, is unplayable. So there's your range.
This card looks to me like a C. You're going to have enough party payoffs in the set that you don't always have to lean on this one. This is just not one of the higher leverage payoffs. And it's going to be good when it works. And look, if you can spend your turn 5 killing their creature with this and playing a 4-drop, it's going to look awesome.
Yes.
But you do have to balance that against the times where you don't have anything in play and this doesn't do anything. Or the worst case scenario where you're like, practice tactics, you're 4/4 flyer. They're like, okay, into the royal with kicker, you're rogue. And it's like, ugh. So
that's terrible.
If you have enough party cards that this can reliably do 2, often do 4, sometimes do 6, then sure, play it. If it's questionable how often it'll do 4 and sometimes it'll even miss on 2, definitely do not play it.
Right. That's, again, I keep thinking when building these decks, how many non-party creatures can I afford to put in? Because there's going to be a bomb or something that you want to put in there. And that's where we go back to these, Angel Heart Protectors and stuff that are just, they are a cleric or a warrior. And so they'll do something and make these type of cards, not a complete brick. What grade did you give it?
I would give it a C. I think it's just an average playable, and sometimes you'll be happy with it.
I'm going to go C- on practice tactics. It just seems, this is not premium removal under most circumstances. Next is Pressure Point. That's a reprint. 1 and a white for an instant at common. You tap a creature, you draw a card.
Yeah,
seems fine.
This card is always fine. It's kind of like other cantrips where it doesn't really fit in a lot of decks because it's not removal, it's not a creature, and you just have to make some cuts. But I would never be too unhappy about playing the card. I would give it a C-. I actually think you're right on practice tactics. They're both kind of in the C- like filler playable range.
Well, I want to see if you think I'm right on Pressure Point, because I would give it a D. And and the reason I would is because of what you said, which is, look, it reads like a C, right? It's like, hey, there's not a lot of downside here. This card's totally fine, but you got to make cuts. And the cards in the modern era sets are fantastic. And it's not like you're not going to cut a warrior or a cleric from your party deck, or, there's a lot of, you need equipment if you're going to do that warrior deck. Like there's a lot of pressure, on the deck here to get the really good stuff in there. And Pressure Point's not the really good stuff. It's filler. So I have it at D. I think it's going to play like a D, even though it reads like a C.
I slightly disagree that I think it'll play like a C, but you're going to add it to your deck at a D level. It's actually kind of the reverse, in my opinion.
Well, that's the same. I mean, the question is, how often does it make the cut? Not a premium
card. How often? It's more like a D in terms of how often it'll make the cut.
Right.
But you're never going to really look at this card in your hand and be like, why am I playing this garbage? It's always going to be fine.
That's right. And that is similar to other cantrips, as you mentioned. Next is Prowling Felidar. This is 3 and a white for a 2/3 cat beast at common. It's got vigilance, and it has a landfall. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. Nice. It's a little slow at the 4 mana slot where, your first 4 land drops are, well, not guaranteed, but expected. And then you're probably going to hit your next land drop. That happens most games, within a turn or two. But then after that, your 6th land doesn't usually come until turn 8 or 9. And it gets, the gap gets further and further as you go along. Still, even getting this thing up to a 3/4 with vigilance is nice. And if you're building around it in any capacity where you're landfalling on purpose or doing multiple landfalls or repeated landfalls, then this thing could be pretty solid for a common.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think you're gonna ever really feel like, oh man, this deck, what it needs, it's a Prowling Felidar. That's just not gonna end up how things turn out. But it's a fine card to include in basically any deck, whether it's aggressive or controlling.
Yeah, I would give Prowling Felidar a C.
Yeah, I like C for Prowling Felidar. It's basically average.
Yeah. Next is Resolute Strike. This is white for an instant at common. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's a warrior, you may attach an equipment you control to it. And of course, not only does that circumvent the cost to attach the equipment, it also circumvents the timing in that this is an instant. And boy, that could change combat in a massive way or even just kill your opponent.
Yeah, this card has a really high ceiling where
it does.
You play this and all of a sudden it's +4/+3 in first strike or whatever. Like it does a lot. It is a little annoying that if you want to move an equipment onto something, it might mean moving it off something. So you're not necessarily getting like the full bonus. You're just moving it. But white for +2/+2 has been proven to be kind of the D+ level combat trick. Adding the equipment part actually leaves it as D+ to me, but you have to acknowledge that it has an upside without. I don't think it changes things like that much.
No, but your point is true. The floor on this card's not that low. +2/+2 for a single mana wins you basically all combats. Like all single blocks will go your way after that, and that's kind of what you want out of it. And then the other part's nice, but it's a little tricky. It has to be a warrior, and you have to have an equipment, and it has to be where you want the equipment to be. There's kind of a lot that has to happen for it to really become that equipment blowout. But yeah, D+, C- for Resolute Strike. Next is Seagate Banneret. This is white for a 1/2 core warrior. It's common, has activated ability. 4 and a white, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. So here's another 1-drop that is similar to the one that we saw with flying, where this one's a warrior that matters for cost reduction for your party. It also is a 1/2 rather than a 1/1, so equipment, things like that can come into play. But then if you happen to top deck it late, it's got this activated ability of 5 mana to give all your creatures +1/+1, including itself, and that can be a game winner.
Yeah, Seagate Banneret, I would not tend to play this unless you cared about the creature type. I think that most aggro decks, it's just not going to be quite enough. Because the problem is this doesn't have flying. So the base 1 mana 1/2 is going to basically be irrelevant most of the game. You're just not that often going to get to attack with that. The threat of activation on this is nice. You can attack your 2/3 or 2/2 into their 2/3, and they can't do anything about that, right? They can't block it, and then you don't have to use it. But you also have to keep in mind this isn't very efficient at either side, whereas the uncommon that we talked about earlier, the Kitesail Cleric, that card is better on both sides, I think. So
definitely,
Seagate Banneret gets a D from me, though it is going to be an okay card in your like really creature dense deck.
Agreed. And I think that if you need the party to be filled out, or if you have a lot of the cost reduction party stuff, or if you're dedicated warriors, then Seagate Banneret goes up a bit. Next is Sigiri Shelter. This is another double face card. So this one is 1 and a white for an instant, again uncommon. Target creature you control gains protection from the color of your choice until end of turn, but also you can play it as Sigiri Glacier, which is a land that ETB's tapped and produces white. This is the most bare bones stripped down version of this type of effect. Is just give a creature you control protection, and I still am stoked on it. It's just am like,
this card's this card's a B.
Yes.
It really is. You can play it as a land when you need to, and it's just a good spell that'll trade 1-for-1 at almost any point in the game.
That's right.
There's just a lot of opportunities to trade this spell off, and it can, in particular, the way protection works, it can also make something unblockable if you need to. So I would give Sigiri Shelter a B, and I would pick it accordingly.
Same. these cards are really impressive. Do not sleep on these double face cards for the love of all things. Next is Shepherd of Heroes, 4 and a white for a 3/4 flying angel cleric at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life for each creature in your party. And again, she's a cleric, so you're going to get the 2 life there. Boy, that's a nice little common right there. If you're going to spend 5 mana, give me a 3/4 flyer that interacts with both the party deck and also with the life gain deck. That's nice. Solid stats.
Yeah. I think Shepherd of Heroes is a B- because it's going to gain you minimum 2 because of itself, often 4. And that's a lot. It like you said, it interacts with a couple different themes of the set. 5 mana 3/4 gain 4. I mean, that used to be a bomb uncommon. In fact, 5 mana 3/3 gain 3 flyer was actually a bomb uncommon in a bunch of older sets. This is just better on all metrics. Even though cards in general have gotten better, it's still, I think, very, very strong.
Yeah, and then when you throw in the cleric party stuff in the life gain deck, that's where you want to be. So B- for Shepherd of Heroes, really solid common. Next is Skyclave Cleric. This is 1 and a white for a 1/3 core cleric at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. Now here, you're probably going, okay, I'm picking it up. It's a little defensive creature. It's a cleric. It gains life. It goes in the cleric's deck. You might even be able to play it in the party deck. But you're probably wondering, why is this an uncommon? And it's because this is another double face card. This is also Skyclave Basilica, which you can play as a tapped land that makes white mana. And this one is interesting because, the creature's pretty decent, but this is less on that spectrum that we were talking about earlier, right? Sejiri Shelter. If you're going to miss a land drop, you don't care about cards like Sejiri Shelter. Same thing with the Mass Pump Effect, the McKindy Stampede. These are so far on the other ends of the spectrum that it's like you either want the land or you want that thing. This one's actually going to have you choosing because, if you've got 2 lands and a Skyclave Cleric, do you just play it and say, well, it's going to block, it's going to buff my life total a little bit and I'll draw my lands? Or do you play it and, make sure you keep hitting your land drops? Going to depend on a lot of things, but this one is interesting because it just forces you into a choice a little more readily than the others, I think.
Well, the other thing that I mentioned earlier too was when you top deck Sejiri Shelter on turn 7, it's still a good card. Same with McKindy Stampede. When you top deck Skyclave Cleric on turn 7, it's not good. Neither half is good. You don't want a land at that point, and you don't really want a dorky 2 mana 1/3.
Good way to put it. Yeah.
The ones I like best are the ones that lands are good early, spells are good late. This is spell that's okay early, land that's good early. Neither of them is good late.
Exactly. So, they're bunched up on that spectrum rather than being on the far ends of it.
But you know what? Despite that, you know what Skyclave Cleric is good at? It's just strictly better than a plane. Well, not strictly better. It's much better than a plains. If you told me, hey, you could replace a plains with Skyclave Cleric in every deck of limited you play for the rest of your life, but you have to lock it in now, I would say yes.
Absolutely. 100%.
It's a lot better.
It's so much better. The tapped nature of these cards of these lands really only affects certain archetypes like dramatically. And even then, dramatically is not the word I would use, but in a curve out, aggressive deck, you do want to try to minimize tap lands when you can. But what the heck? This is such a huge upside. It just dwarfs it. It's not even close. At any rate, what do you want to give Skyclave Cleric? Because I do think that it does suffer compared to the others where it's not like a B+ anymore.
No. I would give Skyclave Cleric a C+. Okay. I think that it's better than taking an average common, but it's worse than cards that you actively want in your deck. This is a nice kind of like all upside card, but it's not so powerful that I'm really going to feel that I have to prioritize it in order to get good value.
Right. We like to talk about ceilings and floors. And the ceiling on this card isn't that high. That's kind of the bottom line. Floor also not that low. I will say though that this is also very good in the cleric / life gain deck because it does both. So there you go.
Yeah.
B+ for Skyclave Cleric. Next is Smite the Monstrous with really sweet new artwork from Izzy. This is 3 and a white for an instant at common. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Depends on the format. A lot of times these are cards that are fringe playable. You would prefer to leave them in your sideboard and bring them in when you're going to have multiple targets, rather than end up playing against, some little red-white deck or whatever that just runs you over and you have a Smite the Monstrous in your hand the whole time. I assume that this will be similar. We have seen multiple cards that get bigger with landfall or +1/+1 counters and stuff. So maybe it's a little bit more main deckable, but I would start off with this leaning towards the sideboard rather than the main deck. Where are you at on it?
I think Smite the Monstrous is a sideboard C. It's unplayable in the main deck. It's actually very far from playable.
Okay, so
the creatures
leaning.
In this format. Mm-hmm. The creatures in this format are just not big enough to make this good.
Okay,
like on average, this is going to miss way too often.
Okay,
so I'm not high on this card at all. And even at post sideboard, I'm not that excited. It's just fine. A 4-mana removal spell is not something that, like a 4-mana conditional removal spell is not something I'm that excited about. So I would give Smite the Monstrous an overall D. It's like a sideboard C.
Okay. D for Smite the Monstrous. Bring it in when you know there's going to be certain archetypes that it'll be better against. Last red card is Tazim Raptor. This is 2 and a white for a 2/2 bird. It does have flying. It's common. And when it enters the battlefield, this is the one you mentioned before, you may return a land you control to its owner's hand. Boy, 3/3 flyer for 2 mana with no relevant synergies otherwise would be like, okay, sure. That actually holds up.
I know you meant 2/2 flyer for 3, but you said 3/3 flyer for 2. I agree that would be good.
Yes, that would be even slightly better. Yeah, 2/2 flyer for 3. But boy, the combination of just natural landfall synergies and these double face cards really has me looking at Tazim Raptor as something I'm pretty interested in at this point.
So Tazim Raptor is funny because in a deck that has 2+ of the double face lands, this card is fantastic. It's like almost a B- level because what it does is when you have like say 2 Tazim Raptors in your deck, you can just play even one of your very good double face lands on turn 1. And just know that at some point later in the game, you're going to draw your 3-mana 2/2 flyer that ETBs and draws you a card, and specifically a spell. So imagine that you play your Kabira Takedown on turn 1 because you kept a 3-lander. Then on turn 6 or 7, you go Tazim Raptor, pick up my Kabira Takedown. All of a sudden, I've got a spell back in my hand. And at that point, the Raptor's somewhere close to like C+ B- level.
Right.
In a deck with no double face lands, this card's like a C, which it still could be playable, especially in a landfall deck, because it guarantees you hit your land drop on turn 7, even without having drawn enough lands. But it's not that impressive. So the card is a little swingy. I'm at a point where I would take this reasonably early, just because I'm very aggressive on taking the double-faced cards. I just always want to have as many as I can get.
Yeah.
So Tazim Raptor will be good in your deck as a result. But if it's pack 3, for example, and you don't have any double-faced lands, then yeah, this card's nothing special.
Boy, that artwork's really nice too, I have to say. Dan Scott's been killing it forever and just, I guess it just never ends. I like C+ for Tazim Raptor as a good starting point, and there's going to be decks where it performs like a B, like you said. So I think you have to kind of keep an eye out for that. All right, that's white. Things that stand out from white, maybe not quite as aggressive as we've seen in the past, but definitely some aggression here, no doubt about it. Clerics and Wizards, like you mentioned at the beginning, are a big thing. Clerics and Warriors are a big thing for this archetype. And it looks like the black-white life gain deck gets some nods, and the party is kind of the main thing as well.
Yeah, white in general, I think, is going to be aggressive. The black-white deck is, of course, the life gain deck has defensive elements to it, but red-white's definitely aggressive. Black-white, I think, still can attack the life total nicely. There's some good black cards that actually work in the life gain deck but pressure your opponent. And overall, like white's best strategies tend to be more on the aggressive side in this set.
Right. All right, let's move on to blue. First card is called Anti-Cognition. It is 1 and a blue for an instant. It is common, and it says counter target creature or planeswalker spell unless its controller pays 2. If an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, instead counter that spell, then scry 2.
So of note, this doesn't turn into a hard counter in the late game where it can counter anything. It still can only counter creatures or planeswalkers. But once they have 8 cards in their graveyard, it just is a full stop. It just counters them and gives you a scry 2. So it's interesting because the quench aspect of the card, the 2-mana counter unless they pay 2, that falls off pretty quickly. But on turns like 2 through 5, I would expect it to do a pretty good job of countering their plays. Most of the time, people just tap out,
Yeah.
And then the card goes dead for like probably 3 or 4 turns if you're not really doing work to mill them. And then it becomes live again and actually becomes a good counter again. So it's got an interesting like peak, valley, peak in terms of utility, which is nice because the reason that we generally said don't put Quench in your deck is Quench has peak, then it's all value from there on out. This actually does turn back on in the late game and does especially well if you're playing like a blue-black rogues deck that has 2 to 4 ways to get extra cards in their graveyard.
Right.
That said, I think this card's a C-, where if you need a 2-drop, this card does kind of count as a 2-drop where you draw it on turn 2 and it does the thing a 2-drop is supposed to do. It keeps you from getting too far behind on board. And it does eventually turn on the late game. So that's a kind of nice little hedge. But it's also just enough times in the game this will be a blank that I'm not like overjoyed about it.
Yeah, my gut is that it's like a D+. Like you could very easily not run Anti-Cognition in your deck and not really think much about it in many blue decks. But if you do have to run it, you're like, sure, this does do things to the game. So that's kind of where I would come down on it. Beyin Veil is next. It's 1 and a blue for an instant at uncommon. Creatures your opponents control get -2/-0 until end of turn. And, we've seen this type of card printed time and time again, but they threw us a little curveball here. You may have noticed I said uncommon. That's right. This is a double face card. It comes Beyin Coast, which is a land that ETB's tapped and taps for blue. And this is, let's see. So where does this go on the scale? Well, this card has the ability to be not as much of a blowout as people generally give it credit for, right? It's very rare in Magic that people just jam a whole bunch of creatures into your blockers. That is something that Magic, the fundamental rules of Magic tend to discourage because the blocking player has so many more options than the attacking player. But sometimes they jam their 5/5 into your 3 blockers, and you can use this to shrink it down or to counter a combat trick or something. But as we've said before with all of these, it's also just a land, so the downside to putting this in your deck is almost nothing.
Yeah, and even if this trades 1-for-1 in the late game when therefore 4 blocks yours, this still came off of your land. So it's still just a
it feels like
a really
cheating,
good deal.
man. It just feels, how the term you like to use is it feels like you're getting away with something, and it just does, right? Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It's a card, Beyin Veil, you would never put in your deck. We'd give it a D. We'd probably give it an F, actually, pretty close to it. But because you have the mode of playing it as a land, all of a sudden this card I think goes to like a C+.
Me too.
It's similar to Skyclave Cleric, except it's better in the late game. Worst card overall in terms of it's less often going to be useful, but it's still very, very good. So yeah, I'm high on Beyin Veil. I'll give it a C+, and that's just how these lands tend to work,
Same. Next is Bubble Snare. This one's not double face card, so we get to just not bump it up like a full grade. It's blue for an enchantment. It's an aura. It's common. And it says enchant creature. When it enters a battlefield, if it was kicked, tap enchanted creature. Kicker is 2 and a blue for this card. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So blue, enchanted creature, if that creature is already tapped, then it's not untapping and you're good to go. So if it attacked you and then you put this bubble snare on it, you're good to go. If it is untapped, that's okay too. You can still just pay blue and they get one more shot to use it, which isn't really what you want to be doing, but you can. And then if you want to pay 2 blue, you can have it be a claustrophobia or whatever, a thing that taps it down and keeps it that way. That's a good card.
Oh, this card's fantastic.
Yeah.
We always talk about double spell turns. Well, we're here to talk about bubble spell turns, where you get to you get to on turn 5 lock down their 4-drop that attacked you, play your own 4-drop, and all of a sudden you're way far ahead. Plus, the quote unquote fail case on this is you cast a main phase capture sphere, and that's just a totally fine normal card.
Yeah, great.
Also,
card.
it works with kicker stuff. There's a lot of cards that reward you for playing kicker or having kicker cards in your deck. So I'm really high on Bubble Snare. I would give Bubble Snare, I think I'd give it a B-. I think it's just going to be that efficient of a removal. This is the actual blue Swords to Plowshares.
All right, we got there. I was going to ask you. All right, I like B- on Bubble Snare as well. And as you mentioned, we do the Signpost uncommons to try to get an idea for what these archetypes might be doing. And the blue-green one, well, it mentioned kicker, right? So there you go. Next is Cascade Seer. This is 3 and a blue for a 3/3 Merfolk Wizard at common. Again, this is a wizard, so, paying attention for party stuff. When Cascade Seer enters a battlefield, scry X, where X is the number of creatures in your party. So scry 1, as itself, and then maybe scry 2 or 3 occasionally. Sure. Scry 2 is pretty darn significant, especially at this point in the game where you've already got your 4 mana under you. Anything above that's quite strong. Scry 1, I would take that. Cascade Seer would be a C, probably, if it was just ETB Scry 1 every single time. So this card's somewhere between a C and a C plus for me.
Yeah, I have it just at a C. I think that it's just going to be okay. I'm not.
If you scry 4, right?
Yeah, yes, but even then, it's still just like a 3/3 for 4, which I don't think is super impressive.
Agreed.
I think it's a fine card to play, but it's just not something I'm excited about.
Yeah, same. C for Cascade Seer. Next is Chilling Trap, which is blue for an instant at common. Target creature gets -4/-0 until end of turn. If you control a wizard, draw a card.
Yeah,
that's good.
This is a pretty solid payoff for being in the Wizards deck, because if it's just blue for -4/-0 draw a card, I would play a lot of copies of that card.
Me too.
This card's clearly a bunch worse than that, given the fact that you have to have a wizard in play, so sometimes you'll actually miss. But in general, I think this card is really good, and I'm happy when you have probably 6+ wizards. You want this to kind of reliably be on. Yeah. And it's not just being whether it's ever on. You want it to be on often enough that you're able to get into the position where it's actually good.
Mm-hmm. And this type of card can really mess with combat. If you're being attacked and you block, you use it on their creature. Remember, the way Magic works is the attacker has to make the decision first. So if they're attack you with my 4/4, you're block with my 4/4. If they say, I'm going to use my combat trick, well, Chilling Trap could really mess them up. If they don't, you could just say, okay, I'll just Chilling Trap your thing. And, then does my creature just get to eat your creature? Because if that's the case, then dang, you got some good value off of it, basically using it as a removal spell. And heck, if you drew a card off of that for 1 mana, the upside there is very, very significant. Getting a 1-for-1 removal spell effectively while cantripping is extremely good. But again, things are not that simple for Chilling Trap. You need a wizard to make it like that. And these situations have to be kind of manufactured, but you can usually do it. This card seems like it has sort of sneaky upside, and I would definitely be looking for it in the Wizards deck, no doubt about it. What do you want to give Chilling Trap? This is a particularly difficult one to grade.
I think it's just a straight up build around C+, because you won't play it outside the Wizards deck, but when it's supported, it's better than the average common.
Yeah, there you go. Build around C+ for Chilling Trap. Well put. Cleric of Chill Depths is next. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 Merfolk Cleric at common. Whenever it blocks a creature, that creature doesn't untap during his controller's next untap step. So it kind of freezes stuff. Downside here being, of course, that it is only 3 toughness. So there's a lot of creatures that it'll block, but it'll die even if it does freeze them for a turn.
Yeah, I also like that it's a cleric in blue, which it's one of the rare types. So I'm in for Cleric of Chill Depths. I'd like that. If they have 2/2/2s, this really slows them down.
Yes,
I feel like they're not going to get that much damage.
They cannot attack. That's right. Yeah, and it does fill out the party nicely.
Yeah, and when you chump a 5/5, it saves 10 damage. It does all the things you kind of want at once.
It's true.
So I'm pretty high on Cleric of Chill Depths, considering that it's not a very high impact card overall. So I would give it a C. I'm not trying to talk up the card too much, but this is exactly what you want out of your 2-mana 1/3 defender. It has the little cleric thing going on. The not untapping really does kind of add up. So overall, I think the card is quite good.
All right, C for a Cleric of Chill Depths. Next is Concerted Defense. This
has no chill.
This is blue. This is blue for an instant uncommon. Counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 1 plus an additional 1 for each creature in your party.
This card is an F. It is unplayable.
Bad.
The reason is this isn't constructed where this card I think has some pretty good outs to show up. By the time you can make them pay 2 or 3 mana on this, they probably have the mana to pay, and it's non-creature. Just a lot of decks will have no good targets for this. So just don't put Concerted Defense in your deck unless you're your opponent has multiple 6+ cost non-creature cards that are really hard for you to beat. But that seems like a pretty rare scenario. I suppose if I played against someone who had like Shatter Skull Smashing and a bunch of other of those, again, real expensive cards, maybe. But for the most part, this should not be getting close to your deck.
Did you just talk yourself into sideboard D minus?
Well, I might have. The safest grade for this is F, because I believe I will never side this in the format. Yeah. I think that there is a chance if you do 100 drafts that it's correct to side this in maybe 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, there you go. Next is potentially my favorite card, Cunning Geyser Mage. 2 and a blue for a 3/2 human wizard at common, but it's got kicker for 2 and a blue. So this is a lot. It's 6 mana, 4 blue, but if you do kick it, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. Also worth noting here is that this is a little bit of a rules change from some of the cards that we've seen lately, where it can return any other creature rather than one that your opponent controls only.
Yeah, which, you know, we'll come up every now and then.
Is this card going to be good in this format? I always love cards like this. This is my favorite type of card, and I look forward to playing these. But you got a chance to dip your toe in a little bit. Is it any good?
It's fine. It's not.
Fine.
So it's not Mana War. It's definitely not Mistraven. It's closer. So you remember the 4 mana 2/2 ETB bounce? Yeah. That like looked like it was just okay, but ended up being very good.
Yeah.
This is a card that looks like it's just going to be okay, and I think we'll just be okay. Like,
oh man,
you know the whole getting away with things. You're not getting away with something when you pay 6 mana to bounce a creature and get a 3/2 out of the deal.
That is very true.
This is closer to Blight Breath Catoblepus. Where when you paid 6 mana, sometimes it felt pretty good, but it was obviously clunky. This doesn't kill things permanently, but it also has the mode of 3 mana for a 3/2, which is, that's a fine place to be.
So it's like Blight Breath in the sense that you criminally underrated it in the set review and had to apologize to our listener base for letting down the community based on that.
Yeah, of course. I think that Cunning Geyser Mage is closer to a C+ than a C, but it's not going to be one of the cards that you're not going to go, ooh, when you open a Cunning Geyser Mage, unfortunately.
Well, I will, but yeah.
I mean, maybe you will.
I will, but maybe not correctly. All right. So C+ range for Cunning Geyser Mage. That is a lot of mana to dump into a card. It is nice that it's a 3/2 wizard that you can just play if you need party stuff or whatever, but yeah. Next is Deliberate. Hey, a 1-word card. I like that. Not many of those left. 1 and a blue for an instant. This one's common. It says scry 2, then draw a card.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to look at this and think, oh, it's Omen of the Sea, and Omen of the Sea was one of the better commons in Theros. Mm-hmm. I'm not there, and the main reason is this doesn't have anything else going on. Omen of the Sea had a bunch of enchantment type synergies, whether it was, constellation cards or things that let you sacrifice or whatever. There were stuff that you could do with this or with Omen of the Sea. Deliberate has really nothing except for the wizard spell combos. Right. So it's fine. You're not going to be unhappy if you put this card in your deck because it's always a filler card, but it's closer to like a D, kind of like you tend to like the kind of like minor effects at.
Yeah. Preordain instant speed, but it costs 2 mana. Close, but yeah, probably going to be just, you'll put it in every once in a while. I mean, it is a powerful effect. Scry 2 lets you get pretty deep into your library, especially for a limited set. Next is Expedition Diviner. This is 3 and a blue for a 3/2 Merfolk Wizard at common. It has flying. So 4 mana, 3/2 flyer. Nice. As long as you control another wizard, Expedition Diviner has, when this creature dies, draw a card. Nice.
Yeah, a 3/2 flyer for 4 is, in Modern Limited, a little behind the curve, but not by much. You're not unhappy if you put those in your deck. And this is a relevant creature type. And if in a lot of blue decks, this will just die into a card that shoots it up the power rankings quite a bit. I would give Expedition Diviner a C+.
Same. C+ for Expedition Diviner. Just get another wizard on the battlefield and you're good to go. Next is Field Research. 2 and a blue for a sorcery at common. It says kicker. 2 and a blue, draw 2 cards. If this spell was kicked, draw 3 cards instead.
So, can I tell you why I like this card?
Yes, you can.
It's because the floor is divination.
Right. Steep cost for that third card, but hey, getting free rolled on it from a divination's nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with Field Research here. Look, you're not going to be able to just play this willy-nilly. Like, it does have the drawback of it's kind of slow. But what I like about it is the 3-mana version of it helps you hit your land drops, helps you hit your curve. If you don't have a 4-drop, Brett, you can cast this on 3 or whatever. And then the 6-drop version is good to really pull ahead in the late game. So it's kind of a good way to lock up late games while not being completely dead in the earlier mid game.
Yeah, that flexibility sure is nice, and then the kicker payoffs could be a thing as well. I also wouldn't be surprised if you just end up paying the 2 and a blue late game anyway because you need to cast a spell or, for some other reason, like where you don't kick it very often. But what do you want to give it? A C?
I'll give it a C. It's not a card I'm very high on or anything, but I think it is just a good card.
Man, we got a Mana War and a Divination in this set. This is coming around
I know.
nice.
Except neither of us is over the moon about
We're both like C+. Next is Glacial Grasp. It's 2 and a blue for an instant at common. Tap target creature. Its controller mills 2 cards. That creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. But here's the thing. You draw a card too. I like these type of effects. I really prefer the ones that bounce, of course, because they force the player to sink more mana into it. But cantripping things that that basically keep status quo can be very strong. And this one, I don't think it's going to end up being very strong, but I do think it's playable. Like, this can do things.
This has an actual effect on the board. So unlike a lot of the cantrips that, I think that you tend not to be impressed by, this actually does something. So you're totally fine casting this card. I'm in for Glacial Grasp. It also mills them for 2, and that's not irrelevant because what that does is kind of enable some of the blue and black cards in the set. Right. So you're getting a little bit of free value. I actually kind of like how they tacked in little bits of mill or life gain on a lot of different cards in this set. We're going to see more too, where it lets you kind of enable your cool synergy stuff at basically no cost. I don't think Glacial Grasp is something you're ever going to really feel like you missed out on if you pass it, but I would give it a C, and I would tend to play this a lot more often than not. Yeah,
I agree. Interesting that it's kind of the intersection of a bunch of different potential archetypes, right? Like the Wizards deck wants to have these instants being cast and likes the tempo from it. Blue, green, you could see them wanting to get something out of the way to slam in for a bunch. And then the blue, black, I care about you having 8 cards in your graveyard gets affected here from that mill. So nice. Yeah. Glacial Grasp, C. Next. Boy, this is an all-timer, Luis. The Royal's not in my top 8 favorite cards of all time, but it's probably in my top 25. Like this card, wow. I loved it in original Zendikar. I love it in Cube. It's really just a card that sings to me. It's 1 and a blue for an instant at common. It has a kicker of 1 and a blue as well, and it's return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. And if you kicked into the Royal, you draw a card. It's, this is the real deal version of a Glacial Grasp, right? Like this is sort of your bread and butter version of it affects the board, but replaces itself. And then this one even lends a bit more flexibility, but I love Into the Royal. Yeah. Into the Royal is slightly worse than you'd want at 2 mana and very good at 4. Mm-hmm. And guess what? Having the option of both, fantastic. Yeah. This card acts as a removal spell. It's good interaction. It has a lot of versatility. Like there's enchantments that exile your creatures or lock down your creatures. So Into the Roiling your own creatures can be pretty strong. This returns any non-land permanent. So bouncing equipment mid-combat can be devastating. Mm-hmm. And again, it replaces itself. I would give Into the Royal a B-. It's just a really good card. I love Into the Royal too. Yeah. Slightly worse than the unconditional removal spells that cost around 4 mana. But it's in that range, right? Like, let's just give it a B. Like we're going to pick this card at B level. It's really, really good. Pick and play at B level. B for Into the Royal. Next is Jwari Disruption. 1 and a blue, instant, uncommon, counter target spell unless its controller pays 1. But as you may have wondered why this thing's an uncommon, it is a double face card that you can play as a land that ETB's tapped and taps for blue. So this is a really bad censor because the ability to cycle it for a blue is much, much better than being able to play this as a land. Mm-hmm. Again, the floor on all these lands, by the way, is like C+. Right. I think the worst one in the set's probably C+. And this is one of the worst ones in the set. Right. And it's still a C+ because when this is in your opening hand and you have sufficient lands, you can counter your opponent's spell in turn 2 or 3 and you'll feel good about it. When you don't, you play it as a land. Yes, it's among the worst because top decked on turn 8, it's not very good. Mm-hmm. Like neither effect is really what you want. But
I'm still taking Jawari Disruption and playing it in all the decks, like every blue deck. So
yeah,
I would give it a C+.
Is it fair, just like conceptually, to look at these as a tap land and then look at what the spell does rather than the order that we're doing it in? Because if you told me like, here's a land that comes into play tapped, would you like to put this in your deck? I'm like, well, not really. I'd rather just have an island. And you go, well, what if I told you, right? And then you just give me the ability to like have Jawari Disruption in my opening hand, play my first 2 lands just that I already had in my hand, be like, go. And they're like, okay, land, play a 3-drop that's actually pretty darn good. And I can go, yeah, I'll just disrupt that. Thank you very much. And if they play a 2-drop and my disruption doesn't do anything, I'm like, I'll just play it for the turn and continue on or whatever. Now I'm in, right? I mean, it just doesn't take that much when the only cost I'm paying is that my land's entering the battlefield tapped, right? Like,
yeah, the
again,
way
if
to
I
look
at it as a
limited,
land first, you know?
How big of a cost is having some of your lands enter the battlefield tapped? In limited, it's just not that big of a cost. You have a lot of turns where you'll play this on turn 1 if it's in your opener, or you'll play it on turn 4 because you have 2 3-drops and you can play one on turn 3 and play one on turn 4. So the floor is so high as a result that even the ones that are like 2 mana Force Spike or 2 mana 1/3 gain 2, dorky stuff like that, you're still always going to play them. So these cards are good. I would give Jawari Disruption a C+ and be relatively happy playing it.
C+ for Jawari Disruption. Next is Living Tempest. This is 4 and a blue for a 3/3 elemental. It's common. It's got flash and flying.
I actually am not a big fan of Living Tempest.
Yeah.
The stats are just not good enough. So
no, and it's not relevant for anything, right?
No, it's all off-brand, as it were.
Yeah.
You're paying 5 mana for a creature that has flash, so you're like, oh, can this ambush? And yes, sometimes you'll be able to, but a lot of the time it's just going to be too small. And there's a lot of good instant speed removal in the set. So your opponent's going to untap. They're going to attack you before playing something. You're going to go Living Tempest to try to block their 2/2, and they're like, all right, I'll kill it.
Yeah.
So I think it's a D.
Yeah.
If you have to put in your deck, it's obviously fine because a 5 mana 3/3 flyer is still just okay. But given the way limited works these days and the size of creatures and how games go, I just don't think you're going to want to play this most of the time.
Yeah, the jam up at the 5 mana slot's always tough too. It's just, you just can't include that many cards that cost that much, and Living Tempest is going to get outclassed most of the time. So D for Living Tempest. Next is Lol Mage's Domination. This is an uncommon sorcery that costs blue X. It says this spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a creature whose controller has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. You gain control of target creature with converted mana cost X.
I like this card. I actually had a chance to play with this yesterday.
Okay.
And the way I look at this card is the triple blue is a hard cost for sure.
Right.
Because triple blue is not trivial, but assuming that you can generate triple blue in most of the games, like you're playing something 10 to 11 islands, then this is 5 mana to steal a 2-drop. And that doesn't sound good, but stealing is a much, much, much better effect than killing, where they're down a card, you're up a card. So even spending 5 mana for that effect is good. And this scales up. Plus, if you have some mill cards, then all of a sudden this can just cost like 4 mana to steal a 4-drop or something along those lines. The cost reduction is very, very real.
Yeah, 3 is a lot less. Yeah.
The only awkward part is unless you're actively trying to mill them, by the time you get the cost reduction, you probably just have enough lands to cast this. So it's not as good in a normal deck, but it still comes up. And then when you are kind of trying to mill them a little bit because you're in blue and black and you just have some incidental cards that do, this card can be a huge bomb. So I'm pretty impressed with Lol Mage's Domination. It's a unwieldy card. Also, it's great against tokens if they ever make a token, or if they play the Nissa's Zendikar. It's like a 4 mana aura that they put it on a land and the land becomes a 4/4. Lol Mage's dominating that is just obscene.
That's gross because it doesn't say non-land. That's brutal. Particularly blue-green deck wants this. Like we saw that the blue-green card, is a ramp card. Do you expect the mana fixing there to be really helpful for the domination?
Yeah, I think that blue-green's probably going to be able to make use of this the best. There's like uncommons that go and get 2 lands. There's commons that get, that get a land and a lot of ways to fix. So I think it's going to be good there. I would give Low Mage's Domination a C+, just kind of out of respect for the mana. If you're heavy blue, this card's close to a B, just because paying 5 or 6 mana to take a 2 or 3 drop is still a good effect. Control magics are really strong.
They're really strong. Yep. All right. So we'll say C+, but into the B range, depending on how rampy/blue you actually are. Next is Merfolk Falconer. This is 3 blue for a 4/4 flying Merfolk Wizard at uncommon. And whenever you cast a kicked spell, scry 2. Dang, that's got a lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's an air elemental to start with, right? It's a 5 mana 4/4 flyer, and that is good enough even these days.
Yep.
And it's got a little bit of upside, not like an enormous upside. This actually wouldn't really change how I drafted or built my deck, but it's still a bonus. Like it's still something you're happy to end up doing.
And it's a wizard as well, so it adds to your party count. So great.
Yeah, I'm in for Merfolk Falconer.
Like
I think
B.
this is a B minus.
B? I was just going to say B. Is 4/4 flyer still a little worse than it used to be?
Yeah, I think B minus is a little closer to where this is going to end up landing, but not by a lot.
Okay, so B minus for Merfolk Falconer. Next is Merfolk Wind Robber. This is blue for a uncommon Merfolk Rogue. It is a 1/1 with flying. And it says whenever Merfolk Wind Robber deals combat damage to a player, that player mills a card. So puts a card from their graveyard library into their graveyard. And you can sacrifice the Wind Robber to draw a card. Activate this ability only if an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. That's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, so it's a 1/1 flyer for 1 that enables your other cards. Because every time it hits them, it mills them for 1. Mm-hmm. And I think that ends up being pretty good at making your other cards work. And then later in the game, you can just cash this in. You just get to sack it to draw a card. So it mitigates a lot of the risk of playing a 1/1 flyer for 1. I actually like this card. It's an uncommon. One of the little life hacks is, hey, this is uncommon. Is that because they think it's more powerful, you know? Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty high on Merfolk Wind Robber, considering the fact that it looks kind of dorky. I would give it a C+. I actually think it's going to be a good part of the rogue deck. It's a very cheap rogue. It's got evasion. It enables your themes. I like it.
The only time it doesn't fit is in the middle ground, right? Where like you draw it where your opponent has 5 cards in their graveyard, but you can't attack with it because they have a flyer. And you're like, dang, I can't sacrifice it and I can't get it up to 8 cards. But yeah, I actually like it too. C+, B- range, depending on the deck. For Merfolk Wind Robber. Next is Negate. 1 and a blue instant counter target non-creature spell at common. Looks like a sideboard card from here.
As always, yeah. The only time I would ever consider main decking this card is if I was playing sealed. There's some sealed formats where main decking Negates actually works out nicely. I don't even think this is necessarily one of them. It's just something to keep in mind. But yes, never main deck it in draft.
Right. So sideboard card for Negate. Next is Risen Riptide. 2 and a blue for a 0/5 elemental at common. But when you cast a kicked spell, it has base power and toughness of 5/5 instead of 0/5 until end of turn. That's a hard hitter right there. Boy, and it does put up a lot of toughness to get you to that point where you can get to enough mana to start kicking stuff too.
So I think that Riptide or Risen Riptide is actually, I want to call it Riptide Elemental, though I think that's a different card actually.
Yeah.
But I think that it's the kind of card that it performs a lot better than it looks, because it might look like, hey, if you don't have enough kicker cards, then this card is just does nothing. But what it actually does is it defends you until the point where you want to cast a kicker card until you draw a kicker card, and then it starts bashing them for a lot. Like playing this into the Royal is huge. And, with instants like Into the Royal or other kicker cards, your opponent doesn't know that you have one. Sometimes if they have 2 3/3s in play and they attack with both and you block and play a kicker card, like that works out really poorly for them.
Right. This card to me looks build-aroundy for starters.
Oh, yeah.
But pretty decent, actually, like better than it looks at first reading. Like maybe build around C+ or something like that, where like if you're playing a kicker deck, I think I just want these.
Yes, I think that it's a build around B- because if you can get 2 or 3 of these, and frequently you're the only person at the table who cares about them, and 4 or 5 kicker cards, then these cards are really good. And if you get like 6 or 7 kicker cards, which is not impossible, because there's some kicker cards a lot of people won't want.
Right. Totally. And you can just, as long as they replace themselves or do anything, you could be happy. Because, the fact is, if you get a couple of Risen Riptides going, like, your opponent's going to die very quickly. These are 5/5s. Like, they're going to get you.
It doesn't take very, like, if you told me, hey, you're going to draft this card and in any game you cast it, it'll be turned into a 5/5 exactly once. I'd be like, yeah, okay, I'm in. I'm in for a 3-mana 0/5 wall that can hit them for 5 at one point.
Right.
And there's going to be decks where it activates multiple times.
Right. Next is Roost of Drakes. This is blue for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It's got a kicker of 2 and a blue. It says, when Roost of Drakes enters the battlefield, whenever you cast a kicked spell, create a 2/2 blue Drake creature token with flying. And whenever when Roost of Drakes enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, create a 2/2 blue creature, a Drake creature token with flying. Wow.
I love this card.
That's insane.
I don't know that it's going to be as good as like a Drake Haven because kicker cards are expensive. So it's not something you're going to be able to activate like multiple times in a turn.
One?
Yes. But you play this and you can immediately get something out of it, which I think is really, really sweet. I think this is a build around card, but the fact is, for 4 mana, you get a 2/2 flyer, and then it only has to provide one more 2/2 over the course of the game for you to feel like you got a good deal. And there's definitely games where it's going to do better than that.
Yeah, that is incredible. I love build-arounds like this. Funny, is it a build-around? Like, can I just play it as a 4 mana 2/2 flyer with 2 other kicker cards in my whole deck or something? Or
I think that you could play this with 2 to 3 kicker cards in your deck, and it would be okay. But you really want 4 or 5 before you start getting excited about it.
Okay. And how excited do you get about it?
I think it's a build around B. I think if you end up with like 7 kicker cards and this in your deck, it's awesome.
Yeah. Build around B for Roost of Drakes. That's a sweet one. Next is Ruin Crab. This is also just blue mana. It's an 0/3 crab. Shelly, looking good too. Got some new shell action going there. Uncommon. Landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent mills 3 cards. Oh my God, it does. I was going to say this reminded me of what's it called? The O2 crab from back in the day. What was that stupid thing called? I forgot. But whatever. The mill crab from original Zendikar. But yeah, mills 3 cards here. This is great.
So
what was that card called? You got to remind me.
Hedron Crab.
Hedron Crab. Thank you. So
one of the cool things about this is it's a 1-card threat, where you don't have to build a mill deck to make this good. If you just play this card in your blue deck, your opponent is going to have to kill it, or it will eventually mill them out.
And this is just like a strictly better Hedron Crab?
No, it's actually strictly worse.
Oh, because you can't target yourself with it? Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
So it's not strictly
it's an
exactly the right word.
Yeah.
Well, Hedron Crab, I guess Hedron Crab was an 0/2.
Yeah, but I didn't realize the target was only for opponents, though. All right. Well, at any rate,
this is whatever. This is strictly better for limited.
This is better,
close to it.
Yeah.
For constructed, it is worse. Yes.
Yeah. So, but this is interesting because we do have to translate the milling stuff when it comes to limited because remember you start with 40 cards if you're playing correctly. You draw 7 to start. Right. So you're down to 33. By the time the Ruin Crab gets activated on the second turn, your opponent's down to 31 cards, probably, depending on if they're play draw or whatever. This is 10% of that amount that you get per. It adds up really fast. If they draw a card per turn, and if you don't miss a land drop, you're milling them for 4 cards a turn from like a 31 card library. They do actually have to do something about Ruin Crab at some point. Now, the downside, of course, is that if you don't back it up with any other way to mill them and they do kill your Ruin Crab, well, then they're kind of out of the woods and you don't really get to win from that point. Yeah. But it's kind of interesting that your random 1 mana 0/3 is a must deal with at some point.
Yeah, and there are slight disadvantages where if you play against black and you mill them and they cast Blood Beckoning and bring back 2 creatures that they otherwise wouldn't have had access to. Mm-hmm. But in general, what I think is you're going to put Ruin Crab in your like blue deck and you're going to have it plus incidental mill on a couple other cards that adds up to a decent threat, as well as being a 1 mana card that your opponent kind of does have to deal with. Plus it blocks 2/2s. It's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would certainly play it. I do have a feeling that people are going to be tempted to play this more. Like, for example, if I'm playing, let's say, a white-based deck that's looking to attack, maybe not hyper-aggressive, but, a creature-based attack deck, and my opponent plays Ruin Crab, I'm feeling okay about that. Like, I'm going to be able to combat trick through it or just put out bigger creatures. And yeah, they're going to be milling me in the meantime. And I get it. And it feels bad to get milled psychologically for most people, but you make sure you keep your head on straight. It is difficult to mill somebody out. And while Ruin Crab can do a very good job of getting a lot of cards into your graveyard in a hurry, it does need help, I think. I think that most games, it's not going to be able to do it on its own. If you're applying any type of pressure,
But it also just enables your cards that care about your opponent having 8 cards.
For sure.
I would say it's a C, but the average blue-black rogues deck is going to treat this card closer to a C+.
Yeah.
And any sort of aggressive deck is going to treat it closer to like a C- or a D.
Yeah. And one of the things that we have to mention here too is that this card's uncommon, and part of the reason why we're treating it like this is because it's going to be not very often that you get multiples. They print so many, there's 70 something uncommon. So it's hard to get to Ruin Crabs. If you could get multiples, then all of a sudden it becomes, really a game plan for you. But C for Ruin Crab, and it's kind of sweet to have it back. Seafloor Stalker is 2 and a blue for a 2/3 Merfolk Rogue at common. It has an activated ability. 4 and a blue. It gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. And the ability costs 1 less to activate for each creature in your party. And of course, the Stalker is a rogue itself. So it will eliminate or reduce that cost itself, right?
Yeah, so the floor on the cost is 4, and sometimes it'll cost 3. I've been impressed with C4 Stalker. It looks like filler level card, but a filler level card, but it performs like a little better than that, because in the early game, a 3-mana 2/3 does put you on the board. Like, you're not excited about it, but imagine your opening hand, and I was to tell you, well, your option is to miss your, don't play a creature on turn 3 or play a 3-mana 2/3 with no text, but you have to discard a card to get it. Well, of course, you're always going to choose to play the 3-mana 2/3 because it will interact with the cards they play in the early game, and that's fine. In the late game, this can crack in for 3 or 4 unblockable damage pretty easily, and that's a fast clock. So it's like below average but playable in the early game and decent in the late game. That's enough for me. You don't need a whole lot more than that, honestly. So I would give C4 Stalker a C. I don't think it's like a premium card, but I think I'm going to play this card above 80% of the time, when I'm in blue, like the first one.
So bread and butter common for it. So also, just to be clear, so you activate it, it gets +1/+0 and unblock and can't be blocked. You can activate it again to get additional +1/+0s, but that's all you're doing at that point, right?
And, well, then it super can't be blocked.
Okay, good. Noted. Shell Shield is next. It's blue for an instant at common. It has a kicker cost of just 1 mana. Target creature you control gets +0/+3 until end of turn. If this spell was kicked, that creature also gains hexproof until end of turn.
It's kind of funny that this is just a really bad dive down.
Yeah, because it's really bad.
It's dive down, but you have to pay the kicker to get the extra bonus. Mm-hmm. But the cool thing about it is that it just triggers all your cards that care about kicker. So you're going to end up in a spot where you're playing Shell Shield because you have 2 Risen Riptides and you want to make them into 5/5s.
Right, totally. And then you're looking at it going, hey, I get protection and maybe +0/+3. Like, I'll take it, but
well, it trades for a card a lot of the time.
It does.
Against removal. Yeah. There's a lot of good removal. So Spell Shield is a C-, but it's definitely acceptable to play if you have any sort of kicker synergies. That's kind of what pushes it over the top. Plus, it's a good sideboard card. You play against the black-white player who's got 2 deadly alliances and a Journey to Nowhere, and you're all of a sudden like, yeah, I guess I'm in for Spell Shield. Okay. I know it's Shell Shield, but I always want to call it Spell Shield.
Yeah, it is probably more Spell Shield than anything. Interesting to note, too, though, that if you only pay the blue, you're only getting the toughness bump. So if they use like a black removal spell on it, you're probably going to have to lose your creature. Yeah, you don't get to choose like, well, I'll just give it hexproof. Next is Salundi Vision. This is 2 and a blue for an instant and uncommon. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal an instant or sorcery card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. But it is also a double-faced card, so it can become Salundi Isle, which is a land that ETB's tapped and taps for blue. So, yep. there we go. This one is back again on more of the opposite ends of the spectrum type situation where, boy, if you draw this kind of minimal effect card late, hey, this can dig you to your removal spell or towards a real card draw spell or whatever. And you'd rather just take a shot at that than play your seventh or eighth land or whatever. But early in the game, play it as your land and off you go. Another one that just is well positioned on that spectrum and I'm happy about again. I'm really glad these are minimal effect, by the way, like at least the uncommon ones. Yeah.
No, I like this card. I would play this even if I was running a little light on spells in the deck, because by the time that you don't need a land, it's still upside to be able to cast this. Like, let's say even in a deck where I was like 50% to straight up miss, I think this is worth playing unless you have tons of other tap lands. The first tap land is just so low cost.
It really is. Yeah.
I would give it Saloon Division a C+.
Yeah.
Basically the floor for these cards.
Yep, C+ for Saloon Division. Next is Skyclave Plunder. This is 4 and a blue for a sorcery at uncommon. It says, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is 3 plus the number of creatures in your party. Put 3 of those cards into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. All right, so break this down for me. I'm spending 5 mana. I'm looking at 3 to up to 7 cards, and I'm getting 3 of those in my hand. So
correct. Bottom
line is it's 4 and a blue, draw 3. And then I get a little more selection based on my party. And
then if you have things in your party that it could be, you get to scry for maybe 1 or 2 on top of that.
Mm-hmm. But all the cards that you don't pick are going to the bottom.
At the top X.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, we did have the, what was your field research? I think it was called.
Yeah, the 3 mana draw 2 or 6 mana draw 3.
Yeah,
this is generally better. 5 mana draw 3 is a sweet spot, and this is often going to be 5 mana draw the best 3 out of 5 or the best 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
So I'm in for Skyclave Plunder. It's a C+. It's still expensive, so can't just jam tons of expensive cards. And this particular set is actually pretty resistant to flood. There's a lot of anti-flood mechanisms. We've talked at length about how the spell lands do that, the double-faced cards. So that means I'm less in need of cards like Skyclave Plunder, because part of the point of card draw is to stop you from flooding out, and you're already fairly protected against that. So it's not as high of a priority as it would be in a set that has very little card draw.
Yeah, these cards tend to excel in blue-green ramp archetypes where you kind of like can put out a bunch of mana, but then need a real reload, and a card like Skyclave Plunder can really do that for you. So C+ for that. But yeah, you got to be careful about how much, non-board affecting cards you put in, because 5 mana and you're just like, go. I mean, you can die from that a lot. So be careful. Next is Skyclave Squid. This is 1 and a blue for a 3/2 squid. It's common and it's got Defender. It also has Landfall. It can attack this turn as though it didn't have Defender. Nice. That's fine.
Yeah, it's effectively a 2 mana 3/2.
Yeah.
Sure, you're going to lose a game or two where you wish you could attack with this and you're unable to, but that's not really a big factor when I'm looking at the card, really.
And it trades up if it needs to block or whatever. This just looks like a D to me. Like it's a non-relevant creature type. Doesn't seem to have a whole lot of synergy with anything. Just blue 1 a 2 mana 3/2 very often.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sure.
I think it's like a D+.
Yeah. All right. D+ for Skyclave Squid. Next is Sure-Footed Infiltrator. This is 3 and a blue for a 2/3 Merfolk Rogue at uncommon. It says, tap another untapped rogue you control. Sure-Footed Infiltrator can't be blocked this turn. And whenever Sure-Footed Infiltrator deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Interesting one, right? This is a type of card that is pushing you to attack and really pushing you to push any advantage that you can get on the board, because you're tapping a lot of your creatures here to get this thing through for a very big benefit. Drawing a card and getting in for 2 damage is a big game, but it's going to leave you with the shields down as far as blocking goes. So you need to make sure that you can handle that part of it too.
Yeah, I like the Sure-Footed Infiltrator quite a bit.
Same.
By itself, it threatens the opponent. And one of the cool things about this card, so you play this on turn 4. Let's say you have nothing else in play. You play it on turn 4 and your opponent has a 3/3 in play. They're going to be like, well, I can't let you attack me and draw a card, so I'm going to leave my 3/3 back.
Yes.
And then you're like, rogue, tap my rogue, attack, draw a card. And it puts them in a really awkward spot. because they gave up 3 damage, but they kind of had to bet on you not having a rogue or a removal spell in order to get punished for that. And then if they do attack, maybe you don't have to have anything. You attack and draw a card and then just get to play something else.
Yeah.
So it's a very good infiltrator. This card is a good reward for having other rogues, and blue has tons of rogues. Black has tons of rogues. You're going to end up with other rogues in your deck without having to work very hard. So I would give Surefoot Infiltrator a B.
It's a B, right? Yeah, I love this card. Love cards.
You're also
like
not
this.
even paying that big of a cost. If you play this, then tap a rogue and attack and they kill it, you traded 1 card for 1 card and you tapped a rogue.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Super cool. Also, I love the tension that these type of cards brings, because there are going to be times where like you don't have good blocks and you're like, all right, tap a thing, get in with the infiltrator, and hope I draw some removal or bounce or some way to interact with your big attacker. Next is Tazim Royal Mage. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Merfolk Wizard at common. It's got a kicker cost of 4 mana. When Tazim Royal Mage enters a battlefield, if it was kicked, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Hello.
Oh yeah, I'm in for Tazim Royal Mage.
Yeah,
you could play it as a 2-mana 2/1 if you need to, and then for 6 mana, it's just going to draw you a nice spell from your graveyard. I would give it a C+. It's not like a bomb, but it's kind of like G2 Chronicler from Dominaria, which that was a great card. This is going to be kind of on par with that.
Agreed. And of course, there's also easy chains where you can see playing this and then picking up a kicker card from your yard and then getting more kicker triggers or even returning this or whatever. Next is Umara Wizard. This is 4 and a blue for a 4/3 Merfolk Wizard at common. Whenever you cast an instant, sorcery, or wizard spell, Umara Wizard gains flying until end of turn. And now we're getting into the offensive end of the scale here. This is a double-faced card that you can play as Umara Skyfall's a tap land that taps for blue if you'd like. That is absurd.
Yeah, Umara Wizard's a B+, and it's like a solid B+. Like this, it was funny. The Channel Fireball Twitter posted like a pick one, pack one. What would you take? And a bunch of people answered. And Umara Wizard was in the pack, and not a lot of people were saying it. And Cordo Calls, Alex Nikolic was like, Umara Wizard, the double face lands you're just almost unpassable. And I was like, I totally agree with you. That is exactly how I think of these. This is not a bomb in the sense that like, the 5-mana 4/3 that has flying sometimes and the tap land are like, these aren't like, ooh, I first picked a 6-mana 6/6 flyer with great abilities. But look at this. It's a land to make the consistency go up and a really good late game card. Like these are the cards, if they were all on this power level, I agree with you, Marshall, this would be a pretty warped limited environment. The fact is, we like these lands with minor abilities. This is very far from a minor ability.
Yeah, this is like the complete opposite. So yeah, B+ for Umara Wizard. Not going to be passing that one. Next is Windrider Wizard. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/2 human wizard at uncommon with flying. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery or wizard spell, you may draw a card. Dun dun dun. If you do, you discard a card. So you get to loot, but it's also a 2/2 flyer for 3 that is a wizard itself. Yeah, that seems fine.
Yeah, and you get to loot off of basically everything too.
Yes, that's right.
Almost every card in your deck. So yeah, I'm really into Windrider Wizard. I think that this is a card you should certainly prioritize.
B-, C+. What do you like?
I would give Windrider Wizards a B-.
Yeah. Windrider Wizard gets it's hard to say, B+. Next is Zulaport Duelist. This is blue for a 1/1. Here's another one of our 1-mana 1/1s. Let's see if they can make it playable. Blue 1-mana 1/1. This one's common though, and it has flash. I think I care about that, except for it says when Zulaport Duelist enters a battlefield, up to 1 target creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn. Its controller mills 2 cards, and it's a rogue.
Yeah, this
nope. Not quite.
This doesn't quite do it for me. What I would need in order to play Zulaport Duelist is I would need a deck that is very, very, very focused on getting to 8. Because if you have, let's say you have 4 payoffs for getting to 8 cards in your opponent's graveyard, then Zulaport Duelist is fine because it enables that nicely. And sometimes you'll get a little, I hesitate to call it a 2-for-1 because this is a 1/1 left over, which is slightly less than a card, but you'll get like a 1.5-for-1. Imagine your 2/2 attacks into their 2/2 and you go Zulaport Duelist, bam. Mm-hmm. So you killed their 2/2 and have a 1/1 left over, which is technically card advantage.
It is. Yeah. I still just wonder, even if you really needed to mill your opponent, like Boy, this is just such a slight step above a card that said blue, mill your opponent for 2. It is really not doing a whole lot. Now, the rogue thing might matter, right? That is part of the party thing. That's the question to me. Like, if having a rogue on the battlefield matters for the deck enough or for other considerations, then it might just bump it over. But I agree with you. The bottom line is I'm not really interested in this unless I'm looking for cards that mill, right? I mean, that's kind of the main thing on it. So yeah, I would give it a D, though.
It's a D with like outs to being a build around C effectively.
Yeah, being a part of a build around deck. That's right. All right. So D-ish for Zulaport Duelist. That's going to do it for blue. Lots of wizards. You weren't kidding, and a decent amount of rouges there too. Blue looks strong though, and some exciting stuff for us in there. Let's move on to black. Our first black card is Acquisitions Expert. It is 1 and a black for a human rogue. It's uncommon and it's a 1/2. And when it enters a battlefield, target opponent reveals a number of cards from their hand equal to the number of creatures in your party. You choose one of those cards. That player discards that card. Cool. That's a sweet one.
Yeah, this one's good. It fills out your party nicely. It is, again, kind of like the Duelist, a pseudo 2 for 1, 1.5 for 1, whatever. But sometimes in the late game, you'll play this and they'll have to show you their whole hand because they only have 3 cards in their hand and you have a couple creature types in play. Mm-hmm. So I would give Acquisitions Expert a C+. I've gotten to play with it twice now, and the floor of 2 mana 1/2, they discard a card and you end up with a rogue in play is fine. Yeah. So yeah, I'm really not unhappy with this card.
All right, C+ for Acquisitions Expert. Next is Black Bloom Rogue, and this is 2 and a black for a 2/3 human rogue at uncommon. It has Menace. And it gets +3/+0 as long as an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. And if you'd like, you can play it as Black Bloom Bog, which is a land that ETB's tapped and produces black mana. So we got this one a little sooner in the cycle here, but boy, oh boy, a really good creature, 2/3 menace with upside in a relevant creature type. And then it also happens to be a double face card that turns into a land is a joke. I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah, this card is it's a B+. It's just a really, really good card.
Yeah, these ones that like give you legit cards with this land backup are B+. At least. I mean, they're fantastic. Next is Blood Beckoning card you mentioned a minute ago. Black for a sorcery at common. It's got a kicker cost of 3, and it says return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If this spell was kicked, instead return 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand.
I like Blood Beckoning. Man, they're making life really difficult for commentators. Luckily, I've retired. So this card, I found it to be really good, especially because black has some good creatures to get back. Malakir Blood Priest is one of them. That we're going to get to that later, but that's the 2 mana 2/1 that ETB drains them equals the number of creatures in your party. So getting to play this game where you're like, play a good ETB creature, trade off, cast Blood Beckoning, get 2 creatures back that are cheap and effective. It's really good. Plus a 1 mana, the fact that you can cast this out for a 1 mana spell to get back your best creature. And then, if you don't have time, and then when you do have time, spending 4 to get some good card advantage. I like Blood Beckoning. I would give it a C+. I think every black deck that has, a reasonable creature base is going to want 1 and maybe 2.
Yeah, the 1 mana to be able to just get something back and cast it really does change it. And then late game, it's a lot more expensive, but a lot more powerful as well. So CC+ for Blood Beckoning. Next is Blood Price. That's the name of the card. It's just Blood Price. All right. 3 and a black for a sorcery at common. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. You lose 2 life.
So this is kind of like a Dark Bargain-esque card, right?
Mm-hmm. Where you get to source, yeah.
It's a sorcery, but you get to look at 4 instead of 3. Mm-hmm. So I don't think this card is bad because having access to card advantage is good. But I like Blood Beckoning a lot more, and they both kind of compete for the same space, which is kind of slow 4 mana cards that get you card advantage.
Right.
Because there's a better option, it reduces my likelihood of playing Blood Price. I would give it a C-, but look, you need card advantage in decks that are trying to go to the long game. So blood price is fine if you need to play it.
How do you compare this to like divination? Because it basically says draw 2 spells, lose 2 life, but it costs an extra mana.
I think that this card is probably better than divination in a lot of decks. One thing that it doesn't do that divination does is a 3-land hand with divination is going to hit its 4th land drop. This doesn't really help you with that because you're already on 4 by the time you're casting it.
Yeah. This just seemed like a very good but clunky, much later game spell. Next is Blood Chief's Thirst. This is black for a sorcery at uncommon. It's got kicker cost of 2 and a black. Destroy target creature or planeswalker with converted mana cost 2 or less. If this spell was kicked, instead destroy target creature or planeswalker. So there you go. Unconditional 4 mana removal at uncommon, but it is sorcery. But boy, it just kills anything. I mean, obviously I'm in for that, right?
And you can also just play it for 1 mana if you need to play it in the early turns of the game.
Kill something small. Yeah.
Blood Chief's Thirst, I think it actually might be an A-. And my reasoning is that it can be really efficient at 1 mana when you're playing a matchup where there's lots of 2-drops where you get to double spell in the same turn. And then for 4 mana, it just kills anything. So it's B plus A-. I think the flexibility bumps it up a little past the other cards, like the next one we're going to get to, Deadly Alliance. Either way, you're going to be very happy with the card. Yeah,
that's excellent removal spell. Flexible, powerful, unconditional. I like B plus at least. It's probably an A-, like you said. So we'll go A- for Blood Chief's Thirst. Next is Deadly Alliance. This is 4 and a black for an instant. It's common. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party, and it says destroy target creature or planeswalker.
I seriously had to read this card multiple times and thinking like, am I missing the uncommon symbol somewhere? Like, what's going on here?
Seriously, you get this for 3 or something? 2 or 3 minutes?
It's a 3 to 4 cost instant speed unconditional removal spell.
Wow, that's incredible.
This is in competition for the best common, though. I think the Royal Eruption, the 2 mana deal 3 / 7 mana deal 5 might be better, but. Yeah, I think that one's better, but this is maybe the second best common, and you're just never going to have too many of these. In a party deck, when you start casting this for 2 or 3 mana, it just feels obscene.
Yeah, that's gross. Yeah.
I would give this a B+, but these unconditional removal spells are something else.
Yeah, I also like this push. You notice the last 2 also put or Planeswalker on there, and while that does come up very infrequently for us limited players,
it's nice to have.
I like that. Yeah, because it means that a Planeswalker usually gets value the turn it comes into play. If I have to use one of my premium removal spells to kill it, and you also got a card off of it, I'm already way behind. As it stands now, it just feels like you can never beat the things, if they have any type of board or anything going on.
Yeah.
Next card is Demon's Disciple. This is 2 and a black for a creature human cleric. And it's uncommon. It's a 3/1. When Demon's Disciple enters a battlefield, each player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker.
So the kind of normal spiel we give when it comes to edict effects, which is what we use to describe your opponent having to sacrifice a creature, is that making them sack their worst creature in limited tends to not be very good. Mm-hmm. And this card is not an exception. I think that this card is not a card you're going to want to play because you're going to play this for 3. They're going to sack their worst creature, which is probably some like 2-drop. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to either sack this, so you paid 3 mana to make them kill their worst creature, or you sack something weaker than this, but it's not like this is a 4/4. You upgraded your 1/1 or a 2/2 into a 3/1. You didn't get away with anything, Yeah,
that's really rough. Yeah.
So I'm not very interested in Demon's Disciple. I think it's a legit sideboard card against someone who does not have a lot of cheap creatures. Like you play against the 9-creature blue-red deck that's trying to get there with its Manta Rider, wizards, the 3 mana 1/3s, and you can play this to punish them for being creature light. But imagine you play against like black-white. They just have all these different random 2-drops in your deck, and this card doesn't do anything. So yeah. I would give this honestly a sideboard C. I think it's unplayable in the main deck.
Okay, sideboard C for Disciple. Reasons to bring it in. Your opponent's playing a creature light deck that you can punish. Your opponent's playing a lot of pacifism style effects to lock down your creatures. There you go. Blue white probably, is a decent bring in against them. Next is Drawn as Silencer. This is actually our preview card. It's 5 and a black for a 3/2 vampire rogue. It's common, and when it enters a battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -X until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures in your party. So, you
this is our preview card?
This was our preview card. Yeah. It's not great, to me, you know, like reading it and, you know, kind of watching you play a little bit yesterday and stuff. You know, giving something -1, -1 or -2 is okay, but we are paying 6 mana for a 3/2 here. Like we're not getting off for free. And, you know, sometimes it's just -1, -1. That's not amazing. And the ceiling isn't that high. I mean, if I get to give something -3, -3, that's definitely worth my mana. Don't get me wrong. And of course, -4, -4 as well. But also, it's not amazing. What is your take on this after having played the format a little bit?
I think this is the second best black common.
Okay, so it's actually really good?
No, that was a complete fabrication.
Okay, this card. Dude. Man, you got me. I'm like, really? Like, how did that happen?
No, you're totally right. This is a card that the floor on this is really low. 6 mana for a 3/2 that gives -1, -1. And even if it was always -2, -2, that's just not that impressive to where I'm like all over this card.
Yeah.
I think this card's a D. I think in a really heavy party deck where you can go somewhere between -2, -2 and -3, -3, then it's playable, but it's just still not a high priority. I just don't think the card is very good.
It's tough when you take the really high ceiling off of it like they had on the Catoblepus. Yeah, where sometimes it would be -8, -8 if you were mono black or, you know.
Well, and it takes it moves the floor down too, where the floor on the Catoblepus was -2, -2 pretty much. So
it was, yeah. All right, so D for Drawn a Silencer. Next is Dreadworm. This is 4 and a black for a 5/4 worm horror. It's common. It has landfall. It gets indestructible until end of turn.
This is
interesting.
Basically the same thing as like the McKindy Ox, the 5 mana 4/4 that landfall taps a creature.
Yeah.
It's a fine high end for aggressive decks, but it's just never going to be a priority because you just don't need to ensure you have enough 5 drops. Also, there's just tons of good removal in this set, which makes me a lot less willing to play 5 mana creatures that just die to their deadly alliances or what have you, Nahiri's Bindings. So
right. Yeah.
I'm not very high on Dreadworm. It's a D plus maybe.
Yeah, D plus. And we also have to keep mentioning this, but you know, any of these cards that you decide to put in your deck that don't contribute to the tribe-based mechanics do take a hit as well, and this one doesn't. So next is Expedition Skulker. This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 vampire rogue. It's common. It says it has death touch as long as you control another rogue. Sure.
I like Expedition Skulker. I think that it works very nicely in blue black and white black. White black when they're trying to care about party stuff in general, and because they like having like cheap party creatures that can then trade off, and then blue black especially because there's just going to be a lot of rogues. A 2 mana 2/2 death toucher is pretty strong.
Yeah, and you can just get multiples of these and they give each other death touch. Sure. C for Expedition Skulker.
Yeah, it's a C, but it's a perfectly fine card.
Yeah. Feed the Swarm is next. It's 1 and a black for a sorcery at common. It says destroy target creature or enchantment an opponent controls. You lose life equal to that permanent's converted mana cost. Ooh.
So I like Feed the Swarm quite a bit. The first one's a lot better than the second, and it's really hard to get to play 3 in your deck because the cost adds up. But what's really cool about this card is that you've got a couple ways to kind of get around the drawback. Because if you do, a 2 mana removal spell is fantastic.
Yeah.
So the easiest way to make this card good in your deck is honestly just to be an aggressive deck. Mm-hmm. If you're in a really aggressive black-red deck, then who cares if you play 2 of these and take 8 damage? Right. Your opponent's the one on the back foot, especially since you played a 2 mana removal spell, probably killing a 4-drop. Mm-hmm. So you're going to be ahead in that way. And then when you play against, another aggro deck, it kind of gets worse, but at least you can kill cheap creatures with it without feeling too much. Yeah. Another way is to just be in the life gain deck. Yeah. If you're a black-white life gain and you're just gaining tons of life, this is a good way to kind of convert that life into something useful.
Right. Yeah. First Feed the Swarm seems like it would be very strong. And then, as you mentioned, they do go down in value a little bit after that.
Yeah, they go down in value, but like I said, there's a couple ways to kind of get around that. And overall, the first one is good enough that I don't mind taking this card early. Just know that once you already have one, the subsequent ones go down in value. I would give it a C plus though.
C plus, good. Yeah, C plus for Feed the Swarm. Next is Ghastly Gloom Hunter. This is 1 and a black for a 1/1 zombie bat at common. It has flying and lifelink and kicker of 3 and a black. And if you do kick it, it enters a battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. So it ends up being 6 mana for a 3/3 flying lifelink, or you can just play it small as a 2 mana 1/1 flying lifelink.
I really like Ghastly Gloomhunter. It's a 2 mana 1/1 like life gain enabler for the black-white decks when you care about that. Mm-hmm. And a 6 mana 3/3 flying lifelink is a good deal. Because a 3/3 flying lifelink, that's a 6-point life swing every turn.
Yeah.
Like it really does get the job done. So you're going to be pretty happy with this card in your deck. The fact that you can cast it for 2 mana when you need to is awesome. It also has +1/+1 counters. There's, like the black-green theme is +1/+1 counters. So it works with all those cards. So I'm in for the Gloomhunter. It gets better in the life gain decks, but I think this is a playable in basically any deck. It's good with equipment. It's an overall very strong card.
Yeah, this card seems really good. I like C+. You don't have it in the B range, do you?
No, I like C+ on that.
Yeah, solid common for Ghastly Gloomhunter. Next is Ghoul-Draz Mucklord. This is 2 and a black for a 2/3.
He's a real Mucklord, I'll tell you that much.
Crocodile.
About to go out there and muck
this guy was in your Among Us game last night, I think. Yeah. It's a crocodile for common. When Ghoul-Draz Mucklord dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, and it's a 2/3. So 3 mana 2/3 that dies into a +1/+1 counter is common and has no relevant text otherwise. It's a crocodile. Sure.
Yeah. Sure is exactly how I would describe it.
Green black, as you mentioned, cares about these counters a little bit, so something.
Yeah. It's not impressive, but it's a card you'll play if you need another creature. It's I think a D+. You're not going to be excited to put this card in your deck.
Yeah, I'm just going to give it a D. Just sometimes it's in. Yeah. Next is Hagra Constrictor. This is 2 and a black for a 0/0 snake at common, but it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has menace. So you're getting a 2/2 for 3 with menace. Mm-hmm. That can grant your other creatures menace.
Yeah, it's a card that doesn't really justify itself. 3 mana 2/2 menace is not good enough.
No.
But if it's reliably granting a bunch of other creatures menace, then it can kind of do the thing.
Yeah, if the counters matter, right? Like if either you're doing a bunch of them or having them, like we saw the uncommon. The green-black uncommon, gets to come back if you cast a Hagra Constrictor, etc.
And so this is a build around C. You're not going to put this in a random deck, without any other synergies. And in the +1/+1 counter deck, this is good enough. Yeah. It might even be a C+. There's some decks that I think are going to be legit very happy to have this card in their deck.
Yeah.
But the cool thing about that, if you're that deck, you can pretty much bet on no one else being that deck. Yeah. So you don't need to 4th pick a Hagra Constrictor when you can 11th pick one.
That's right. And you will be getting them later, which is why it's down in the D range for normal. But yeah, build around CC plus in the +1/+1 counter deck. Next is Highborn Vampire. This is 3 and a black for a 4/3 vampire warrior at common. So the only relevant text here is warrior, right?
Yeah. This is I think just clearly another D.
Yeah.
You'll play this if you need the stats or the warrior or both, but you're never going to be happy about it.
I mean, this is kind of what we talk about when we say that the overall card quality is so good now. A Highborn Vampire is like a fine Magic card. It's just like not where you want to be in sets like this. Lithoform Blight, 1 and a black for an enchantment. Aura, it's uncommon, and enchants a land. And when Lithoform Blight enters the battlefield, draw a card. Okay, so it replaces itself. I like that. And it's enchanting a land, so that's going to happen basically every time. Enchanted land loses all types and abilities and has tap, add colorless, and tap, pay 1 life, add 1 mana of any color. What the heck? In a black? It's a weird card.
And so one thing to note with this card, by the way, is the land, if you put this on a mountain, your mountain no longer taps for red.
Oh.
It only taps for either colorless or any color, but you lose a life.
Okay, interesting. So you can put it on theirs?
So this is technically a 5-color fixer or 3+ color enabler.
Yeah.
But the raid is just not that good. I'm not very interested in playing this card, and I would definitely not play it in a 2-color deck.
No,
so
same.
Yeah,
it looks like a D. I don't really know what's going on with it.
Looks like an F to me. So I
don't know what's going on in the picture. It looks. I cannot exactly tell what's going on there, but
that tree looks thick. Is all I know.
Looks like he had a rough night too. Oh man. Let's just move on to Malakir Blood Priest. This is 1 and a black for a 2/1 vampire cleric at common. When Malakir Blood Priest enters the battlefield, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of creatures in your party.
So this is the common gray merchant, Mm-hmm. I actually really like this card. It's by itself, it drains for 1. It's easy to make it drain for 2. And whenever you're draining for 3 or more, it feels really, really good.
Yeah.
Plus Blood Beckoning to bring it back is pretty strong. It's just, it only costs 2 mana.
Right.
I think that the Blood Priest is quite strong. I would give Blood Priest, I'd probably give it a C+. I kind of want to give it a B-. And no, I'm going to give it a B-. I think you're going to prioritize this card. I just think it does enough of what you want. It's a cleric. It gains life for the life gain decks. It's a potent threat in the party decks. It's good with raised deads. Yeah, it just does enough different good things that I'm happy playing this card.
Okay, I'm still going to stick on the C+ range for it, but this thing does a lot of different stuff. That's pretty good. Malakir Rebirth. This is the black instant at uncommon. Choose target creature. You lose 2 life. Until end of turn, that creature gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Now, all of this are things that we've seen before, except for the you lose 2 life. That part's a little weird. But here's why. It's a double-faced card. So you can play it as Malakir Mire, which is a land that ETBs tapped and taps for black. So, yeah.
I find it funny that this card was apparently strong enough that they needed to add you lose 2 life.
The 2 life just jumps off of the screen to me, doesn't it? It's like, huh.
So I like all the other cards in this vein, I think this card is good because late game it actually has a pretty good effect, especially since you've got cards like Malakir Blood Priest where you're like, bam, block Malakir Rebirth. It immediately comes back and triggers the ETB.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty impressed with Malakir Rebirth. I would give it a C+. I don't think it's quite B- level, but it is good.
Okay. C+ for Malakir Rebirth. Next is Marauding Blight Priest. This is 2 and a black for a creature vampire cleric. It's a 3/2 at common, and it says whenever you gain life, each opponent loses a life. That's pretty good. Now, worth noting, right, that it's for each instance of life gain, they lose 1. It's not equal, but still. This seems to happen a lot, right? Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about the cleric's white-black life gain deck with your Malakir Blood Priest doing stuff with, creatures entering the battlefield, triggering thing. Hey, you lose 1, you lose 1, you lose 1, you lose, it really does add up. And interestingly, this card is a 3/2 for 3, which I would not guess its stats of being a 3/2 if you told me the rest of it first. If it even connects a couple of times, it increases that clock a lot.
Yeah. And just imagine, you play this and the Celebrant, the 3 mana 1/4. Now, all of a sudden, every time you play a creature, your opponent loses a life.
Yeah.
Like, that's really strong.
Yeah, it's really strong. And you could easily see this adding up to quite a steep tax that eventually makes it so that your opponents die. They lose. So, yeah, I like Marauding Blood Priest to fit right into these type of decks, especially at common. It looks like a C+ to me. I'm not jumping out of my chair here, but I can definitely see a home for it.
Yeah, I think it's a C. I think that you're going to play it in your life gain decks. You're going to play it if you really need a cleric in some other deck, and it's going to perform well. All
right, C for Marauding Blood Priest. Next is Mind Carver. This is black for an equipment at uncommon. It says when Mind Carver enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. So as you mentioned, it automatically does this. Equipped creature gets +1/+0. It gets +3/+1 instead, as long as opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. And the equip cost is actually pretty reasonable. It's 2 and a black for this card. So interesting because look, +1/+0, not quite enough in most formats, right? So we wouldn't be doing that. But if you are doing the mill thing, which this, by the way, does not help you do in any way, but then you're getting +3/+1, which is like, that is exactly what you want out of an equipment.
If you can reliably get to 8 cards, this card's fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's especially good because the decks that can do that have a lot of like 1/1 flyers or, 2/3 menaces. And this works really well on those. And if you can't get to 8 cards reliably, like you don't have actual ways to speed that up, this card's unplayable. So I would give it a build around B because it's one of the good payoffs for doing that. But it's also not a card I'm going to go out of my way to pick up unless I'm already there.
Yeah, it makes me really curious about how many ways you can get somebody to 8 while also attacking them. It goes back to the uncommon that we talked about. Because if you start including cards in your deck that only do mill, you're in a very awkward place, right? You're like, I'm going to spend an entire card just to mill you so that my attackers are better. It's like, huh? Like that doesn't really add up. You want them to be in line with each other. Mind Carver, build around B-B, something like that. Next is Mind Drain. This is 2 and a black for a sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards, mills a card, loses a life. You gain 1 life.
See, this is the exact card I was thinking about when I like that they put the little like gain life and the mill one. And all of a sudden this is a mind rot, which in some formats is playable, in some formats is bad. It's always hovering in the like D+ to C range. Mm-hmm. But all of a sudden the life gain deck cares about it because it just procs all their stuff. The 8 cards deck cares, like the mill 8, because this puts 3 cards into their graveyard. And, that is going to push it over the line where I think this card is probably like a C-, but the decks that care about the kind of extra effects here are going to treat it like a normal playable.
That's really cool. That is great design to just tack on all that little stuff and turn what would be kind of a boring common into something that might actually see more play than that. Next is Nimana Skitter Sneak. That is a scary looking whatever it is. Oh, the Skitter Sneak's the guy? Okay, whatever. 3 and a black for a human rogue at common. It's a 3/4. As long as an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, it gets +1/+0 and has menace. So you can get a 4/4 menace for 4 if you can get that. So again, it's weird because once you get to 8 cards, you're just slamming, right? Like if you have a Mind Carver, if you have the uncommon that we talked about, if you have a Skitter Sneak, all of a sudden they're dead in like 2 or 3 attacks, right? I mean, your creatures are like way better. A 4/4 menace versus a 3/4 nothing is like a huge difference.
Yeah. I think this card there's a lot of cards that are like this where they're okay. And then when you do the thing, they go slightly better than okay. There are cards that jump from D+ C- to C+. A 4-mana 4/4 menace would be a great card. Mm-hmm. But I don't think you're going to like run short on them. So I just don't prioritize them. I just don't see myself taking this card early. I will play it in decks that can enable it, and that's great. But I'm not gonna take this card too far ahead of schedule, which makes it like a D for me.
Yeah,
I just don't think you're gonna run short on ways to get paid off for milling your opponent a bunch. I think you want to make sure that the next card we talk about is a perfect example of the kind of card that will make the rest of your deck better, and you should take those cards early and then take cards like Nimana Skitter Sneak late. So I would give the Skitter Sneak a D. Don't play this unless you really need a 3/4 for 4, which you really never do.
No, it is a rogue, so it does give you that. That's the one kind of saving grace. Next is Nimana Skydancer. It's 2 and a black for a human rogue. It's a 2/1 common. It's got flash and flying, and when it enters the battlefield, target opponent mills 2 cards. Jeez,
see,
it does it all.
Like this one I like because it's a 3-mana 2/1 flash flyer, which means it can't exactly ambush, but it can trade off for things pretty nicely. And then it mills 2. So this is a kind of free way to get some milling action into your deck. And when you have, let's say you have 2 Nimana Skydancers and one of the 1/1 flyers that when it hits them mills 1 and a Mind Drain, all of a sudden you're thinking, this deck does a pretty good job about milling about 3 to 4 extra cards in a game, and therefore I can put cards like Nimana Skitter Sneak in my deck and expect them to be on some of the time.
This seems to me like probably, I mean, A, it reads like an uncommon a little bit. It's got a lot going on. B, this, I bet you, is the linchpin for the deck, right? Because it's a common that does everything you want in the way you want to. Where, like, I think people will be putting a lot of, like, ruin crabs in this deck, being like, well, I'm going to mill you and get my bonuses. And that might be okay to do. Not even sure if it's incorrect, but it's certainly not congruent, right? It certainly doesn't fit the game plan of playing a 0/3, blue creature or whatever, just to mill your opponent for a couple of landfalls, even if it does like immediately turbo out all your other stuff. You'd need the rest of your deck to be made up of things like Mind Carver and Skitter Sneak to make that worth it. Skydancer lets you do it all. It lets you attack in the air, still pecking in for damage. It's still a rogue, so it's going to meet that requirement as well. And it's getting incidental mill while doing so. Really sweet. That's a great design. I like that one a lot. What grade do you give the Skydancer? Because, it looks like a C to me, C plus or whatever on the surface as a 2/1 flash flyer for 3. But in that deck, build around style, it looks to me to be a B minus. Like, I think that this is the type of card that is exactly what you want as many as you can get of in that type of archetype.
Yeah, I think it's probably about a C plus, but it's going to be a high priority. Like, I think like Gloom Dancer the Bat, right, is close to like a C plus as well. But I think Sky Dancer is going to be a card some decks need, whereas the Bat is just a kind of good value card.
The Gloom Hunter?
Yeah, Gloom Hunter rather. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. So C plus though for Namana Skydancer and really important for that blue-black deck. Next is Oblivion's Hunger. 1 and a black for an instant at common. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Draw a card if that creature has a +1/+1 counter on it. And it's kind of funny because I think that this would be one where I wouldn't be surprised if you said, and you could play it as a land for, if it was double face card, but it's not. Oblivion's Hunger is just exactly what it is. Seems pretty bad to me. Maybe it's okay if you put one into your green-black deck, but I'm not really interested in Oblivion's Hunger, generally speaking.
Yeah, this is a really passable, like a card that I'll pass on basically always. I think it's probably an F.
It's probably
if you're very confident you're going to have a +1/+1 counter out at all times, then maybe it goes up a little bit, but it's really just not that much better than that.
Right. So F-ish for Oblivion's Hunger. Next, I'm going to try this backwards, Luis. Palaka Caverns. It's a land that enters the battlefield, taps and taps for black, but it's also 2 and a black for a sorcery, Palaka Predation. It's an uncommon. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a card from it with converted mana cost 3 or greater, and that player discards that card. Awesome. Another sweet design.
It runs the risk of being dead sometimes because you're going to cast this card and it's going to be kind of awkward. But for the most part, this card is just going to be a good value land where if you have enough lands, you can cast it and whatnot. I like this a little less than most. I think this is one of the like minimum grade ones, but that's still a C plus.
C plus for Palaka Predation. I just like the design. Next is Scion of the Swarm. This is 3 black for a vampire cleric at uncommon. It's a 3/3 flyer. And whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on it.
This is a build around B because you will not play this card outside of a dedicated life gain deck, but in a dedicated life gain deck, it can be really strong. Yeah.
So there you go. Build around B. Okay. Shadow Stinger is next. This is 2 and a black for a 1/4 vampire rogue at uncommon. Tap another untapped rogue you control to give it death touch, to give this death touch until end of turn. Whenever Shadow Stinger deals combat damage to a player, that player mills 3 cards. That is a sweet, that is a cool card. Yeah. So this thing hits kind of the kind of checks different boxes, right? It's a 1/4. And if you have any other rogue, like it's basically going to brick wall most attacks on the ground. But when it starts getting turned sideways, it's also a very difficult creature to block without trading off something, significantly more expensive for it. And it's milling 3, not 2. Like that's probably like 2 shots and you're good. 1 shot, you might also be good to getting to those 8 cards that all these rogues want. That's excellent.
Yeah, it's just a really good defensive card that also can play some good offense.
Yeah.
I would give Shadow Stinger a B minus. I think that you're going to be pretty happy with this in any of the rogue based decks.
Yeah, I was just going to say B. Yeah, just B for Shadow Stinger just seems good. Next is Skyclave Shadow Cat. This is 3 and a black for a 3/3 cat horror. It is an uncommon. It has an activated ability, 1 and a black, and sacrifice another creature. You get a +1/+1 counter on it. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, you draw a card.
So the joke here is that it eats other creatures that have counters and draws you a card and replaces it. And then when this dies, if it had a counter on it, you draw a card. So like if you sacked one creature and made this into a 4/4 and then traded for their 4/4, you'd actually draw a card off that too. I like this card. I think it's a 4-mana 3/3 baseline, which isn't that bad. So overall, I think you're going to be pretty happy with this. You want to either be heavily creature based or have some good +1/+1 counter synergies in order to really make use of this, but the baseline is still pretty high. I would give it a C. I don't think this card is like outrageous or anything, but it's a fine card.
Boy, yeah, in that green-black deck with a bunch of counters running around, it does feel like it could become a bit of an engine, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just drawing cards before they die to get a card, and then, or sacking creatures before they die to draw a card, and then you get one when this thing finally gets killed too. Seems pretty good.
The only thing is, like, it's kind of hard, like, with cards like this, you generally want to sack your really bad creatures. Creatures that have +1/+1 counters on them tend not to be that bad.
Yeah, they're by definition not bad. Good point. Yeah.
Right. It does pay you off, though.
Okay. So I actually like C+ for Skyclave Shadow Cat.
I'm in for C+ on that. You're right.
Subtle Strike, 1 and a black for an instant common. Choose one or both. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn, or put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. These type of cards really mess with combat in like a major way.
I've been impressed with Subtle Strike.
Yeah.
There's the +1/+1 counter theme. So, like one of the commons, for example, is the 3-mana 2/3 flying gargoyle, and it has defender unless it has a +1/+1 counter. Like a combo there is you Subtle Strike to kill their 2/1, make your gargoyle a 3/4, now it can start attacking. You use that with the Shadow Cat to put a counter on your creature before you sack it, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm impressed with Subtle Strike. I think you will tend to play it you almost always play it in black-green and often play it in any deck that has any sort of counter synergies at all. Yeah,
agreed. This looks like a C, right? Like I'm still not jumping out of my chair, but I would play this card and not feel bad about it. Any combat, it just ruins for your opponent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I agree with that.
So C for Subtle Strike. Next is Thwart the Grave. This is 4 black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says this spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party. Return target creature card and up to 1 target cleric, rogue, warrior, or wizard creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Hello.
I like this card. It's a double raise dead because basically, as long as you have one of the 4 types in your graveyard, then you're getting to cast this and bring 2 creatures back.
Right.
As long as you have anything else. So you could have a bat and then one of any of those 4. And of course, it works fine if you have multiples of them. And sometimes it's going to cost like 4 mana.
Yeah.
This is a sweet card. And this is part of why I really like the Malakir Blood Priest or any creature with good ETBs like that. It works so nicely with cards like this. So totally. I would give Thwart the Grave a B. I think it's a really good card.
I do too. Even at 6 mana, I was like, okay. And if it's going to cost me 4 or 5, I'm in. So yeah, I like B for Thwart the Grave. Very powerful. Next is Vanquish the Weak. This is 2 and a black for an instant at common. It says destroy target creature with power 3 or less.
Yeah. This is a fine card. We got to play with this in Ixalan, and it did the thing it was supposed to do, which was it kills your opponent's stuff. And for 3 mana, you're not usually getting a huge mana advantage, but sometimes you'll kill a 3 or 4 drop, and you'll be totally fine with that. It pales in comparison to the other good removal, which does actually matter. Metagaming matters, right? The fact that black has 2 other good common removal spells means that this is a C instead of a C+.
That's right. And one thing to keep in mind, too, is be much more willing to fire this off on your main phase. It is an instant, but if you need a creature dead, get it out of there before they have a chance to augment its power above 3. Because if you fire this off and they're like, cool, Subtle Strike, I'll give it a +1/+1 counter, now it has 4 power, you are not going to be happy with your Vanquish the Weak anymore. Last black card is called Zoff Consumption. It's actually called Zoff Bloodbog because, as with all of the flips, it is a land that ETB's tapped and taps for black mana. But Zoff Consumption is 4 black for a sorcery at uncommon. Each opponent loses 4 life and you gain 4 life. Boy, it's funny because, reading these type of cards, 6 mana to drain your opponent for 4, there's a few things that come to mind. First one is that is actually a little more powerful than it looks like at first blush, but still not the type of card that you often want to put in your deck just straight up. But man, again, like if you tack this on a tap land, all of a sudden I'm very interested in it because it's almost laughable, right? You draw this on turn 9, turn 12 of the game. And if it was going to be a swamp before, it just did basically nothing. And now it's like you're draining, it's an 8-point life swing. Yeah. It's like, it's crazy how much better these cards get if you give them to me for almost free, Yeah.
And then, of course, when you draw it early, you play it. And this is why I like the effects that pick up lands. Because this is the perfect card to just play on turn 1. And then you just play your Tazim Falcon much, much later and just pick it up and kind of profit wildly.
Yes, totally. Still, 6 mana to drain for 4 can also have a not major impact on the game. I would put this into that C+ range of these type of cards still.
I agree.
So Zoff consumption C+, but the ceiling's actually higher on it. Okay, that moves us to red. Our first red card is Akum Hellhound. This is red for a 0/1 elemental dog, and it is common. So we're talking no relevant anything here as far as creature types and stuff go, but it is landfall. Landfall, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So I was complaining about the Lynx in white. Well, we see that the Lynx has just moved over to red here, and it's a dog now.
Yeah, this is straight up step Lynx. Yeah, this is good in aggressive decks. One of the things I really like about all the spell lands is how well it supports playing a 19 or 20 land deck in this format, which makes cards with landfall like the Hellhound a lot better than they would be otherwise. So I'm impressed with this card in an aggressive deck. It obviously a terrible blocker, but it's totally fine if you're on the beatdown path. And it's a 1-drop that can attack for 2 and is kind of hard to block. It's a 2/3. It's not small.
That's right. You really do need to be aggressive though. So because even after turn 3 or 4, it starts to fall off very quickly, where you need to be able to trigger multiple landfalls to make it actually scary. So be careful with that. But still, if you're hyper aggressive, Akum Hellhound is a good place to be. Grade, I'm actually a little lower on it. I mean, I'd have it in the D+ C- range because I think you really need to have a specific deck for it. I'm not just throwing this in any old red deck.
I think that you're going to play it more often than not in aggro decks. I think the aggro decks will want this. I would give it a C-. I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's terrible, but it's a good curve filler. There will be games when you're on the draw and your opponent plays a turn 1 Hellhound and you're just like, all right, this is going to be a tough one because they're just going to have a normal draw outside of that, and you've taken an extra 6 damage off the Hellhound.
Yes, and that is where the card shines, and while you could play as many as you could get. Of course, when it's turn 5 and you're like, Akum Hellhound, your move, right? And their worst case is like, it might be a 2/3 next turn. Watch out. It's like, okay, then you're less happy. All right. So C- for Akum Hellhound. Next, I'll start with the land, Akum Teeth. It's a land that ETV's tapped and adds red, but it also has the uncommon Akum Warrior, which is a Minotaur Warrior. It's a 4/5 trample for 5 and a red. Great. Yep. This is the creature.
I would give this a B. Yeah. I think it's about where you want to be with these cards.
Yep. B for Akum Warrior for all the reasons that we said about the others. Next is Ardent Electromancer. This is 2 and a red for a 3/2 human wizard at common. When Ardent Electromancer enters the battlefield, add red for each creature to your party.
So the problem I have with this card is that it's hard to make use of the red. Like, yes, sometimes this is going to be effectively a 1-mana 3/2, but you're going to play this card and you're going to get 1 or 2 red mana left over. What are you going to do with that? A lot of the time, the answer is going to be nothing.
Yeah, it does enable some really cool double spell turns where you get to play a 2-drop with it, but that's so difficult. I mean, you need to go 1-drop, 2-drop, Electromancer, and have a 2-drop that you can cast with double red. That's not going to happen very often.
No.
Yeah. So it's a wizard.
It's a wizard if you care about that. It's going to lead to some nice turns on turn 5 when you don't play this turn 3. You play it turn 5, get 2 mana, and then play a 4-drop.
Yeah, that's right.
And you kind of got some value. Plus, it's a red wizard, which kind of is nice for like the blue-red decks and whatnot. Mm-hmm. I would give Ardent Electromancer a D, but it's gonna be good enough in some of the games you play.
Agree. D for Ardent Electromancer. Next is Cinderclasm. This is 1 and a red for an instant at uncommon. It's got Kicker for red. Cinderclasm deals 1 damage to each creature. If it was kicked, it does 2 damage to each creature instead.
I like the flexibility here because you can play this card in a deck that has a bunch of like 2 toughness creatures. And if you play against a deck with all 1 toughness creatures, it actually doesn't kill your creatures and kills theirs. And then, of course, sometimes you'll just play it as a straight up Pyroclasm and kill everything.
Right.
That said, most red decks are just not going to want this. This looks like a sideboard B to me, where it's really good after sideboard and kind of poor in the main deck.
Yeah, I agree. One thing to keep in mind are the landfall creatures. A lot of them die to Cinderclasm kicked, but not if they have landfall. It is an instant, so you can kind of get them. But yeah, you're going to be able to, like Akum Hellhound's a good example. It attacks as a 2/3, but it dies to even unkick Cinderclasm otherwise. Next is Cleansing Wildfire. Bad timing magic. 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. Destroy target land. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle their library, and you draw a card.
So the joke with this card is that you basically never cast it on your opponent. You use it on yourself to get extra landfall triggers or to fix your mana in a 3-color deck.
Okay. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I think in a landfall deck, I think this card is going to often be worth playing as like a cycling landfall trigger that I guess thins a card out of your deck too.
Yeah, that's actually doing kind of a lot. Yeah, that land's tapped so you don't get the mana back. Would you use it on an opposing double-faced land that's down that you're concerned that they might pick up? Is that a spot where you would Cleansing Wildfire their land?
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable to consider that play because you end up in a spot where you kill their Akum Teeth so that later in the game when they play their Hellion to pick up a land, they just no longer have access to it.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable.
So how do you grade it? This is a new type of, this is not an effect you see, very often, a cantripping land destruction, but it replaces it. So it's a weird card. I think it's going to see play though, right?
This card is like Deliberate or any of those other cards, Pressure Point, where it fits if you have the deck that actually wants this effect, but for the most part, you're just not gonna worry about it.
Yeah, I think what you nailed it though. I think it's the landfall decks that will want to play this.
Yeah, if you have 2 Akum Hellhounds and a couple other landfall cards, then yeah, you can play this to set up on turn 5 where you just paid 2 mana to give 2 of your creatures +2/+2 and draw a card.
Yeah. So D though for Cleansing Wildfire?
Yeah, I just don't think it's a high priority.
Okay, yeah. Expedition Champion is next. 2 and a red for a 2/3 human warrior at common. Expedition Champion gets +2/+0 as long as you control another warrior. Nice.
This is a good warrior path. This is a C+. I think this card ends up kind of brawling.
Definitely, especially on the curves where you can play it, and even if you don't have a warrior, you play another one on your next turn and then smash for 4. That's pretty strong. I like Expedition Champion at C+ as well. Just very straightforward card. Next is Fireblade Charger. This is red for a 1/1 Goblin Warrior. It's uncommon as long as Fireblade Charger is equipped, it has haste, and when it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. Wow, that's annoying. And it's a 1-mana warrior.
It's kind of like a Goblin Arsonist where it's a 1-mana 1/1. When it dies, it deals 1. But that's like the absolute floor. Sometimes it has haste, and sometimes when it dies, it deals 4 damage because you put an equipment on it.
Yeah.
So I am very much into Fireblade Charger. I think this card's like a C. It's not a card.
No, it's higher. It's got to be higher than that, right?
You think this is a C+?
I was going to say it's like a B.
I don't think it's a B because I think you're not going to be able to get value out of it quite that easily.
Okay. I like a warrior I can play on turn 1, attack into their 2/2s or 2 toughness creatures and not care. And then any of this, pumping it when it dies, it could be a bunch of extra damage. If I have any equipment, I'm super stoked.
I'm sold on C+ on this, but you can make it better, I guess, if you do a little work.
Okay. C plus for Fireblade Charger. Next is Fisher Wizard. This is 1 and a red for a 2/1 Goblin Wizard at common. When it enters a battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Wizard, relevant type. This looks to me like a D plus or something. Like it'll make the cut, but you're not super happy about it at any point.
Yeah, I think that the Wizard. What I like about this is it lets you cycle away cards that are bad. You don't have to worry about that too much. And then it's a Wizard. It just does a couple little minor things, but those add up well enough to me that I think this will make the cut if you ever are lacking in 2-drops.
Same. Yeah.
Or need another Wizard.
So do you want D plus or C minus?
I like C minus on this. Okay. One thing to note is we're going to talk about this with Tormenting Voice also. The spell lands make it so I just care a lot less about having looting effects because you're less likely going to be in a position where you need them.
Right. Good point. All right. So C minus for Fisher Wizard. Next is Goma Fada Vanguard. This is 1 and a red for a 2/2 human warrior at uncommon. Whenever Goma Fada Vanguard attacks, target creature an opponent controls with power less than or equal to the number of warriors you control can't block this turn.
This card's a beating.
This Warriors deck is getting scary. No doubt about it. Look at that
when
curve. Fireblade Charger into Vanguard into Expedition Champion. Like, hello.
When you lead with the Goma Fada Vanguard and then have another warrior so they can't block for a turn, you're going to end up in a spot where your opponent is just so far behind. And if you ever have a trick or a removal spell, then you're just going to push through so much damage.
Yeah, that card seems excellent to me in this warrior deck. I would say, I'd say it's probably a B in that deck.
Yes, I think Goma Fada Vanguard's a B. This is going to be the best 2-drop you can get, or one of the best 2-drops you can get.
Yeah, real premium 2-drop. Next is Grotag Bug Catcher. It is 1 and a red for a 1/2 Goblin Warrior. It's common. It has Trample. And whenever it attacks, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn for each creature in your party. And it counts itself. So 2/2 Trampled isn't particularly impressive. If you told me I could have a 3/2 Trample, I would say
it's a 3/2 Trample.
Not particularly impressive either, though it is a warrior.
Yeah. It being a warrior is like upside because it works with the warriors cards, but also downside because red already has so many warriors that it doesn't really help this hit the next level of getting +1. This is a fine playable. I'm not gonna prioritize this, but it's a card I'll put in my deck.
Yeah, C minus for Grotag Bug Catcher. Next is Grotag Night Runner. This one's 2 and a red for a 2/3 Goblin Rogue at uncommon. Whenever Grotag Night Runner deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. And it's a rogue.
Yeah, it's kind of like a 3-mana 2/3 that when it hits them, slightly worse than draws a card.
Right. You can play lands off of it, and you can cast stuff, but you have to do it now.
Yeah.
Okay. How are we getting this thing through? It's a 2/3 for 3, which is not impossible by any stretch, but probably unlikely to actually start connecting even the next turn.
What you're going to want to do for this is just have removal or ways to gain evasion. There's like equipment that gives menace, equipment that gives flying. Those are the kind of things you're going to look for. Because look, you can just put this card in your deck with zero combos because it's a 3-mana 2/3 with a very good on-hit ability. So it's going to affect how they play and really give you some good turns if you can set it up.
Yeah.
But it's not really going to be a great card unless you specifically have ways to get it through.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it though. And it's also a rogue, which isn't normal for red to have many of those. So that helps with party synergies as well. I think I would say C plus. Like I want to go a little higher than that, but this thing just doesn't make it easy for you to, like, it's not a warrior. It doesn't have any abilities that helps it get through. And it can be difficult to get a card like this through. So I would say C plus for Grotag Night Runner. Yeah,
I like C plus. Your opponent's going to be very afraid when you play this on turn 3 because they're going to expect you to line it up with maybe some removal. There's just like a lot that can go wrong if you end up playing this.
Next is Inordinate Rage.
Yep.
That is
That guy's mad.
He's mad that mouse stole his
cheese or whatever. That's amazing.
His eyes are red. One in a red for an instant. It's common. Target creature gets +3/+2 until end of turn, and you scry one. That's a pretty good combat trick. I mean, get your Groteg Night Runner in for a hit or run over a creature.
It's fine. I wouldn't really prioritize this card. Like it's a mediocre combat trick. I think it's a D.
Yeah, D+ is what I would give it. And as combat tricks go, that's about as much as you're going to get.
You say that, but between you and me, we know that you're never casting this card. So.
I mean, I did put it in the D range.
Just give it a D. It's not a D+. Come on.
It is. I mean, as far as combat tricks go, this is what you want, right?
I mean,
bunch of power, extra toughness. It makes you win basically every combat. It's no floof. All right. Next is Kazul's Cliffs, which is a land that ETB's tapped and taps for red, but it's also Kazul's Fury, which is 2 in a red for an instant at uncommon. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you sacrifice a creature. Ouch. Kazul's Fury deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to any target. Oh, so it's like Fling.
Yeah, it's a 3-mana Fling, but obviously it can be played as a land, which I think is enough upside because Fling's the exact type of narrow card that we've talked about 76 times. Kazul's Fury is I believe Kazul's Fury is a B+.
Yes,
because
it is.
When you want this effect, it's so good. Sometimes you're playing a game and you're like, well, my opponent's at 6, but you know what? I have this gigantic creature out. Boom, dead. Or, oh, they put Nahiri's Binding on, my 4/4. All right, I'm going to just kill their creature now.
Right. And again, it's like we have to remember, we're not comparing the effect to not having it like to another spell in our deck. We're comparing it to a basic land. Yeah. Kazul's Fury's B+. That's incredible. Again, Molten Blast is 2 in a red for an instant. It's common. It says choose one. Molten Blast deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker or destroy target artifact. 3 mana to do 2 damage to a creature, which is going to be your most likely mode by a lot. It's kind of not that efficient. That's a lot of mana just to do 2.
I don't really like Molten Blast all that much, but I think you're going to play it most of the time, which is kind of like,
right?
Yeah, it's it ends up being in the C range. Like I think just a C is where it's going to be.
I think it's lower. Like you can't go upstairs even with it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of artifacts in the set that are good because there's the cycle, okay. There's the relics that pay out. There's the cleric one, there's the wizard one,
right?
There's a bunch of equipment.
Yep.
I have had Molten Blast kill equipment enough so far, and I've only done a couple drafts that I think that you're going to play the first one and be okay with it. Though I will say you should side this card out if you're playing best of 3 if your opponent shows you no artifact targets.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Because I mean, you're going to be trading down in mana a lot for your 3 mana. Okay, so C.
Yeah, I would give Molten Blast a C.
Okay. Pyroclastic Hellion is next. It's 4 in a red for a 4/5 Hellion at common. When it enters a battlefield, you may return a land you control to its owner's hand. When you do, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Nice. Hey, if you do need a 5-drop and you haven't found some uncommon or rare, you could do a lot worse than this.
Yeah, this card actually is one of the cards that I think benefited greatly in terms of our in terms of me having a chance to play with it. Where the first time I cast this and returned a double-faced land in my hand, I'm like, oh no, yeah, this card's awesome. So I would have probably given this card like a D+, but I actually think this card's closer to a C/C+.
Yeah, I'm with you. And, even just enabling another landfall, it has that going for it and the damage can add up. And it's also okay as a 4/5 for 5. Downside, it's just a Hellion. It doesn't add to your party, but whatever. Yeah, I like CC+ for Pyroclastic Hellion. That has a lot going on in the format. Next is Rockslide Sorcerer. This is 3 and a red for a 3/3 human wizard at uncommon. It says, whenever you cast an instant sorcery or wizard spell, it does 1 damage to any target.
There we go.
I'm in for that.
If I'm playing blue-red, or if I'm playing against blue-red, my opponent plays this on turn 4, I'm like mentally ready to concede if I don't have a way to kill it.
You're hovering over that button.
What's going to happen is they're going to untap and they're going to cast a spell and then cast a wizard and kill my 2/2. And then next turn, it's just going to do the same thing again when 2/3 of the cards in their deck trigger this thing.
Yeah.
So
and any incidental ones just go upstairs anyway and start pinging you. Yeah.
And it's a 4-mana 3/3, so it's kind of brawling too. It's not just sitting back.
Yeah.
I'd give Rockslide Sorcerer a B. Just a great card to start with.
Great. B, build around-ish, make sure you do things, but yeah. Royal Eruption is next. It's 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. It's got kicker of 5, so 7 mana or 2 mana. Royal Eruption does 3 damage to any target. Sold. If this spell was kicked, it does 5 damage instead. It's easy to look at this and say, well, I'm not going to pay 7 mana to do 5 damage. That's not very good. But the truth is that first part is all you need, and the rest is just gravy. And remember, it does say any target as well. So
piping hot gravy too.
That's right. It is. And a little too much probably for your opponent or any creature. Cause look, this is efficiency now, right? Now we're doing 2 mana for 3 damage. We're trading up on this exchange, versus the Molten Blast where you're often trading down on mana in the exchange. You're using 3 mana to kill their 2 mana spell, something like that. This one can kill 3 mana or even 4 mana cards for only 2. And then also you can just kill your opponent with it, right? You can have it in your hand and just go, well, you're at 5. I'm going to wait a couple of turns until I hit this mana and just kill you.
I have died to Royal Eruption to the face in enough games now to know that that's going to be a very common play. Okay. Where there's also like the uncommon green guy who brings back a kicker card. Like that's a really good way to set up a Royal Eruption for 5.
Wow. Kill your small thing, bring it back, and then dome you. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah. This card looks excellent to me. I would actually probably just give it a B+.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Flexible and awesome.
Flexible, efficient removal, game ender. It does everything you want. It works nicely with kicker cards, et cetera, et cetera. So
awesome art too.
B+, Royal Eruption, best common, I believe.
Yeah, there you go. Next is Scavenged Blade. This is 1 and a red for an equipment at common. When it enters a battlefield, you attach it to a creature you control. The equipped creature gets +2/+0. Good. And the equip cost is 2 and a red. This is kind of just fair, right? Like along the, there's nothing that makes you go, oh my God. But there's also nothing that makes you go don't really want to play it. Equip cost, if it was 4, I would definitely be in that oh, come on. That's too expensive. And if it was 2 mana to equip, I'd be like, that's really good. And this is right in the middle. Playable though. Yeah. It seems like a solid card.
I'm a little lower on it. The fact that it doesn't give toughness means you're going to be trading off a lot, and then you're paying 3 to re-equip isn't really where I want to be. So even though you get the first hit for free, I just think that it's not going to be exactly where you want. So I like Scavenged Blade the most in the Warriors decks that care about equipment specifically, right? Yeah. They have combos, or in decks that have a lot of evasive creatures. But for the most part, I think you're not going to end up playing this card. I just don't think you'd ever put this in a red-green landfall deck or, something like that, or a red-blue wizards deck. So I would give Scavenged Blade a D, though it'll do fine work if you end up in the right deck. I just really don't like equipment that doesn't give toughness.
Yeah, that is a tough sell, but power is the most important thing. I would say D+, C- for Scavenged Blade. I just think there's enough decks that want something like that. I agree with you about landfall not being one of them, though. Scorch Rider is next. It's 3 and a red for a 4/3 human warrior at common. It has kicker for 1 and a red. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, it gains haste. So 6 mana 4/3 haste or a 4 mana 4/3.
Well, this is fine. It's a warrior and it plays with kicker. So I like how many double overlap cards they have in the set. Yeah. Where these cards, this works with the red-green kicker deck, but also works in the red-white warrior deck or what have you. And you're going to end up playing Scorch Rider more than half the time. I think it's probably a C. I don't think it's even higher than that, but it's just a card that ticks enough boxes. Yeah,
I'm with you. They've really made a concerted effort, you can see over the last few sets, to have a lot of these overlap cards, and I think that makes for a very good set. So yeah, I like that for Scorch Rider. Next is Shatterskull Minotaur. This is 4 red for a 5/4 Minotaur warrior at uncommon. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party. Yeah. So where am I actually happy with this?
You're happy with it in really any aggressive red deck. Just because it's a 5
cost.
Oh, at 5. All it has to do is cost 5. 5 mana 5/4 haste is a beater.
Oh, haste, right? Okay.
This isn't the charging Monstrosaur. That one. But Matt, remember how good that was, and sometimes this will actually cost less than that.
Yeah, no, you're right. Okay, so this is actually sweet 4 mana. If you get it for 4 mana, it's like, wow. And
Yeah.
and for 5, you're happy to pay. And it's
like some of the other cost reduction cards where the cheaper you get it for, the more likely it is to be late enough in the game that it's not as big of an advantage.
Yeah, you have this big board, yeah.
But I still think the card is fantastic.
Yeah, that seems great.
I would give it a B-. It's a good beater.
Yeah, B- for Shatterskull Minotaur. Next is Sizzling Barrage. This is 1 and a red for an instant at common. Sizzling Barrage deals 4 damage to target creature that blocked this turn. What does that mean?
It means you have to be aggressive because it does nothing unless your opponent's literally blocking your creatures. So in an aggro deck, the awkward part is that you don't really want to let them block in an aggro deck. Removal that happens post blocks is just not that impressive. But I still think Sizzling Barrage has a place if you don't have any of the other good removal. But it's like last on the list of the removal spells I care about. Yeah,
agreed. Sizzling Barrage feels like a white removal spell, not a red one.
Yeah, it works especially nicely with Trample. So because they can block your Trampler and then you can just nug their thing. So you do kind of want to keep that in mind. But yeah, it's a C-. You'll put it in your aggro decks when you don't have any other options.
Yeah. All right. I would actually give it a D+. Sizzling Barrage seems like not, especially with the other cards we've seen. Skyclave Geopetus next. This is 2 and a red for a 3/1 insect at uncommon. It's got Trample and it has Landfall. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So our little buddy, the plated Geopede's all grown up.
Yep, 5/3 Trample for 3. That I'm into that.
That is a beating. Wow.
Yeah. This is a B. This is a great aggressive creature, and you don't even have to be playing an aggressive deck for this card to be playable. No. It's obviously better if you're attacking, but a 3-mana 3/1 Trample on blocks isn't the end of the world, and it still attacks for 5 a turn. Like, it doesn't take very many attacks before your opponent has to do something about it.
Yeah, it's also just one of these fun cards that's so much worse on defense that you're just like, I'm sending it in. You figure it out. Like, trade, you take 2, lose your creature, whatever, but it's coming in. Yeah, I like B for Skyclave Geopede. That thing's a beater. Sneaking Guide is next. It's red for a 1/1 Goblin Rogue at common. You can pay 2 mana and tap it to give target creature with power 2 or less unblockable or can't be blocked until end of turn.
This isn't F for me.
Really?
So the problem I have is a 1-mana 1/1 just gets outclassed so quickly. It just doesn't do anything, right? There's going to be a lot of games where it's not like the Flyers that continue to peck in. It just does nothing. And the fact that you have to pay 2 to make the creature unblockable, when are you using that ability? Like, you're not really using that until turn 7 or something.
Yeah.
If you use that on turn 5, what else are you doing this game to make good plays?
Right. Yeah. The idea is that your 1/1 if you top deck it late, can still do things. It gives you a place to dump some mana to be productive. But also the fact that you have to tap it is tough because, like, if you top deck it and play it, you can't even get a 2/2 in right away. Like, you have to wait a turn. That really is a big hit because if your opponent has a removal spell of any sort, it dies to it. Yeah. I'm kind of with you. This just doesn't seem like what I want to be doing. Is there anything to a 1-drop that's a rogue? Like to curving into cost reduction stuff or whatever?
I mean, you might end up in a spot where that matters enough, but and maybe you're going to have some decks that have a lot of creatures that have good on-hit abilities like the Grotog Runner, though it's not even good there because you only have until end of turn to play the card, so you already paid 2 mana just to start out the whole thing. Right. So I'm giving Sneaking Guide an F.
F for Sneaking Guide. Next is Song Mad Treachery. So this is one of those lands, Song Mad Ruins. Same stuff as the others. 3 red for a sorcery at uncommon. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste. So it's 5 mana Act of Treason tacked onto a mildly taxed land.
Yeah, another one I like a lot. I would give this one a B because this is one of the more powerful effects you can have. Where when your opponent casts this, like, it's the kind of card you don't want to cast unless it wins you the game because it doesn't do anything long-term on the board.
Right.
But it's really strong when your opponent leaves behind a 5/5 to block one of your creatures and you just cast this. It represents a lot of damage. So I'm on B for Song Mad Treachery.
Same. Also interesting that both Kazul's Fury and Song Mad Treachery are not particularly punished by the fact that they cost more than their normal versions do, because the truth of the matter is when it comes to Fling, The fact that it costs 2 is rarely relevant and limited because you don't fling until quite a bit later in the game. And same thing with active treason. It's not a turn 3 play anyway. You end up doing it later in the game most of the time. Another one of these double face cards, these lands, Spikefield Hazard. So again, on one side, it's tap land that adds red. On the other, it's red for an instant at uncommon. Spikefield Hazard deals 1 damage to any target. If a permanent dealt damage this way would die this turn, exile it instead.
This is a card that does not hit the box that we talked about, which is it's a great top deck later.
Right.
But the fact is, it's kind of the other angle, which I like, which is very narrow. Mm-hmm. So narrow effects that can be really good in the right situations like this. When they play a 2-mana 3/1, this card's great. Or when you really need to exile something, it's fantastic. So I would give this card a B-. I think it's a little bit worse than some of the heavy hitters, but it's still really good. It's still just, I'm just in love with these lands. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Yeah, this to me is one of the more C+ B- end of the range for Spikefield Hazard, but still, you're just going to play him. Next is Spitfire Lagak. This is 3 and a red for a 3/4 lizard at common. It's got landfall. It does 1 damage to each opponent. Spits at you.
One of the things I think that you end up seeing a lot in this format is creatures that aren't one of the 4 party types kind of take a back seat because you're just really hesitant to cut creatures that make all your other cards better, even if you're not like really heavy into that. And Spitfire Lagak suffers a little as a result. If this was a warrior, I'd be a little higher on it.
Yeah.
It's a D. You'll put it in your deck. It'll ping your opponent down sometimes, but it's just not insane.
It's weird because you read these cards. They have fine stats. They have fine abilities. It's a fine magic card. But boy, you got to be better than that these days. So I agree. D for Spitfire Lagak. Next is Synchronized Spellcraft. It's 4 and a red for an instant at common. Synchronized Spellcraft deals 4 damage to target creature and X damage to that creature's controller, where X is the number of creatures in your party.
So it's effectively 5 mana deal 4 at instant speed, and it'll ping your opponent for like 1 to 3 damage.
Okay, so only the part that goes to the controller is what cares about the party?
Yes.
Okay.
So you end up in a spot where it removes a creature always, or at least a creature with 4 or less toughness, and you get a bonus sometimes of dealing some extra damage.
Okay, sure. So this fits the bill for a 5 mana red removal spell, right? I like the fact that it's an instant. Like, that's kind of nice. That's nice. Yeah, it doesn't kill everything, but it kills most things. This, to me, looks like a C+. Like, this is like the B grade. And I don't mean it's getting a B grade. I mean, like, second rate, red removal.
Well, one thing that I don't love about it is that when you pay 5 mana to kill a creature, you really want to make sure you can kill just about anything.
Yeah.
This does miss on some bigger creatures.
It does. So, how much is the incidental damage going to the dome? I don't know. That's hard to quantify. Yeah. So I would have this at like the C. I just give it a C. I would give Synchronized Spellcraft a C. Yeah.
That's exactly where I have it.
Teeter Peak Ambusher is 1 and a red for a 1/3 Goblin Warrior at common, and it has activated ability of 2 and a red. It gets +2/+0 until end of turn. That's it. That's what it does.
This is a little more playable than it might look on first blush because it's a 1/3 warrior, so it holds equipment nicely. And then it does have a threatening ability later in the game where you can pay 3 to make it trade off for some stuff. So it's not a good card, but I think it's like a C- and enough synergies will push it into the playable range.
Yeah, C for Teeter Peak Ambusher, just an okay 2-drop. Next, Thundering Rebuke. 1 and a red for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It does 4 damage to a creature or planeswalker.
Well, unsurprisingly, this card is good. It's this card's a B. It's just 2 mana to kill anything or most anything, even if it's just sorcery speed. Yeah, and they're not comparable, Synchronized Spellcraft and Thundering Rebuke, because of rarity. But like this is what you want, Thundering Rebuke, rather than a Synchronized Spellcraft to get ahead in this game. Next is Thundering Spark Mage. This is 3 and a red for a 2/2 human wizard at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, it deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, where X is the number of creatures in your party. Wow. I mean, this is effectively like the 6 mana version, except it only costs 4. So even if you're dealing 1 with this, it's not the end of the world. And if you can ever deal 2 or more, then it becomes quite a good card. So. Also, I like that it's a wizard, which red is going to have a lot of warriors naturally. So it's not too hard for this to be getting in there for 2. It's actually probably at its worst in specifically blue-red because they have a lot of wizards.
Yeah. But in other red combos, you're right. The fact that this ticks the wizard box, and then you're going to have something else, most likely a cleric or a warrior. So I like this a lot. I mean, just 4 mana 2/2 comes in, does 2/2. I'm already kind of in for that. Or does 2. I'm kind of in for that.
Yeah.
I'd say B- for it.
I would give Thundering Spark Mage a B-. You do need to put a little work in to make sure it deals the 2.
Yeah. Next is Tormenting Voice. This is 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card, draw 2 cards. Boy, it's kind of hard to go back to this after having, what's it called for a while, isn't it?
Yeah.
The instant
I think that. Oh, yeah. Thrill of Possibility. Yeah. I think that Tormenting Voice is just a little worse in the set because of the fact that all the double-faced lands really help mitigate flood, and because landfall means you kind of have a use for extra lands anyway. Mm-hmm. So I'd give Tormenting Voice a D. I just think most decks aren't going to take really good advantage of it.
Agree. I mean, normally I would think of it for the blue-red deck, but they added Wizard in, so I don't think you're going to have a hard time scrapping for just some card that triggers your stuff as often.
Yeah, agreed.
So D for Tormenting Voice. Last red card is Tuk Tuk Rubble Fort. It is 2 and a red for an 0/3 wall. It's a common. It has Defender and Reach, and creatures you control have haste. I always think cards like this stink. They do something powerful, but they don't actually hit your opponent for damage, so they put all the pressure on your other cards, and if those get removed, you're left with a lone Tuk Rubble Fort that doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Also, haste, I mean, the one from M21, the Battlement that gives +1/+0 to your attackers, like, that actually had a bit more of an impact. Giving all your creatures haste is just not that impressive, so I would give the Rubble Fort an F. I really don't see myself playing this card very often.
Too. I'm not a big fan, so F for the Tuk Rubble Fort. That'll move us to green, our last color. Adventure Awaits is our first green card. It's 1 and a green sorcery. It's common. It says, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. If you didn't put a card in your hand this way, draw a card. So it's got insurance.
Yeah, it's look at your top 5 for a creature, but you also can choose not to reveal. So even if you hit a creature, but if you don't like it, if you think it's worse than a random card, you can always just be like, oh man, this sucks, and then just reveal nothing and draw a card.
Right, and hit whatever you hit. They've seemed to put one of these into most sets these days.
Yeah, this is among the better ones because there's no downside. Like, the downside is you spent 2 mana and didn't do anything, but there's no like devastating, I missed, and so therefore I just get completely screwed here.
Right. That said, this falls into all of the cantrip categories that we've talked about where you can play these cards. They're not embarrassing or anything, but it is hard to fit them in the deck. And for me, these usually end up being a D or a D+.
Yeah, I think that this is a D+. I like it in the like green decks that care about assembling a party, because those decks, especially if they have some good mana fixing, so you end up with lots of lands in play and you're willing to spend the 2 mana to get some stuff. But overall, I think Adventure Awaits is probably not a card you're going to play very often. I like D+ on that.
Yeah. Next is Balaged Recovery, which is one of these lands, but of course the green version, the double-faced lands. So it's 2 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. And it says, return target card from your graveyard to your hand.
I think this card is good enough in the late game that I'm willing to give this one a B+ as well.
Yeah.
It just brings back your best card. There's no restriction. It's not bring back a permanent. It's just bring back target card. And yeah, that's a good effect to have when you draw it really late.
God, these things are incredible. Yeah. So another B+. This one's for Balaged Recovery. Next is Broken Wings. You can figure out what this one does. It's 2 and a green for an instant. It's common. It says destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. So this is a pretty heavy sideboard card here, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a sideboard C. Not a whole lot to say about it, just because it's not even a card that you really got away with something.
No.
You spent 3 mana to kill one of their cards.
Right.
Like, that's fine.
Yeah, flexibility is nice with artifacts, enchantments, and flying creatures, so that's good. But yeah, sideboard C for Broken Wings. Next is Canopy Baloth. This is 3 and a green for a 4/3 beast. It's common. It has landfall. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Okay, that hits pretty dang hard.
It attacks as a 6/5.
6/5 for 4 mana? Like, wow. Okay. That's a beater.
Yeah, I would give Canopy Baloth C plus. I think that I think it's just it's a good solid card.
Yeah, and this is what Landfall is all about for the most part too, especially green red. So C plus for Canopy Baloth. I mean, it is what it is. It hits really hard. Next is Dauntless Survivor. This is 1 and a green for a 1/1 human warrior at common. When Dauntless Survivor enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Boy, I love cards like this. It's also a human warrior, so that matters too. But yeah, these cards are great because, you know, you kind of think of the baseline being a 2/2 for 2, which is like fine, especially if they're giving you a relevant creature type. But being able to throw that counter on something else as well is really good. It really is. Like it means that like a creature that might not have been able to attack can now attack. There might be +1/+1 counter synergies, and you can just get your beat down on. I really like cards like that.
Yeah, this really just, again, this is exactly one of those cards that has a lot of different synergies it works with. So it's a cheap card. It's a 2-mana 2/2 by itself. It does the warrior thing. It does the +1/+1 counter thing. It's really where you want to be. So I like Dauntless Survivor at C. I'm not like over the moon about the card, but it's kind of the glue that makes a lot of this stuff stick together.
Very solid C. Next is Gnarlid Colony. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 beast at common. It's got kicker of 2 and a green. If Gnarlid Colony was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has trample. Boy, they put these right next to each other here on the alphabetical sheet, but these are really competing cards with each other, and they're both quite good.
Yeah, I like the Dauntless Survivor a little bit more, but I think we're going to ultimately give them the same grade because Gnarlid Colony is a 2-mana 2/2 or a 5-mana 4/4. Nice little flexibility.
Trampler.
The 4/4 version has trample.
Yeah.
And it helps with your other counter synergies too. So I like it at C. I think that most decks will want the Dauntless Survivor if they have good +1/+1 counter stuff going on.
Definitely.
But Gnarlid Colony is totally a fine card too.
Yeah.
Plus, it doesn't add to your party. That's another little drawback.
Yeah, it's just a beast. So C for Gnarlid Colony. Next is Iridescent Horn Beetle. This is 4 and a green for a 3/4 insect at uncommon. At the beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 green insect creature token for each +1/+1 counter you've put on creatures under your control this turn. Woo! So that's a nice little payoff.
Yeah, it's 5 mana and it doesn't do anything the turn that you cast it most of the time because you're tapping out for it. But it's still a pretty big engine. When you imagine if you have this in play and there's a lot of cards you could play that will end up winning you the game on the spot.
Or just giving you a big advantage.
They'll make like 3 +1/+1 counters or something, or 4 or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty happy with the Horn Beetle in a dedicated deck. It is a build around card. I would give it a build around B because I think it is a good payoff, but it's not a card I would play outside of a deck that can actually use it. 5 mana 3/4 is just not a good deal.
Yeah, I like that. Build around B for Iridescent Horn Beetle, and just look at the 2 prior cards if you want to see some good synergy. Next is Jaraga Visionary. This is 3 and a green for a 3/2 elf wizard at common. Wizard, by the way. When Jaraga Visionary enters the battlefield, you draw a card.
So
yeah,
it's a little slow, but it replaces itself, and it's a green wizard, which is nice.
Yep.
So I really don't think most decks are going to cut this. You'd have to have a really focused deck or a low curve and not want this, your high end to be this to want to cut this. I would give Jaraga Visionary a C plus. I think you're going to be pretty happy with the card.
I would too. I mean, even if it trades off or something on the ground, like you didn't take damage and you got the card back, so you're happy. C plus for Jaraga Visionary. Next is Kazandu Nectarpot. This is 1 and a green for a 1/3 insect. It is a common. It says landfall. You gain a life.
Yeah. Unless you're in like some sort of weird white-green or black-green life gain deck where this is your like life gain trigger, because it does reliably trigger. This triggers almost every turn, right? More than half your turns. This card's not really doing much for you. The landfall aggressive decks definitely don't want this. So I'm gonna pass on the Nectarpot. I think it's basically a D, but it can be bumped up to a C if you've got enough life gain combo.
Yeah, I like cards like this, like conceptually, but they often don't do well in game. Next is Kazandu Stomper. This is 5 and a green for a 6/5 beast, also at common. It's a trampler. So 6 mana 6/5 Trampler, and when it enters a battlefield, return up to 2 lands you control to their owner's hand. So up to means you can choose 0, 1, or 2. And boy, that sets you up for landfall forever.
It's a little more expensive than the other versions, which is kind of punishing because it means the flyer and the Hellion both, because you have to play out more of your lands in order to make it good. But it also is a huge 6/5 Trampler. And if you have multiple spell lands, you get to pick up 2 of them, then that is decent.
That's incredible. Yeah. Card's not amazing as a beast, so it's not doing any synergies. And it's a 6/5 Trampler, which is pretty good. I mean, that is big.
It's a Colossal Dreadmaw. It's a 6/5 instead of a 6/6. You know?
Yeah.
I
the
think
upside seems very high to me, though.
Once you have 2 or more of the double face lands, you're almost always going to play this unless you have some good rare uncommon 6 drops. Mm-hmm. And if you don't have any double faced lands, I'm hesitant to play this unless I've got a lot of landfall.
Yeah, green red landfall might want it. I would give this card a C, though. I mean, it's 6 mana and it's common, but it's actually going to see some play for sure.
I think it's a C- actually.
Okay.
I think that you're not going to have to take this card early, and you don't need multiple of this effects very often. So, like, if you can pick up a Hellion or what have you in red green, then you'll be fine with that. But no, it's a fine card. When you put this in your deck, it's going to deliver. You know. So
yeah,
it's funny that a lot of grades end up more reflecting where you take this than how often you end up putting it in your deck. Yeah. Because when you put this in your deck, it's going to perform just as well as like all the cards in the range half a grade above or below. But which cards you end up with is a function of how high do you pick them. That's right. I think you'll pick this below a lot of the similar green commons. Yeah,
Gazandu Stomper's a common, so you can get them when you want them because you probably only want one anyway. So C or maybe C- for the Stomper, depending on the deck. Next is another one of these lands, Colony Territory, ETB taps for green, but it also has Colony Ambush, which is 2 and a green for an instant and uncommon. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. Oh, good. So it's just an awesome card anyway.
Yeah. Colony Ambush is a B+.
Yeah.
I don't want to like spend more time talking about why these cards are great. I would hope people get the idea.
Right. So like basically, anytime we see something that's playable, it's like in the B range. If it's a card we would play anyway, it puts it up into the B+ range right away. And that's what we have here. Next is Might of Marasa. This is 1 and a green for an instant at common. It's got kicker cost of 2 and a green. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. If this spell was kicked, that creature gets +5/+5 until end of turn instead.
So the main reason I think you play this card is you have 2 or 3 kicker payoffs. You have like a Drake Roost or, the Vine Lasher Elemental or what have you. And then this is a decent combat trick that can kind of work with your synergy cards. Outside of that, it's just fine. Yeah. 2 mana for +3/+3 is just a mediocre trick. The fact that you can juice it later is nice because sometimes you'll hit them for a lot of damage. It can really mess up a double or triple block. Mm-hmm. I would give Might of Marasa a D, and then sometimes you'll play it because you have additional payoffs for doing so. I'm
on D as well. Marasa Brute is next. It's 2 and a green for a 3/3 Troll Warrior. It's common.
This is basically a textbook C. It's a warrior, cost 3. It's a 3/3. Does the things. I like the next one a little better. Marasa Sproutling is 2 and a green for a 3/3 plant elemental at uncommon, so worse types. But it has kicker of 1 and a green. And when it enters the battlefield, if you paid the kicker, you can return a card with kicker from your graveyard to your hand.
Oh, nice.
So this is a 3 mana 3/3 in the early game, and then in the mid to late game, it's a 5 mana 3/3 that draws you a good card. I mean, you're going to get stuff like Royal Eruption back, and it's just going to be awesome. So yeah. I like Marasa Sproutling quite a bit. I think this is a B. It's just not hard to have 2 or 3 kicker cards in your deck. If you have more, this card is excellent. And if you have even with just 2, it's a 3 mana 3/3. That's a card you're going to play, more than half the time anyway.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Did you say B? Where would you like it?
I like B for Marasa Sproutling.
B for Marasa Sproutling. Nice one. Next is Nissa's Zendikar. This is 3 and a green for an enchantment aura. It enchants a land. It's a common. The land is a 4/4 elemental creature with reach and haste. It's still a land. And when the land dies, you return that card to its owner's hand.
So The combo here, you see, you put this on the spell land, and then when they kill it, you get the land back.
Oh, that's nice.
Boom, boom, boom.
I like that.
I do like that it has the dies trigger, because that means this would be an intrinsic 1-for-2 otherwise. Like, you upgrade one of your lands into a 4/4 and then trade for their 4/4 and you're down 2 cards. But
right.
This at least is parity. This is very vulnerable to stuff like exiling. Actually, not that vulnerable to bounce, because most bounce spells can't bounce lands and actually will stop. Like, Into the Royal can't bounce the land that you enchanted with the Zendikar, which is nice. I think if you had 0 double-faced cards, I would not play this. And with 2 or more, I'm happy enough playing this as a 4-mana 4/4 haste, kind of like a 5-mana 4/4 haste, because you don't want to put it on a tapped land that sometimes will die into a spell.
So boy, I see a lot of upside here, and there's some cool stuff. But man, is this a card I'm actually going to put in my deck?
I believe this card's D+, and then once you have a couple good spell lands, it kind of upgrades to just like a playable.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Next is Rabid Bite, which is 1 and a green for a sorcery. It's common. This one came out in like Shadows over Innistrad, I think. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control.
Yeah, so it's not a fight; it's a bite.
The OG.
You don't run the risk of getting blown out by like a pump spell. You still get owned by bounce or removal, and it's an efficient card. Rabid Bite, I think, is the best green common, because green has a lot of good efficient creatures. It only has Rabid Bite for removal, so I'm taking Rabid Bite around the C+ level. It's still not insane. It's just fine.
Okay. Next is Reclaim the Wastes. That's green for a sorcery at common. It says, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle your library. But there's also a kicker cost of 3. If you kick it, you search your library for 2 basic land cards instead of 1.
I normally don't really like the base effect here, because spending a green to fix your mana means that in a 2-color deck, this only gets red in a red-green deck. You know, you can get a green, but it doesn't fix your green because you have to have green to start with. What kind of puts this card over the top for me is that, in a landfall deck, this actually does the thing you want it to do.
Okay.
This goes and gets 4, for 4 mana, it goes and gets 2 lands, and for 1 mana, it replaces itself. So I think red-green landfall is going to play this card a lot of the time. And, in a 3-color deck, it's actually a fairly effective card at fixing your splash color. So it's not a high priority for me. It is a card that I'll play in like a kicker deck, a 3-color deck, or a landfall deck, which is enough that I'm largely in for Reclaim the Waste. So it would put me at around a C- level.
Okay. Yeah. It does feel like one of those cards that with the synergies, fine, but boy, what are you replacing? Are you going to not put a good creature with landfall? Or are you not, that's where it gets kind of stuck. Next is Roiling Regrowth. This is 2 and a green for an instant at uncommon. Sacrifice a land, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards and put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library.
This card's awesome.
That's some serious nonsense.
It double landfalls you at instant speed, which is huge, while also fixing your mana and getting you up to multiple different colors into play and ramping you. So, I mean, this card used to be a common, and it was very good, Harrow. It actually would put the lands to play untapped even. I like Roiling Regrowth. I think this is like a B-. I think the green decks are going to be really happy taking this card early.
Yeah, and the fact that you can instant speed get double landfall is like nasty, right?
Oh yeah.
So that's another, it basically becomes a combat trick or some source of value or whatever. What do you want to give it?
I would give it a B-.
Yeah,
I think
these cards overperform in these type of environments.
Really do.
Yeah. Okay, so B- for Roiling Regrowth. Next is Scale the Heights. This is 2 and a green for a sorcery at common. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. You gain 2 life. You may play an additional land this turn. Draw a card.
It's again a card that works with the counters theme, works with the landfall theme, works with the life gain theme. It does it all, and it draws you a card, so it kind of replaces itself. That said, I don't know how often you'll actually have room for this, but if you're playing one of these themes or like one and a half of these themes, you're like black green landfall with some +1 counter stuff, then yeah, this card will do the thing. I would give it a D+ just based on how often I think you're actually going to end up playing with the card, but it's a solid card.
Okay, yeah, D+ sounds right. What's the next card?
It's Skyclave Pickaxe, so it's a 1 mana, so it's green for an equipment at uncommon. As with all of them, it equips as soon as it enters the battlefield. And it gives the creature landfall, get +2/+2. And its equip cost is 2 and a green. So this card is a beating. If you imagine going like turn 2, 2/2, turn 3, play Pickaxe, it equips, play a land, hit for 4, play another 2/2. Next turn, maybe play a land and a removal spell. Like, you're getting that game over really quickly.
Wow, yeah.
The main part, this falls off in the late game where you're not guaranteed to hit your land drop. So this is like the kind of card that really rewards you for playing, ways to like bounce your lands or put extra lands into play, that sort of thing.
Did you read the flavor text?
For use on cliffs and other faces. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good.
That's really nice. Yeah, I like that.
I think the Pickaxe is a very strong, aggressive card. I mean, kind of imagine this as like, it's close to having like a hasted step links that combines onto one of your other creatures, right? It's really good. And then re-equipping it, it's not the cheapest, but I like +2/+2. Getting toughness is just so good. So I would say Skyclave Pickaxe is probably like a B-. I was going to give C+, but I actually think this card in your opening hand is going to be really effective.
Okay. Yeah, that seems. I like the idea that in like the green-red landfall deck or whatever, that this is the type of thing that you could use to get your creatures through. Let's go to Springmantle Cleric, which is 4 and a green for a 2/3 elf cleric at uncommon. Springmantle Cleric enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. What is that called again? Chroma? No.
It was called
Sunburst, Starburst?
Sunburst, yeah. So in a 2-color deck, this is a 5 mana 4/5. In a 3-color deck, it's a 5 mana 5/6. I'm not really interested in playing this in a 2-color deck unless my deck had tons of counter payoffs. Because at that point, yes, it's nice that it can work with those. If my deck was reliably 3 colors, I'm still not that impressed. Like a 5 mana 5/6 is just nothing to write home about.
Yeah, it's a fine magic card, but that's even if you get it all the time, and you don't get it all the time here. And
if it's a 5 mana 6/7, yeah, at that point it's worth playing, but that's just not going to be very, very reliable. So I would give Springmantle Cleric a D. And then note that in a deck that really pays you off for +1/+1 counters, it could move up to like a C.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I just need more abilities on it to make it any better than that. So DEC for Springmantle Cleric. Next is Strength of Solidarity. It's green for a sorcery at common. Choose target creature you control. Put a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature in your party. You're getting counters here too, by the way. So this is one of those kind of crossover style cards.
Yeah, this is like a weird aura because it is a sorcery, so it's not like you're getting them with a trick. I do not expect to ever play this card. You'd have to be really going deep on counters and need a bunch of ways to give counters. Like you're missing all the enablers and have all the payoffs for this to be good enough. Because a sorcery speed, give a creature +2/+2 permanently or +3/+3 permanently. Just not that good. No, like there's a lot of good equipment in the set. Use that instead. So I'll give Strength of Solidarity an F.
Yeah,
I'm not interested in playing this card.
Same, not interested. To Drew, Blightblade is next. It's green for a 1/1 elf rogue. It's common and it has Death Touch. So this is a kind of, I see what you did there. They're doing the same thing with, hey, can we make these 1 mana 1/1s relevant for limited? And largely, yeah, they have been able to do so. This one, I think they did it again. A 1/1 Death Touch is a card that there's archetypes that would be quite happy with. But then there's also a little twist. It's a rogue, right? And you don't get green rogues very often. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I would give the Blightblade a C. It's also a nice combo with Rabid Bite because the creature does the damage, so it just death touches, bam. Yeah. So the Blightblade, it again ticks lots of boxes.
Yep. Tajuru Blightblade C. Tajuru Snarecaster. Speaking of rogues, this is another elf rogue. It's 2 and a green for a 1/4 reach elf rogue at common.
Yeah, I'm not into this one. A 1/4 reach is just too anemic. It just does
do
not.
Much.
The thing is, it doesn't punish them for attacking with flyers. It can keep 1 flyer back, but if they have 2/2/2 flyers, it's still not really accomplishing very much.
Yeah.
So I would give the Snarecaster a D. It's an okay sideboard card if you really need it.
Yeah, agreed. It just doesn't stop the flyers in the way that you hope. Next is another land. It's Tangled Veil. So ETB's taps for green, but it's also Tangled Florahedron, which is 1 and a green for a 1/1 elemental at uncommon, and it taps to add green mana to your mana pool. So when are you playing this as a land?
You're playing this as a land in your opening hand when you only have this plus like another land.
Yeah, so when it's literally just 2 lands, that card and this, and that's it. And you don't draw that.
Or when you draw this late and you have like a landfall creature.
Oh, sure,
then it makes sure you hit your landfall quota for that turn.
But like on almost all keeps, you're just going to play your Tangled Florahedron because it's such a powerful card, right? I mean,
yeah, a 2-drop Accelerant on turn 2 is great. Yeah. But that consistency thing is not to be underrated. Like the fact that you can play this card and keep what would effectively be a 1-land hand without this, but instead is a 2-land hand, it just goes a long way. I like B for Tangled Florahedron. It does double up in a little in the way that, we've kind of talked about where both sides are good in the same situation and bad in the same situation. Mm-hmm. That said, it's still a powerful enough effect that I'm in to play this and in to take it early.
Okay. Yeah. I am convinced that there is nothing that is going to get us away from, I think it have to be a drawback or something,
The literal worst couple in the set, the like Force Spike, the 2-mana 1/3 cleric, like the look at their hand and choose a card that costs 3 or greater. Like all those are the worst of them, and they're still all just completely fine.
Yeah, they're totally fine. So yeah, this journey of discovery that they were hoping we would go on, a little shorter for listeners of the show than for most people. All right, next is Taunting Arbor Mage, 2 and a green for a 2/3 elf wizard at uncommon. It's got kicker of 3. When Taunting Arbor Mage enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, all creatures able to block target creature this turn do so.
So basically, this is a 3-mana 2/3 wizard for green decks, which again don't get tons of them. And then it's a kicker card for the kicker decks. Plus, in a green deck that has a bunch of big creatures, sometimes you'll play this on turn 6 and make it so their creatures all have to block your 6/5, and that can be pretty strong.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Like you could win the game off of this, right? Like, yeah. There's times where it's just like they tap out and you're like, here, block my 1/1 and take everything else from everything else, and all of a sudden the game's over. That kind of thing. What do you want to grade it?
I would give Taunting Arbor Mage a C. I don't think it's a spectacular card, but it has just good utility at different points in the game.
Definitely, and being a wizard as well, and green can be a thing. Next is Territorial Scythe Cat. This is 2 and a green for a 2/1 cat at common. It has trample, and it has landfall. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. Nice.
Yeah, this one I like.
Yeah.
2 turns after you play this, it's a 4/3 trample for 3, and then it just gets better from there. Plus, there's a lot of cards that pay you for having +1/+1 counters. This gets them for free. So
yeah,
Territorial Scythe Cat is one of the cards I'm happy with in aggressive decks or counter decks. It's just kind of not what card you want in like a green mid-range or control deck that's like ramping, for example. Right. But if you're ramping with landfall stuff, then maybe this is still fine. Yeah. I would give the Scythe Cat a C+. I think it's just a little better than the average common.
It definitely. I like these cards because you can also sit back on them. Next is Turn Timber Ascetic. This is 4 and a green for a 5/4 giant cleric. That's a weird one. It's uncommon, it's common. When it enters a battlefield, you gain 3 life. No.
Yeah, this card's fine. This card's fine.
Is it 5 mana?
So one of the problems with a 5-mana creature is that when they bounce or kill it, you end up behind on the board. This gains you 3 life, so it kind of mitigates an attack step there.
It does.
And then it's also a cleric in green, which again is not the most common of them. So I don't think this card's great, but I think you're going to play this card more often than not. I think that puts it around like a C- level.
I was going to just say D.
No, I think it's a little better than that.
Okay, I'll say D+ then. You're right about the fact that like it does protect you from like the blowout of you tapping out and then having it killed or messed with. Another land, in fact, our last one here in green, not our last card, but our last land. So this is Vastwood Thicket. land, etc. But Vastwood Fortification is the front side, and it is green for an instant and uncommon, and it says put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Boy, they must have tested some stuff with these and just kept ramping them down and down and down and down. Because these are minimal, you know. I mean, this card I've actually played with twice so far, and it's been good. I would give Vastwood Fortification a C+. Two bad cards stapled together is a good card. It's a good
really
card.
Is.
C+ for Vastwood Fortification. Next is Vastwood Surge. This is 3 and a green for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It has kicker of 4. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards and put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. If this spell was kicked, put 2 +1/+1 counters. What? On each creature you control? Okay, I see it's 8 mana, but still, wow. That's nice.
Oh, yeah. I really like this card because on turn 4, it double landfall triggers you, ramps you up to an expensive spell, and it also fixes different colors. And then later in the game, when ramp spells generally tend to fall off, this is just a huge overrun.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Too.
Awesome.
Yeah. I think Vastwood Surge is a B. I'm happy taking this card early.
Yeah. Vastwood Surge gets a B. Really good in the landfall deck, etc. Veteran Adventurer is next. This is 5 and a green for a 5/5 human at uncommon. When Veteran Adventurer is also a cleric, rogue, warrior, and wizard, in addition to being a human. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party, and I said it had vigilance. So what does that mean? It'll just fill in the one gap that you don't have?
Yes, it doesn't count as multiple. If you have just this in play, your party size is 1, but this will fill in any of the gaps you're missing. So this plus a warrior is a party size 2, this plus a warrior or cleric is a party size 3, and so on. So I do have a pretty big problem with this card. So Wizards, it does own D&D, right? So and the whole party mechanic is very D&D focused.
Oh, okay.
Right, you know,
I didn't actually know that. Yeah.
Okay, well, cleric, rogue, wizard, warrior are like kind of the main classes in D&D. These are like archetypal classes.
Okay.
And so that's like an adventuring party. This is the classic adventuring party.
I see. Okay.
So, but in D&D, if you want to be, you can multi-class. You can be a cleric, wizard, or a rogue warrior, or whatever. Mm-hmm. But the way the rules work, it's really bad to do that. So this card really just, the flavor doesn't get there for me. There's no way.
Funny.
There's no way someone who has a level in cleric, 2 levels in rogue, a level in warrior, and a level in wizard is any good at adventuring at all.
I see. You're not a 5/5. You don't have vigilance.
No. So to put it in perspective, a level 5 warrior would just mop the floor with a level 1 rogue, level 1 cleric, level 1 wizard, level 2 warrior. Someone who split all their levels.
Gotcha.
Anyways. The card's great, though.
Yeah, it's a good card, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is often going to be a 4 or 5 mana 5/5 vigilance, and it's just going to make all the rest of your party cards better for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So I would give Veteran Adventurer a B, and I'm going to be pretty happy taking this card, but I'm still going to rant about that.
You're going to sneer at it when you see it. All right, yeah. B for Veteran Adventurer. Last green card is Vine Gecko, which is 1 and a green for a 2/2 elemental lizard. It's uncommon. The first kicked spell that you cast each turn costs 1 less to cast. And whenever you cast a kick spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Vine Gecko. Wow, this is kind of doing all the things, isn't it?
Yeah, this card is fine. It's going to be a 2 mana 2/2 that it won't grow early is the thing. It's kind of hard to kick spells early. There are a couple options, but most of the time it's going to be kicked on like 5 or 6 mana. But the 1 mana discount's really nice. So like if you're playing blue-green kicker, now you can play the Mana War for 5 mana total. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what we're looking for. So this looks like a C+ to me. I think you don't need a whole lot of kicker cards to make it decent. And in a heavy kicker deck, it's going to be really good. Yeah,
it just gets out of hand. And then again, they're doing such a good job with these little synergies. It picks up counters, right? Like just these little things pop up. So there you go. Yeah. That's green for you. We've got a few artifacts to do. And I think 1 land because they took up all the land slots with those double face, and then we're done. Cliffhaven Kite Sail is the first artifact. It's 1 mana for an artifact equipment. It's common. When it enters a battlefield, you attach it to a creature you control, as you mentioned with all of them. The equipped creature gets flying, and the equip cost is 2. And my answer is no.
The only reason I would put this card in my deck is if I had a lot of saboteurs. I've had a lot of creatures that when they get through do something really good. Like Grotog Runner, the 2/3 that lets you, when you re-hit them, you get to exile your top card.
Yep.
Like that's the kind of card that make me want Cliffhaven Kitesail. For the most part, though, not a good card. I would not recommend playing it. I would give it a D.
Yeah, I think a lot of people put this in like a red-green deck and just try to smash in the air with a big green creature or like a big red creature. And that can be effective, but I found that over the long term, it's better to not do that, to put more potent on their own cards, because it covers you for a wider range of scenarios rather than just the one where you have a big creature that they haven't killed. You're not under extreme pressure and you can take the time to just kite sail and start bashing with it. You can win games with that though. You can steal them.
It's also a fine sideboard card if you're both playing green and don't have a lot of removal and a lot of big creatures.
There you go. Next is Relic Amulet, which is 2 mana for an artifact. It's uncommon. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery or wizard spell, you put a charge counter on it. You can pay 2 mana, tap it, and remove all the charge counters from it to do that much damage to a creature.
I really like this in the wizards decks.
Yeah?
In like the spell/wizard deck.
It's not too clunky.
If you throw this out for 2 mana and start building up counters, you then end up in a spot where you can just pay 2, tap it, and kill a creature, and then it's still in play. So you're paying 4 mana to kill a creature, albeit with a bit of a wait. The risk is that you draw this off the top with no ways to trigger it. But in a deck that has 6 wizards and 10 spells, that's 16 cards, and it's easy to imagine even having like 20 cards that trigger this, and just because of how it works.
Are you assuming then, if you're going to play this, that you do have that many, like that you're really all in, like basically every card in your deck triggers it outside of maybe a couple exceptions?
Yeah, I would want something like 15 plus cards triggering this for it to be good. Maybe even a little less, actually. This card's... There's going to be matchups where it's not good, but against like black-white, for example, it only takes two counters to kill a lot of creatures.
It's true. That is true. I just feel like it's clunkier. Like, I mean, look, if we're meeting the requirements that you're saying at the clip that we think you can, then I'm in. But man, there's a good chance that it's harder to get all wizards, instants, and sorceries than we think. And that, instead it's 2/3 of your deck rather than all of the cards. And then the Relic Amulet really does start to go down. If it triggers off of every spell, okay, that's okay. I would probably play it, but not if it doesn't. I'm not putting all this time and effort into, oh, wow, I got a spell that does, I can do 3 damage to something, right? In 2 more turns, and only if I draw the amulet in the right order and all that stuff,
Yeah, it's a card that has some situational parts to it, but it's also a card that in some games will just dominate the game.
Yeah. It does feel very matchup dependent, like you said, too. I would give it a build around C+. And you can give it a build around B or B+. And
I'm going to give it a build around B, and we're going to move on to Relic Axe, which is there's a cycle of these. There's actually 4 in a row. We're going to talk about 1 for each party class. So this is a 2 mana artifact equipment and uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, equip it to a creature you control. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. If it's a warrior, it gets +2/+1 instead, and it has a equip cost of 2. So in the Warriors deck, this is a really good Trusty Machete, and Trusty Machete was a bomb in Zendikar.
Yeah, that card was great.
If your creatures are like half warriors, this card's amazing, because 2 mana for a +2/+1 equipment that immediately hops onto one of them and only costs 2 to equip is going to make all your creatures huge threats. If you don't have many warriors, well, this card's not very good. That's kind of how this cycle works. But I would give this also a build around B. I think that the payoff is pretty big here.
I am with you on that one.
This payoff is easier, too.
It is. It is. Yeah, it just doesn't require as much work, and it goes right in line with what that deck's trying to do, which is kill you as fast as they can. What about Relic Golem?
So this is the rogue one, even though it actually doesn't say rogue on it. It's just because it has the rogue theme. It's a 3 mana 6/6. It's an uncommon. It's a golem. And it can't attack or block unless they have 8 or more cards in their graveyard. So it just sits there until then. But it also has the ability of 2 tap, target player mills 2 cards.
Cool.
So it's kind of self-solving. It will eventually mill them to 8 if given enough time. But where it's at its best, of course, is when you're like, turn 1, play my 1/1 flyer, next turn hit you, mill 1, play my 3 mana 2/1 flyer, mill you for 2, play Relic Golem, mill you again. Oh wow, we're there already. And
See, I like this. Yeah, because this is what I was talking about. Like, everything's lined up here. Yes, it lets you get to that thing, and then it gives you the thing that you're actually trying to do, which is kill them through damage once you've gotten to that minimum number of cards in the yard, not mill them out all the way.
But it's nice that this also gives you that backup plan. Milling to a turn every turn is pretty real. There's going to be some games where the board stalls out and you're like, all right, I'm just going to sit there trucking with my Relic Golem.
It's true. So, you tap your 3-mana 6/6 to mill them for 2. And, you know, it's just, sometimes you find yourself, you know, they have the Death Toucher. It's like, what am I supposed to do?
This is also a build around B because in a deck with other mill, then this is gonna be online. You can't really play this in like a red-green deck with no mill cards. I just don't think it's going to work.
Right. Yeah, I love it. Build around B for Relic Golem. Last Relic? What does that one do?
It's a 3-mana artifact on common. You pay 2 and tap and sack a creature to draw a card. And that's a fine ability. You know, there aren't very many ways to make repeated tokens, so it's not necessarily going to line up. The white uncommon that makes a cat when you gain life is very good because the cleric part of this is as long as you control a cleric, Relic Vial has whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 and you gain 1. So when you have a cleric in play, every time a creature dies for any reason, not even sacking it here, your opponent gets drained for 1, which is a really strong ability.
Yeah.
It also works, you know, especially nicely with all the life gain stuff in the set. And then when you sack a creature, you obviously trigger the last part there. So I had a black-white clerics deck that had 2 of these, and the card performed fantastically well.
Yeah, that seems super good in that deck.
I think all of these are relatively close in terms of they pay you off nicely for having doing the thing. So I would give Relic Vial a build around B as well.
Okay, build around B for Relic Vial. Yeah, these things are big time payoffs for these archetypes. Next is Seagate Colossus. It's 7 mana for a 7/5. Close, Luis, close. Artifact creature Golem Warrior. It's common and it costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party.
This one's playable but not great. No. You really need to have it cost 5 to feel like you're getting good value. And that requires 2 creatures. So you can play it and it's going to be okay, but it's never going to be like fantastic.
Yeah.
Even in a heavy party deck, it's okay, but it's not. It's 1 mana more than kind of I want to pay compared to the uncommon ones where we're all pretty high on.
Yes.
So I would give the Colossus a C-. I think it's kind of your backup payoff.
Yeah, it looks like a D+ or a C- to me. Appropriate for a common, though. Next is Skyclave Sentinel. 3 mana for a 2/3 artifact creature gargoyle at common. It's got kicker 4. It also has flying, but also defender. If Skyclave Sentinel was kicked, it enters a battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. So 7 mana for a 4/5 flying defender. As long as it has a +1/+1 counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. Bingo. So this is a nice one that can keep you alive as a decent little blocker in the early game. And then if you get up to 7 mana, is a nice big 4/5 flyer to help you finish it off.
And if it picks up a counter for any reason, it can start attacking.
Sure. That's cool too.
If you play this as a 3 mana 2/3 and then later put a counter on it, it just starts trucking. I've been impressed with this card. It good early, good late, has some combos. I would give Skyclave Sentinel a C+. I think that it fits nicely in decks that want high end. It's not particularly good in aggro decks. That's the place where it kind of fails.
Okay, I'll default obviously to you because you've actually played with the card and I haven't. Next is Spare Supplies. It's 2 mana for an artifact at common. Spare Supplies enters a battlefield tapped. When Spare Supplies enters a battlefield, draw a card. Okay, and you can pay 2, tap and sack it to draw a card. So you actually do end up a card at some point here.
The main reason to play this is if you're a deck that's got a lot of mana and you're worried about running out of gas. I would tend not to play this in – basically, the better your deck is, the less likely you're going to have spots for Spare Supplies because this is it's a 4 mana divination that takes 2 turns to resolve, even though you could spend 2 and 2, which is nice.
Yeah, installment plan counts. But yeah, nothing that's happening here is like good, right?
Right.
Like an artifact entering the battlefield doesn't seem to matter. It leaving the battlefield, sacrifice doesn't seem to be a thing here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just kind of like, why? You know, I guess. That
makes it a D where you're just really never excited to play this card. But if you're playing like a landfall deck that's got 20 lands and a couple ramp spells, then sure. You can play this card because you don't mind converting some mana into cards.
There you go. Stonework Pack Beast. This is 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature beast. Stonework Pack Beast is also a cleric, rogue, warrior, and wizard. And this is the one that you talked about earlier. And you can pay 2 mana to add 1 mana of any color. So not great, that ability, but maybe it would come up occasionally. But this is a 2 mana common that is colorless and that lets you, fill in a gap on any of the party members that you need.
Yeah, I like Stonework Pack Beast. I think you're going to play this card most of the time just because it's a colorless way to fill out whatever you're needing in a party. Mm-hmm. And then it also can kind of help filter mana if you really run into that, though I think that's not a very important part of the card. Mm-hmm. I would give Stonework Pack Beast a C+. This is another one of those glue cards that just makes your decks work better.
Yeah, for sure, especially if you're doing for any of those party-based things, which is kind of a lot, it's taking up a lot the archetype space.
It's colorless, so it's a rogue for the green and white decks, and it's a wizard for the black and green decks, and it's a warrior for the white and blue decks, like et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. It just does all that.
Very cool. Next is Utility Knife. This is 1 mana for an artifact equipment that equips the first time for free. The equip cost is 3, and the creature gets +1/+1. Boy, that's a steep equip cost for +1/+1.
Yeah, this looks like an F to me. It's
just
too
not there.
Expensive to re-equip. The only time I could see playing this is if you were like starving for equipment in a deck that had 3 or 4 equipment payoffs.
Oh, like the Warriors deck that needed it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You had 2 core Blade Masters and 1 other thing, and you really needed it, but it's just not good.
Not good. Our last card is a land. It's called Base Camp. It's a land that's uncommon. It enters the battlefield tapped and taps for colorless mana. You can tap it to add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a cleric, rogue, warrior, or wizard spell, or to activate the ability of one of those tribes.
So it's a land that in the party deck helps you splash off color things.
Yeah.
So I'm not convinced that the 5-color party deck is really a thing.
We haven't. I think the fixing in the set seems like it's the worst we've seen in years.
Well, green has 1 common 5-color fixer and 2 uncommon 5-color fixers.
Green's fine. Yeah, I agree. But like,
there's no duels or anything like that.
There's no duels. There's no evolving wilds. There's no artifacts that go get lands. Right? Maybe there's 1. Yeah.
There's the Pack Beast that can filter, but that's not very strong.
Not counting that. Yeah. I mean, we've actually gotten spoiled here where we've had ample fixing that had nothing to do with green in many sets recently, and this set didn't seem to have room for it.
Yeah. So I think Base Camp's like a build around C where if you're like, the thing is, you'd have to have not only 3 colors worth of stuff or more, but also like 10 to 12 party cards spread across those 3 or 4 or 5 colors. Because otherwise this card taps for color. It doesn't cast any of your spells. It doesn't cast any of the actual cards in your deck that aren't creatures, which is pretty bad. That's
pretty bad. So it's not free to include this, even if you read it as, well, basically all my decks are clerics or rogues or whatever, so I'll just put it in so I can cast those. Remember, it doesn't cast any of your instant sorceries or enchantments and stuff like that. So I would say it's probably an F. I mean, I don't know. Am I going to play this card? Maybe in one specific archetype, some, multicolored thing, but I just don't see how you could get away with a 5-color deck unless you were specifically in green,
Yeah, I agree.
All right. That's going to do it for this episode. That was Zendikar Rising, Commons and Uncommons. Heck of a lot going on with this set. And the thing that stands out to me the most, Luis, is the crossover cards, the cards that go well or at least lend a hand in multiple archetypes. I love seeing that direction. I think that makes the sets that they focus on that in tangibly better. I think that it's really good when people are like, well, I could take this card, or you could have it, or it would go in this other deck, or at least it's a warrior, or things like that. And we'll see how it all comes together. If you want to find us on social media, I'm Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV. You can find everything related to the show at lrcast.com, including every episode of the show ever, and links to all the stuff that we do right on the front page. Luis's stream, etc., is right there. The show's brought to you by channelfireball.com. That's the premier place to go for everything that you need on the internet that's Magic related, including content, videos, premium content from CFB Pro. Pre-order Zendikar Rising right now. If you are a CFB Pro member, you can sign up for the CFB Pro Showdown coming up this weekend. If you're not, you can go sign up for CFB Pro. Again, it's $5 a month and you get awesome, like in-depth content that you don't get on the regular site. But if you want, you can also do it for $10 a month, but they'll give you $10 in store credit back. So if you were going to spend that money anyway, it basically evens out for you. If you do buy anything or sign up for anything, make sure you use the affiliate code LR at checkout. It lets them know that we're the ones that sent you over, and we appreciate you doing that. It helps support the show, and that's going to do it. We'll see you next time where we cover the rares and mythic rares.
I just wanted to give the listeners a brief tournament report of my Mythic Invitational experience, since that
was awesome.
I haven't had a chance to real chat about that. Yeah, so it was kind of funny. So the testing squad I was with, I tested with Gabriel Nassif, Reed Duke, William Jensen, Andrew Cuneo, Shahar Shanhar, Kai, and Yelger. And everyone
that's a heck
but
of
me
a group, man.
Oh yeah, no, it's a great squad. And everyone on our team except Cuneo played goblins. He played blue-white. Everyone else played goblins, and of course, me and Nassif played Junsak. And it's funny because I just jam Collected Company whenever I can. You know, like I have now 3 premier top 8s with Collected Company.
You love that card.
I really do. It plays to my strengths, which is flipping over my top 6 cards and
revealing one of them
into play. Yeah, that did happen. So the tough part was we quickly found out that Bolus of Citadel wasn't where we wanted to be, and as a result, ended up on the Cat Oven deck, the Cauldron Familiar Witch's Oven part. So 23 lands. 4 Cauldron Familiar, 4 Witch's Oven, 4 Collected Company, and 4 Claim the Firstborn. That's 35 cards. That only leaves 25 company hits, and that is about as low as I'm willing to go. And as you saw, Marshall, I did end up losing in the top 8 to Gregor's, to bricking on a couple companies, you know, hitting one creature twice.
Never lucky Luis Scott-Vargas, yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, we ended up liking the deck. I thought that our sideboard was very good. It was well prepared. We had 4 Witch's Vengeance for goblins. And then the tournament starts, and the funny thing about these tournaments is they're tense. I get nervous. I get nerves for them. I really care about how I do. The stakes seem high and all that, right? It has all those properties of the tournaments that we used to fly places for. Mm-hmm. The difference though is I am playing from my house. Like this isn't like, oh, my alarm goes off at 8. We got to get up, get breakfast, go to the site, mill around, sleeve my deck. It's like, well, the tournament starts at 10 my time. I guess I'll set an alarm for 9:45. So, I obviously woke up earlier than that, but you roll down, you play around. When I finish my round fast, I'm like, all right, I guess I'll go take the dog for a walk, because I know I've got at least 30 minutes left, and mm-hmm. and I can check Discord for what's happening. So I end up playing. I get off to a pretty good start. End up going 6-2 on day one. Mm-hmm. And the funny thing is, going into this tournament, I had played over 100 hours of Among Us in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, you've been going hard. Yeah.
And despite that, I felt well prepared because I did test for the tournament. We had meetings about the deck. We came to good conclusions. We did some good play testing. And then I went 6-2, and then I streamed Among Us. And then I came back to play the next day. And that's kind of how it went. I ended up rattling off a couple wins, ending up losing to Goblins to drop to 9-4, and thought, I guess that'll do it. I'm out of the running for top 8, but I'll try to go ahead and make top 16 and qualify for the end of year tournament. And ended up in an awkward spot where in my last round, I could draw, and if I drew, I made top 16 and would qualify for the grand finals, which is a big deal. Mm-hmm. It's a 32-person tournament with the same prize pool. Mm-hmm. It's $8,000 of equity a person, plus the opportunity to play in a small field tournament. I could play, and if I won, I would get 8th through 10th. But if I lost, I wouldn't make top 16 because everyone else drew.
Right.
And that's a tricky spot.
Very.
Well, luckily for me, the decision was out of my hands. I got paired against Ivan Flock, and he did not need to top 16. He was already qualified, so he just wanted to play. That was completely correct from his point of view, because he could play and win into top 8 or lose and not really lose anything because he already was qualified for the grand finals. Right. So as a result, I was forced to play. I managed to beat him, make top 8. And then play the top 8 over the weekend. And it was I kind of felt like I got to have my cake and eat it too. I didn't kill myself testing. and I played Among Us because that's what I wanted to play. But I also did feel very prepared for the tournament. I felt like I was on point when I was playing, and I got to eat a burrito on camera. That was that wasn't even really planned. I had just gotten my burrito, and then the round started, so I had to play. And then when I was about to win, I'm like, well, do I pass up on the chance to be a buffoon? No, I do not.
No, I do not.
Look, here's the way I see it. I've been on both sides, right? I've been on coverage. I've been someone who plays. I think that playing from home, one of the biggest losses is the ability to showcase the players' emotions and their personalities. Because you get more of that when they're in the feature match playing with the cards physically, when they're being interviewed on site by, BDM who's putting a microphone on their face and asking them questions and they're responding and you can see all that. So I was like, you know what, this is an opportunity for me to kind of mess around and demonstrate personality and give them something to talk about. So
yeah, that's great. It was fun. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it was fun too. And like, I saw some people griping about it being disrespectful. And to those people, it's like,
whatever.
Is this a golf tournament on the Royal Palace grounds? Like, no, this is a Magic tournament. We're playing games with dragons on them.
Right. It's like we can have some fun. It's okay. Yeah. It did kind of stand out because, you only had to test for constructed, right? Like, I wonder if that was the difference where you could not have to do limited meetings, not have to draft a whole bunch and do all that. It's like, it was easier for you, free up that Among Us time.
No, it's definitely true. I would vastly prefer to have limited involved.
I know.
But yeah, it did not feel like I put less time than I needed to into the tournament. And I'm not just saying that because I made top 8. I'm saying that because going in, I felt confident in my deck and me knowing how to play it and me knowing why I played every card and where it was positioned. I felt good about that. So,
well, great job, man. Another top 8 for you. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and I'll take it.
How does he just keep getting away with this,
Well, hopefully I continue to get away with it. And with that, I'm about to burst here. So these reviews are long. We need to go.
Okay.
I'm not Marshall. I don't have a jug discreetly under my desk.